like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. You never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me what can I do? Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody got me now. Wrapped what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. Too long. I can't remember the words to this song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no. Oh yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. So I'm glad she's mine. Hey. Take away my bag of butt, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening. camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Take away the pain. satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need. Baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ourselves ready for an absolute beauty of a match. Aurora Gaming versus Virtus.pro here in the DreamLeague Division 2 group stage. We are at the last day of the group stage. Obviously, if there are some playoffs required, then that could be the case. But we do have already Aurora guaranteed to go upper bracket. Team Silk technically not guaranteed to go lower bracket, but there's not a chance in hell that they make it through. Virtus.pro, however, they are fighting against elimination, and they have to play against Aurora now and Nigma afterwards. So, yeah, Lelis, that's quite a tough schedule for them.
And Road is not really looking easy for them, and they have like the hardest match now, right? Aurora 5-0. Definitely, they were the favorites coming into this tournament, and they show why, right? They drop some games here and there, but they look very dominant in the games they win. So props to them for being 5-0. Definitely, it shows that they are the strongest team. And let's see if VP can come back, right? They haven't been that consistent in their games. In their last two best of threes they've played, they lost. They lost to Avulus, and that was a comeback for Avulus. They won game one, lost 2 games in a row, and they also lost to 1 win, and both those series were yesterday. So let's see if they are mentally reset and ready to play against the top dogs in this league.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy one. I mean, Aurora, you know, the one advantage that VP has is they have very capable players on their side, and they can pull out some nice upsets. And Aurora is already qualified for upper bracket, so they might not have the same incentive to, you know, try their best. They might experiment a little bit to see what works for them in this setting, and that could be an opening for Virtus.pro. To try and get away from that elimination zone where they currently are at, because they definitely need a win, otherwise they are out of the tournament. Avulus and Inner Circle are on the same score, but they're also playing, let's see, Inner Circle's playing 1 win and 0 Tenacity. That's doable. Avulus is playing against 1 win and Silk. So Avulus is going to get a win. So Avulus is going to get out of that zone, and there's even still a chance technically for Virtus.pro to make it to the upper bracket spot, but they're going to need to win the next 2 matches and hope that either if they beat Nigma and Nigma loses their series against Zero Tenacity, well, Zero Tenacity might be able to lose both their series. It very much feels like we might have some playoffs. Some tiebreakers tomorrow with the how everything is standing. Most teams are 2-3 or 3-2, so it is a fairly close affair.
It would be interesting if Aurora they try something in this series. I kind of doubt it. Nowadays, I feel like these players, they're just wired to just win every game. They don't want to drop any games. You know, they can do like a test here or there in one game, and then, you know, when you lose a game, people get upset really fast. You know, they don't want to lose. You don't want to have that shock of like, why are we losing to this team? I want to win. You know, it's kind of second nature to these players. They really want to win every game they play. So maybe they try something in one game. Aurora does drop games, even though like they're in the top. They dropped a game versus Inner Circle. They dropped a game versus Nigma. They lost a game versus 1 win. Even in the Fissure tournament that they won, it was very close. It was a 3-2 win, and they also lost the Team Spirit once. In the lower bracket, I think
that's a slight higher caliber of team, though.
Yeah, of course. But they do drop games. They're not like this indestructible team. But they do look really good when they're winning, though. They do know how to snowball the game and close off the map really effectively.
I think that the combination of WS and Mira is just looking so incredibly good for them. After they picked up WS earlier this year. And same with Gory. Yes, we had Phoenix game, but for the most part, a substantially solid +5 to have in the roster. And, you know, Nightfall's been in the lineup for a fairly long time. And in the beginning of Aurora, I do have to say he looked fairly inconsistent in a lot of the games. But he's been definitely looking a lot better. Honestly looking more solid in this current patch specifically. Maybe it's the heroes that are working for him or whatnot, but he is definitely feeling kind of at home, I think, in the roster. And it's nice to see, right? Because Aurora is a team that, you know, they should be playing in the big tournaments. They didn't qualify for DreamLeague previously, but now there's a very big chance that they will qualify for the main DreamLeague. But Virtus.pro, they want to knock them off their high horse here in this series, and that's all going to start off with the draft, as we are starting in right now. Any suspected bans and picks you have in mind immediately?
Always the broken fives, right? That come to mind. The Treant, the Warlock, Jakiro, all these heroes, and of course the Toxic Cores, which are Viper, Razor, SF, Huskar. You see the Puck show up a lot. We're banning it. They beat it yesterday 2 times versus Inner Circle, but they also lost to it 1 time. So this hero has been showing up more and more in this patch. It was kind of a little underpicked last patch, the Sardar patch, where there was a Sardar every game. But now it seems like it's coming back a lot. A lot of teams are picking this hero, definitely because a lot of these Toxic Cores, they don't really have stuns or disables like Viper or Razor. So Puck kind of just gets away with a free game versus no stuns. You know, it's not an auto win when you have a mobile hero versus no stuns, but it definitely makes the enemy a little anxious, right? It's hard to kill this hero. It kind of eliminates an option for you in the game. So that's why this Puck hero is just coming back. And interesting that they banned Death Prophet. This is a hero that hasn't really showed up at all. But it is a Saberlight hero, and it is how VP has won their last 2 games. They won a game versus 1-1 with DP, and they also won a game versus Avulus with DP. And Saberlight has played that hero in the offlane. So they're just respecting heroes that VP has won with in their last games, which was Puck and DP. Both those heroes were in both games that they played. So very respected targeted bans. And the Shadow Team, we talked about this hero yesterday, that it was not that present in a lot of the games. It wasn't really being picked. Definitely suffers from the no disable syndrome, especially versus the Spirit heroes and versus the high mobile heroes like Puck, Ember, Storm, and these heroes are very popular right now. Since Puck is already banned, they decide to take the SD. A very common pick for Aurora as well on 8. They really like this hero. And we see the Storm on 9. This hero has been rising in popularity a lot. He's in a lot of pub games. He's been played in the safe lane as well as a carry. Yesterday I played a pub and I played against Watson and he played Storm carry. And it's just still so obnoxious to play against this hero. He just farms so fast. He cuts a bunch of waves. You know, nowadays people just play triple core. It doesn't really matter if it's a mid or a carry. They just play it as a core and they just get items and scale. And especially with Bulba, right? He loves this hero. So
yeah, a little bit too much.
yeah.
I remember multiple series where it's like storm, 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 storm. Okay, we get it. We know you like Abed Storm, but
another interesting thing about Storm is that VP has lost to Storm in their last 2 series. They lost 3 games to Storm Spirit. And this year, I'm be honest, this year is looking really broken. I don't know exactly why it's so good now. It hasn't. Did it even get buffed? Let me check. But maybe people figured out like the build, or they figured out that you can play carry now, and it's so value. Because it even got nerfed. I guess the attack speed Overlord got a little buffed, but I wouldn't say that this hero is specifically buffed, or there's like a specific item that's very meta. You could say that the Greaves is why this hero's back, but in most of the games, they don't even buy the Greaves, right? They just buy normal items. And especially in a meta where Underlord is very present in a lot of the games, it's a classic counter for Storm, right? You just root him, you have the auras, you don't let him do damage, but still this hero shows up in a lot of the games, and it just feels strong in the games. I don't know exactly why. I can't really give you a reason why this hero is like so meta, but it is, and there it is on 9. I really like the pick. I've said multiple times in these casts that I like when the teams pick a core on 9. I think it shows a lot of the draft. It shows a lot of them imposing something, right? It's like, this is what we're going to play with. It's your turn to counter it. And then when you try to counter it, we're going to like pseudo counter your counters. I think it's better than just picking some random support on 9 that doesn't really do anything, right? You can just pick the support after either.
Yeah, I mean, same with like the Storm. They were talking about like Storm safe lane. I think one of the bigger things about Storm safe lane is that it is very active very early in the game compared to a lot of safe laners. And some lineups specifically love playing that heavy early game. The games, I think, are getting faster again because I don't get to see too many 50-minute games anymore as I did previously. Unless they are lineups where they have something like a Storm safe lane, but they forget to get any kind of push hero, and then you're still stuck trying to siege the enemy's base, and it goes horribly wrong in the end, which is one of the big downsides of the hero compared to something like an Ursa or anything. Well, really just the normal safe lane hero in that case. But we do get to see the Virtus Pro Phoenix coming out, stolen away from Kaori, so that's going to make him a little bit sad, I think.
Imba spirit.
These teams valuing this hero, it is. I was actually wrong yesterday. I said that this hero wasn't really showing up, but a lot of teams do pick this hero. I wouldn't say it's a super OP hero. I think it's definitely related to the players. I know that Fly's level 30 Phoenix, so he's probably very comfortable on this hero. And it is very good versus SD, right? SD doesn't really interact well with Phoenix. Like, his spells aren't really good versus Phoenix. Phoenix can just egg if he gets purged or anything like that. It is a good counter engagement spell versus the SD purge as well. If someone gets purged, just egg on top, and the guy just sits there since he can't move, and he can protect the egg. They do fix the SD's problems with the no disables. They just take the Ember and the Hoodwink. They're probably very confident that Abed doesn't really play the lane dominators versus Ember, and a lot of them are banned. As we say this a lot in the drafts, the way you expose the Ember is that you pick a lane dominator that makes his life really hard. Examples, Huskar, SF, Viper, and they're all banned, right? In a lot of the games, all these heroes are banned. The only toxic hero that's not banned is the Razor, and I'm not sure that matchup is even that bad for Ember. It's probably playable. So they take the Ember, take the Hoodwink, another hero with the Disable that they probably want versus the Storm, right? And I like it a lot what VP is doing. They're covering the Phoenix Egg. They're doing the little combo, Mars Willow. This is a classic one, right? You can arena, you can terrorize in the arena. They just keep bonking their heads against the arena, taking damage. It's also a nice little combo in lane where you can spear through the brambles. If you get hit by multiple brambles, they stack the damage. So Mars has 2 spells that reposition you, right? He can W into a bramble. He can also spear you through multiple brambles. So on 16, 17, the order of the picks, you really want these sort of little combos, right? You want this little combo that it will, quote unquote, do well no matter what. That's kind of what you're looking for. Of course, there are counters to this, especially like the illusion heroes are very good versus Mars, right? TB, Naga, Nightfall really likes his Ursa versus the melee heroes. It's also very good versus Phoenix. You can overpower and kill the egg. But the way VP sets it up is they can put the Storm on carry or mid, and they have the last pick, right? So they can decide what they want to do with this Storm. If they want to put a carry or mid, since they will decide last. And the 18 pick, which is where Aurora take the Ursa, is probably the strongest pick for first pick. So they think this Ursa hero is the strongest possible pick they can take, which I can see. I think Nightfall, he's very good on this hero. It's probably his best hero. So it's good that he's comfortable on this hero and they take it now. And let's see the last bans. Troll has been banned, which is a very hard matchup for Ursa.
10 seconds
one of the better carry matchups versus Ursa. Ursa can't really man fight the Troll.
5 seconds
So good ban there. They don't really want to play against Troll, and they're probably going to pick another hero that's not good versus Troll in lane. And Troll's another hero that can kind of, quote-unquote, carry the Phoenix out of the lane.
Interesting aspect here. I love the Virtus Pro team fight. They also have good ways in and out of fights. You've got the dive from the Phoenix to Storm Zip and the Dark Willow with the Shadow Realm shenanigans. But it very much is Virtus Pro big team fight lineup so far. Aurora's pick off. Your Shadow Demon, Ember, Hoodwink, Ursa, just all pick off heroes for a quick kill. So it does mean that if it's a safe or mid storm, doesn't matter. It has to be very careful of just getting jumped, random bushwhack from the trees, Ursa leaping in and taking you out before his first pro can throw any help in their way, because their supports aren't the best at like keeping you alive at all. Terrorize is nice and everything, but it has such a long rep time. Phoenix Egg, if you get Ag, sure, but again, you don't get that point in the game almost ever. So it's all on the Mars to try and keep them alive.
I like VP's draft a lot. I think they have a lot of team fight, and I would be a little worried if I was Aurora. I think the way it's set up, as you said, they really want to play off pickoffs, and I think if VP they can ball together, they can make the game feel really hard for Aurora, because Aurora, they do have damage, they do have decent laning. I would say SD is not the best with Ursa in lane. It doesn't sound amazing, right? SD doesn't really give Ursa sustain in lane. They're probably just going to try to even out this lane. And it is a little worrisome, right? When you play against Mars, Willow, if you can even out a lane. And they go for the Centaur. I guess it's like the only offlaner left, really. A lot of them are just banned. The Tide, which is a signature WS hero, they've been picking this hero a lot. And the Underlord, which is a very meta flavor pick, is just not in the draft. And I'm assuming they want a pipe hero, right? So they will just take Centaur. Not the best versus Mars, but you can think about it in this way. That the pipe heroes are good against Mars, because when Mars hits this timing where he gets Blink BKB, he's playing against pipe. And Mars, he's actually a low damage hero, if you think about it. He doesn't really do that much damage. He offers a lot of control, but the pipe kind of counteracts that timing for Mars. So the aura buyers are very good against Mars in that regard. But the way the spells interact is very good for Mars versus Centaur, right? He can't stampede out of arena. If you look at it in a vacuum, it can be very good for the Mars. But, you know, Dota's not a vacuum. It depends a lot on which spell is used first, who's in the arena or not. Is the Centaur solo tanking it? Can SD save in the arena? Is Mars going to take the facet that you can't see in the arena? You know, there's so many factors when you think about it. So that'll be interesting to see. I'm sure he will take the facet that you cannot see in the arena. The Bloodsport, I think it's called. Just for the SD save, so he can't save.
You may now select your heroes.
Okay, so they went all out on Teamfight on Virtus Pro. Gyrocopter, obviously, with tons of AoE damage, solid lane. You know, range against Centaur is always good. WS has the Courier Centaur skin. That's nice. But
such a nice skin.
Yeah, I mean, currently Sableye has Victory Feast. It gets pretty dicey in the when you look at ultra late game. If Aurora has two saving tools. Currently, they will have the Shadow Demon Disruption, obviously, but Centaur always have to keep in mind that he can get the Aghanim Scepter in the ultra late. And then there are two ways of saving someone from like an all-in play from Virtus Pro. You drop the arena, Phoenix Egg, blah, blah, and they just sprint you out of there. Then it gets very problematic for Virtus Pro that they have to be careful of. But, I mean, you know, Ursa versus Gyro. Ursa beats Gyro, but Gyro kills off the entire Aurora gaming team in the meantime, which is, I think, the game plan here. Virtus Pro just really want the team fight advantage, which they definitely do have, but as you said, you know, in a vacuum situation, Blink Centaur stun into a bushwhack and Ursa hitting you 3 times, anyone on the Virtus Pro lineup dies.
I would favor VP's draft in this one. I think they set up the draft in a really nice way, but it's not always about draft. I'm also a little skeptic on the SD hero. I don't really see the purpose of this hero in this game, but maybe they'll show me something that I don't understand, right? Maybe he'll pop off and he'll do some good stuff in this game. But I do think that Centaur's build will be very nice for him this game. He can go Pipe and Crimson, and they're very two good items in this game. Surprisingly, Crimson blocks a lot of the Storm Spirit's damage as well, because a lot of his damage is just doing the right click with the Overlord over and over and over. So, yeah, I am a bit worried for Aurora. I think they're the superior team, so they might just outplay their way out of this game. I would give definitely VP the edge over the draft. If I didn't see which team was which, I would just choose the VP draft.
Okay. I think, I mean, I am always a big fan of big team fight drafts. And because they have a Storm, they also have a way of like trying to shove out waves at least, but that's the only thing that might be a bit worrisome is how good the Dire team can be at exactly that. It depends on as well what build WS is going to go on the center if he goes for the Helm of the Dominator. If he does go for the Helm of the Dom, then you have an Ember, a Centaur, even a Hoodwink that can easily keep on shoving out waves for their side. And the Radiant team, you don't want to put the Gyro in the front, you don't want to put the Storm in the front. And the Mars is most often a counterplay hero instead of an initiation hero. And those two supports just don't want to be anywhere. Like, it is literally the Mars in the front every single time, or you're going to have to bait out Tomato on the Gyrocopter. But baiting out a Gyro against an Ursa always feels very scary.
That is true. They don't really have a contact hero, right, on Aurora, VP. They're probably just going to use the Gyro to hit the towers, and he's going to buy some defensive item like a pike or something to use on the Ursa or the Gyro. Right. They're doing the level 1 thing where Gyro cuts the trees, and why do they do this? They do this because they want the support that's going to be on the side in the Gyro lane to get hit by the flak. So usually if you play support versus Gyro, you want to hide in the trees and not get hit by the flak level 1, right? But them starting coming here and they cut in the trees is a very good way to ensure that this damage gets done to this hero and they win the trade war. And level 1, we see the blocking from the Centaur, which is a really big win for Aurora. They get the block on the wave, and Ursa kind of just chilling top. It doesn't matter that much in this game specifically, because Gyro's the type of hero that will push the lane, since he will skill flak, probably. So not the biggest loss for VP, but Aurora didn't really care about this top lane. They just put the Ursa there alone. ST uses... He didn't even use TP, just used the gate.
It was actually pretty nice as well, because normally when you block the lane, the creeps in the lane, the Gyrocopter would walk to the other creeps and block those himself. But the Shadow Demon was just standing there blocking the Gyro leaving the tower range. So that's why he was delaying TPing or going towards the top lane on Kaori to make sure that the Gyro would not be able to get the counter block on the other side.
Yeah, that's true. And now we see the Hoodwink gonna block the small. Doing a little trade with Phoenix. Phoenix not using a spell. Alright. They both use their spells. Good trade for Hoodwink. That sequence ended up really nice for Hoodwink. He's not gonna lose that much HP. He gets the camp block. Big spawns, which you can argue is a mistake from Aurora. You don't really want the big to spawn versus Gyro, because he can just flak and aggro the creeps in the big camp, and they can continuously keep doing this. But it's not the end of the world. These little lane moments, they add up, but it's not like instant loss.
First Blooded even used a Fairy Fire at the end there, so that one goes to Saber Light. And that's not too bad of a lane start top. Mars is, of course, against an Ursa, a pretty solid laner, as Ursa has problems being pushed back the entire time. So that also helps in better melee heroes.
It is one of the better melee heroes versus Ursa, for sure. You have two methods of just pushing the Ursa away. And that's why I was a little surprised with the Ursa pick. I know Nightfall really likes this hero. It's one of his best heroes, but I wouldn't say it's the best versus Mars. Ooh, and a big trade bottom. Centaur very low.
Otto doesn't have the vision for the flat cannon continuation, and they will actually get away, but very low on both. WS needs, well, he needs his Helm of Iron Will to really recover that HP. He does, of course, because he is a center, have base insane HP regen compared to other heroes out there. But now it's going to be very tough for him to even get close to those creeps. Luckily enough, Mira is pulling the wave afterwards, so very heads up move, knowing that they're both way too low to actually contest the lane.
Yeah, goodbye Tomato too. He also pulls the creep in between the tower, so one team will deny a wave and the other team will also deny a wave. Good heads up from him. Lotus spawning. Looks like Radiant will take both the Lotuses. Kaori tried to take the disruption. Will he pay with his life? Yep, there it is, the spear.
Yep, very likely. God's Rebuke. Last hit from Hellscream there from the Shadow Realm, and another kill onto the Shadow Demon. Well, the first pick hero not working out too great, but of course Shadow Demon these days they level Disseminated Disruption in lane instead of the Shadow Poison. I mean, even level 1 Shadow Poison is just absolute doo-doo. Anyway, so his laning presence isn't the strongest, but his impact comes out later with Demonic Purge, Demonic Cleanse, and Disruption. It is just, unless you have a really solid lane matchup, this Shadow Demon tends to have pretty bad laning.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think the Shadow Demon hero can be really awkward a lot of times, like especially in this lane. It doesn't really have any synergy with Ursa, right? The Ursa just kind of sitting there farming. He can disrupt into Ursa setup Aftershock or something. Urshock, it's not really a thing, right?
And then you get pushed back by the Mars, and then
yeah. And I do understand that his purpose in this lane is to just try to block the camps and soak up as much harass as possible for the Ursa to be able to free farm and then have some favorable trade for Dire, but it's not really working out for them in this lane, right? They're very low on resources on Ursa now. SD has his second death where he does the Walk of Shame since he uses TP. And I would say a pretty big win in the laning stage for VP. They're doing very well in this bottom lane. Centaur, low on resources, used a lot of gold in consumables. And they're also checking this rune right now. Will Hoodwink get this rune? Still level 1 on Hoodwink, by the way, 4 minutes. The supports on Aurora, they're suffering. If VP manages to contest the Wisdom at 7 minutes, it might be problematic for them.
Dire's middle tower.
well, Abed doesn't get a bottle refill, so that's not great for the Storm Spirit. I'm actually curious to see if he's gonna, because he is playing against an Ember, so you would expect the Guardian Greaves build, but he's also one of the, you know, older players that might be like, nah, I'm still here for the power treads.
Yep. Storm, you already see him with the... I guess he's going... he has a Soul Ring. Okay. He's just going to go for the Soul Ring, Mana Boots into the Greaves,
even
right?
with the Guardian Greaves, they go for Soul Ring.
I see.
They got stupid mana regen. They get Soul Ring, Guardian Greaves, the Magic Stick, and the bottle, and then you just keep sipping the entire early mid game. Because, yeah, it's just nuts.
It's probably even better with the Greaves, right? You get like the Headdress for HP regen, and you also get the active that just heals you. So Soul Ring's a really value item. It's so valued that this item has been nerfed throughout the years so many times. Because it is so good. The ratio of mana. Mana is a really hard resource to get in Dota. It's very limited.
Yeah, the Clarities take forever. And mangoes always feel so painful to use because they cost so much.
Yeah. I see the Phoenix TP top. Let's see. Will they attack
Nightfall,
on this wave?
the target. He knows what's coming.
Good
So
read
he's
from
just gonna
Ursa.
back off. It's also Abed was also missing on the map. I think if Abed wasn't missing, he would have stayed there. But Nightfall, can he jump over? Does get speared to safer territory. Is gonna get stunned up, and will he get away? He's running fast. Storm not gonna be able to respond. Abed's just waiting for the rune to spawn, and the Ursa does get away. Bottle refill for Lornoff. In the meantime, a nice little shield room, but Nightfall is forced all the way back to base with that move.
Kind of sad for the Ursa, but Ember has gotten the rune at 6 minutes, so that opens up the Wisdom for them to be able to contest. I'm not sure if he's going to exactly go for the Wisdom. Probably not. He's just going to play aggressive and farm enemy camps.
Saber Light. Bit of a whiff there, but looking for the kill onto Kiori. Sableye dropping pretty low. They get the kill. Kiori does drop. Ursa going in. Sableye dropping in response. Nightfall gets that one, and he kind of needed that one. Plus, Lornoff joining in the fun. Fly on the run. There is a Searing Chains, and Lornoff doesn't want to use it. Yeah, no, he does, knowing that there's a guaranteed kill coming in. But yeah, they went a little bit too deep. Also, Sableye kind of whiffed his entire spear there, and then didn't have it immediately afterwards for when the Ursa went on towards him. But good counter rotations. In the meantime, though, WS bottom lane fighting up against Tomato. A lot of damage being thrown out. Abed with the zip in. WS is dead. Lornoff TP'd through, going for the double bushwhack, and Mira. Beautiful stuff coming out. Abed now in trouble. Lornoff chasing him down. Double kill for the Ember, and that's a lot of money in a very short time added for Lornoff.
Very good rotation from Ember. He went for the enemy wisdom, saw he wasn't going to get there in time, then he just used his TP for his own wisdom. Kind of unfortunate that the Storm got the wisdom there. It's kind of funny that he uses Slight, and then since he's not on top of the wisdom because he's in Slight mode, and then he uses the Remnant, those little milliseconds were enough for the Storm to get the wisdom. So VP, they get the double wisdom. They feed though. They like, that was a pretty good trade for Aurora. They get 2 core kills. Kind of sad that Jaro dies with so much net worth, but they did need that XP on their supports, right? Shadow Demon getting picked off here.
Yeah, easy pick on Kaori. There is an arcane room bottom side as well. Abed wants it, but Lorinov is going to be able to grab it instead. I knew it was going to be old man Abed gaming. He is going for the power treads instead of the Guardian Greaves. I knew it.
I honestly, I like it more. I like the power treads more than the Greaves. I think the Greaves it's... I get it that it can be good for the Dispel, but I feel like you don't need the Dispel that much. In this game, you can only Dispel the chains. And I guess the...
Yeah, but I like it. I mean, I like it because of the fact that it's also added sustain for your team, considering they're a team fight team, and Mars is a hero that doesn't build a pipe anytime soon, or anything of like auras, and none of their heroes really do. So you at least would have an aura wielding tool on your team. That's the only thing that I would why I would like it especially. And well, Spirit Vessel is a pain to deal with in the early game. They're gonna go in for a fight top, and a nice disruption quickly. TP's coming in from the dire side. Sableye throws out the arena and spears up Lorinov, going for the Kaori kill. Tomato's also here, and that means Nightfall needs to run away. They're gonna try and go for Lorinov. He's ticking low, taken down. Nightfall gets out of there, but yeah, they thought they had the good control. They even had the center stampede there. I think they might have been actually able to get maybe the Ember out of that situation if they used it.
A very good rotation from VP. They're very good at these rotations. They bring multiple heroes, even 4 or 5 heroes to every objective. They rotate a lot. They use their TPs off cooldown a lot. And very good rotation from the Gyro. He took the gate, combined with the Mars with the arena. They take a tower. Perfect for VP. So the next objective is the Rune. Let's see how they're going to do it. Storm already in the mid lane. Knows that Ember does not have a TP. So Phoenix running bottom. Storm checking top. And he gets lucky. He gets the DD.
A quick zip in. But that max range bushwhack catch from Mira. Dark Willow going for the TP. Does get the TP away before the burn comes in.
We see the Centaur just pulling the waves bottom with his Dominator creep. It looks easier than it is, actually, for you to time the waves with the movement speed of the creep and to bring the creep with the going up the stairs, going down the stairs. And he's very farmed on Centaur. He's doing a really good job. His job is to just sit here, hold the waves, and get money.
Sableye running in, gets the arena catch on Mira. With the zip in as well, they get an easy pick. And these are all galvanized stacks that the Storm Spirit needs to start building up. It is only on 4 currently, because of course did have a death.
And you see it again, right? VP just has 4 heroes on the same screen, and they're just pressing their ultimates. It's very common for this team. They group up a lot. Saberlight's a really active carry. He will use his TP just for 1 support kill. It is worth it. It is worth it. You don't want to just AFK farm. You want to force the enemy to have to use some spells and to make them have to do something. A little...
Looking for Nightfall, but he does get away, and building up that Battle Fury is bottom of the cores. By quite a decent margin comparative to Tomato. I mean, a Gyrocopter does have flat cannon, so he does farm pretty nicely. Top side, they're looking for Sableye. He doesn't have anything currently. Bushwhack control, and is going to get taken down by Nightfall, so a nice rotation added in. They also get those urn charges again on the Ember Spirit, who's going for the rune, and an illusion rune is not a bad one against the pesky root and dots that these Radiant supports have.
Aurora doing
Tomato's aggressive.
He wants to take this tower. Again, you see multiple VP heroes on the same screen, right? They're grouping up early and trying to pressure the enemy. That's their clear play style. Ooh, Phoenix a little bit out of position. Oh, he'll be fine. Tank some spells.
Chip in, going for Kyori. Does just use disruption as well. Center Stampede gets everyone out of there. Phoenix egg drop low enough. Shouldn't have the attack speed to get rid of it, and Mira wanted to help, but yeah, the fiery spirits right there make it impossible to really make a play. They know there's no Stampede, so they could try and benefit off of that if they maybe see an opening here.
And you see that Aurora is not really bringing heroes to this mid tower. They kind of know that the tower is going to die anyways. So Ursa keeps farming. Ursa doesn't really help either, right? He just wants to get his timing, his Battle Fury. And Centaur, he just will press R. That's it, right? He doesn't really want to use his TP. He wants to get to his pipe as fast as possible, so then he can join the fight. So I really like the way Aurora is playing this early game, mid game. Even though they lost top tower and they lost their mid tower, they didn't over-rotate or try to do some crazy things to compensate, right? They're just trying to hit their timings, not feeding, and they have their heroes in the right
Arena
place.
catch. Nightfall, gonna get taken down. Tomato gets that one. Very farmed on Tomato, but WS is, he's got the pipe done after the Helm of the Dominates, going for the Blink Dagger. He's building up those auras, and those auras will definitely start to stack up quickly in the mid game for the Dire side.
I mean, just when I said they're not feeding, they start feeding. So
Yeah, Lornoff also gonna get caught.
gets his
Terrorize.
shield off.
And does he stay alive? Oh my god, barely. But yeah, that max level Flame Guard keeps him alive, soaks up way too much damage.
Dire are scanning.
VP with the early pressure, they're doing a really good job. Not letting Aurora just farm their way back into this game. Saberlight pressing his ult off cooldown non-stop. And the gyrocopter's items. So this is very similar to the other game we casted, the Team Silk game, where he went for the Manta Pike, right? It's very common to see the gyros go for the Manta because they want that early dispel to make them a little bit harder to kill. The only problem is that usually this build, he doesn't really do damage, right? He's just like, I guess I'm not going to die, but he will hit his later timings a lot slower, right? He will get that BKB really late, or he might not even go for BKB this game. He's also going to have a Hurricane Pike, so that's another item that doesn't really do damage. And they might run into some damage issues on BP. If Phoenix doesn't have a really good egg and a Sunray, this Gyro's not going to do any damage anytime soon, right? And when Centaur gets Crimson, he's just going to do 0 damage on Gyro. He's going to have 0 damage items, and it's going to be a really big power spike for Aurora, which is 1 now, right? They have Pipe on Centaur, so they're playing aggressive in the enemy triangle. Not exactly sure what they're trying to accomplish. Maybe they just took their jungle back, immediate smoke to try to backstab in the bottom lane. And VP need to be double smoke from both teams.
Okay.
Siege Wave
is going to get spotted on the other side, and Kyori will be caught out as they're going to focus that tier 1 tower bottom. And yeah, that will be at least all 3 outer tier 1 towers. They scanned the Roche pit immediately as well, because they didn't have that observer yet spotting Nightfall in the vicinity. Nightfall walking up though. Yeah, Gyro is completely left alone. Bushwhack from behind, sharpshooter, easy kill secured. And bit of a mistake. They had that observer ward in the lane and thought that that was more than enough to make sure that he was going to stay alive. False sense of security right there.
A good read from Aura. They saw that they knew that VP was all there, but they realized that they were slowly leaving and that Gyro was still farming the wave. So they get a clean pick off. They didn't even have to use any of their big spells, right? No Stampede used. Not even Ursa did have to ult. Very sad for Gyro. I'm starting to feel a little worried that Gyro will do 0 damage. Like, he will live a little bit longer, but with the items he's buying, when Centaur gets Crimson, he's just going to be a creep. And Mars doesn't really do damage either, right?
There is a moment in the game where the Storm will definitely be able to pick up the slack, as Storm does insane amounts of damage in the late game. It depends on the build. He is going for the Shivas after the Kaya Sanj, so more of a counter to the Dire's, well, just in general, a counter option instead of just pure damage, which normally would be the Witchblade build. If you do feel like you're lacking. But yeah, I think this Gyrocopter build has been the one that I've seen almost all Gyros go for these days. Instead of like the Crystallis Ags build, which was the main popular one with the Side Gunner.
Yeah, I understand why they do it, and who am I to question the carry player, right? I don't really play carry. I'm not in this position to question him, but it will lead into them having a low damage.
Are scanning.
And let's see, teamfight coming. Aurora knows they are in the Roche. Smoke breaks, Hellscream good position.
Oh.
Arena on 3 heroes.
Yeah, Terrorize as well. Big catch. Can they kill off Lornoff, especially the egg? He dropped in the area. Can they get rid of the egg? They're trying to right-click it down, and they do finish it off. They lose 3 on the Radiant side for only the Shadow Demon, and Hellscream's going to be left behind. Tomato's now going to be chased down as well, and an easy pickup here. 4 kills secured. They find the initiation, but even the Centaur jumps out of that arena just in the nick of time. But it's baffling that they did. I mean, Gyro did 4k damage. Abed did 120.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep,
is under attack.
I like that VP, they're forcing the fight, but they were all in the Roche pit, and if you see what happened, they just all ran out of the Roche pit and they ran into Aurora. I know they really want to have this fight more than really force the Roche, because they don't want to just sit in Roche and have Aurora come in and contest the area, right? They want to have the team fight before the Roche gets low. But the way that fight went on, it was pretty funny that the Ursa got to hit in the arena, even though he was out of the arena, and he just killed the Storm from outside the arena. So it just shows that it was a really bad position for VP to take this fight. They kind of overextend into the Aurora vision. And pretty sad, another death for the Gyro, and his items are it's gonna hurt soon.
I did quite a lot of damage, but they also have quite a lot of sustain on the Dire side, especially once that Crimson Guard comes in. And I mean, Abed got rooted inside the arena from the Ember, and then it was like he couldn't do anything. Yeah, he's queued up that he needs to get the BKB now because he doesn't have the Guardian Greaves, so he doesn't have a way out, or Manta Style, which some other Storm Spirits go for. So he needs to get that BKB, otherwise he just one root and he is very easily killed.
Yeah, Tormentor time. Both teams bringing multiple heroes.
Spear miss from Saber Lights. Center stomp onto 2. In comes Nightfall going for the right clicks onto Tomato. Tomato now needs to get himself out of there, but he's stuck. He is dead. Saber Lights the second one down. They find 3. Oh my lord, the whiffs on VP here. Hellscream will get the TP away, but yeah, I think they just those 2 fights just cost them probably the game at this stage.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to come back from here. After Torm, advantage is going to be probably at 7k or something like that. Soon, Aurora will move into the bottom lane and take the Roshan, which is very easy with the Ursa. And it's looking grim. I don't really see a way for them to come back into this game. They have 0 damage into Pipe Crimson, so they can't really take team fights. And their draft is just team fighting, right? That's literally what they pick these heroes for. A bunch of AoE spells that they can just press and contest. You see the Gyro drawing the bottom area that he wants to contest the Roche. He wants to play bottom. But can they really contest the Roche? I feel like this Gyro just... Ooh, he's getting gone on again. Is he going to die?
I mean, he can't really do anything against WS. The rest of the Dire team is very far away. But the center doesn't care, as he's just... Feels like he's unkillable at this point. Zip in from Abed. He's going to go for the Shadow Demon. Center does really cares. 0. Still full HP. Terror is the target. Will eventually fall. Saberlight is here. Blink is on cooldown. The Dire is going to back off. But yeah, the Centaur is still top 8, full HP, full mana, just standing there in the front. Like, what are you going to do? Crimson's now finished as well.
Yeah, this
They
Centaur
can't ever kill him.
is a monster. He's playing really well this game. He recognizes that when he gets his aura items, it's over for Radiant. So instead of him just TPing around the map like a crazy guy, he just sat in his lane, finished his timings, and then connected with his team when he had his timings. And it's a very overlooked aspect, right, of a player, is knowing when to connect, when to not connect, what is the timing you're playing for. You would see a lot of inexperienced offlaners. They would probably just use a TP and die, and then they wouldn't hit this pipe timing for that Roche fight. And then maybe the fight would be different. But WS, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's the top network in this game. He is so farmed, actually.
Yeah, the help of the Dominator build has been pulling all the creeps from the lanes towards him with that Dom creep. And been pretty obnoxious. AFK farming. Now he's going for the BKB in Kaya Sanj. So gonna be a very beefy hero. I mean, at one point you also get that shard, which gives you that bonus strength shenanigan. Then even ultra late game, you still have the Aghanim Scepter that you can get on the hero, so it has so many upgrade potentials that just make it so much beefier and harder for the Radiant team to kill anyone. Sableye top lane is gonna get spotted. Heals himself up. Can he get away? Nope. Especially not with Nightfall joining the fray. And an easy pick on Saberlight, who has been having a pretty rough game.
Yeah, he has some good early game rotations, arena on multiple heroes, but this is where the Mars falls off, right? It's where they get to this timing where the enemy has the auras, and what does Mars has? He has a catch item. So even if you catch them, can you really kill them, right? That's the whole thing about the Mars.
Yeah, they just don't have the damage at the moment, especially considering they have to even build defensive items at this stage. Lornoff bottom lane, they're gonna go for Tomato instead. Jump in, Nightfall's here with the BKB. Tomato's just gonna get crushed quickly, and for the Ursa, it is easy money as Lornoff doesn't get the chains connected on Kiori. But yeah, this gyro is a non-factor against Ursa with a BKB. There's nothing you can do. Like, you can't even Hurricane Pike away because Demonic Purge will hold you in place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too hard on the build hate. I'm sure that they do this build because they know better, and they probably have more success with it. But the way the game is going, it's probably not really gonna do anything else. And it's not particularly because of his build or anything. It's just the way the team fights went. But it definitely shows that they wanted to hit this timing on arena. Never mind. Just remnants out. I mean, Radiant wanted to hit a timing where they're unkillable and they can just go together with Aegis and force all the fights. But since they lost 2 fights in a row, the whole plan just kind of fell apart, right? And they don't really have a plan B in this game. The only way they can really come back is if they just turtle and they get Gyro to get his items. But it's so easy for Aurora to kill them, right? Gyro getting on again.
They have that pick off line of Tomato in mid, is taking a lot of damage. Sunray heal, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? He's dropping. WS is just blasting him. Tomato gets taken down by Mira. Fly on the side will be able to Icarus dive back, but they don't even need the Ursa to kill off the Gyro at this stage, and then that's a big problem. They have no damage to ever kill the Centaur, essentially, anymore, especially not with Shadow Demon. Then you also have Disseminate that he can throw on the Centaur if you try to kill him, so a lot of that damage is going to be spell reflected as well on towards the Radiant team. And in general, like, VP is just missed. A lot of the times it's just missed spells on their part. So many missed spears, combinations where they drop their spells and the enemy dodges out. Abed is going to get caught, blasted topside, and an easy pick onto Abed coming in. Does have his BKB now, but he is dead for 45 seconds, and they can just knock on the high ground. Chasing underneath tier 4s. Quick kill onto Fly. Also no buyback available on the Phoenix. That's honestly game.
They're in the zone right now. You can tell. Aurora just getting pickoffs everywhere on the map. They're diving into tier 4s. They're playing super well. Definitely reminds me of the game of yesterday, where they went 21 and was it 21-0 versus Inner Circle? This Inner Circle had 0 kills.
Game 3.
Yeah, they're playing super well on Aurora. You can tell that the synergy between them is definitely there. And the button pressing is very nice. They have the same idea about the game, right? They're connecting when they have to. Very impressed by their performance.
Top side. Last tier 2 tower to be taken. Lornoff as well has got the BKB, is closing in on his Sanj. Has a Veil of Discord, but not the Shivas just yet. Tomato, oh no. If he gets spotted, he's dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's having a rough one this jar. I feel like after he had 1 or 2 deaths, he's just been chain feeding because he can't really find farm on the map, and he doesn't really want to team fight the enemy. So he kind of just walks to a wave and he gets jumped and dies.
Radiant
It's
are
so
scanning.
sad for him.
Centaur also has the BKB now, so almost 4k HP on the Centaur. 50 HP region as well. Ursa's closing in on towards the Ags.
Good angle.
Gets think away, Nightfall, tank that smoke gank, and he's going to get the troll. Abbott is just dead instantly on the back line as well. A 2-man stomp from WS. Tomato surrounded, no chance, no fight, no nothing. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Aurora, showing why they are the top dogs in Division 2. And don't forget, winner of Division 2 qualifies for the main DreamLeague tournament. Last season we had Yandex winning Division 2 and then winning the DreamLeague 27. So Aurora trying to make the repeat happen here.
Yeah, maybe it happens, you know, 2 Eastern European teams, imagine, they win and then they go on to DreamLeague and then they win. It would just be a statement, right? It's like, Eastern Europe, we're the best region right now. And there's like no contestant. They're actually so good. There's so many good players in Eastern Europe. I mean, this Aurora team, they're playing really well. They looked a little sus when the season started, and then when they added WS, they've been looking so much better. This guy is a monster on WS. He's really good. Ever since he came to the scene, I think it was at TI 13, right, where he was like rank 1. He was the only 15k or something like that. He had some insane MMR in Southeast Asia. This guy's really good.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The old Talon and Boom rosters back in the day. I mean, the Talon roster he was in for such a long time. They were the top dog, and well, right now Aurora seems to be the top dog. Tomato being chased by Nightfall, Centaur Centipede as well, so you can't even run away. They drop the egg inside the arena. They don't care. GG gets called. And that is game number 1. After a pretty solid laning stage, there was just, you know, team fight after team fight after team fight that they had nothing to show for it. As Aurora, I think they've like dodged a blink arena like 4 times this game.
Yeah, very good performance from Aurora. I would say the game was kind of over after VP lost that Roche fight. You can't really say that the game is over, but on this level of pro play, usually when you make a mistake like that and you have this sort of snowbally lineup, like with teamfight, the game's just over. You die on every hero, you don't get the Roche, the enemy gets the Torm. A lot of the game is decided on the first Torm of the game and the first Roche. I know the game's not over. You can see like Team Spirit games where they come back from these games, but you need to be a really good team, have really individual understanding and team understanding of how you want to play the map and everything. And it's not an easy thing to do, right? So you see Aurora, they know exactly what they're doing, and VP, I think if they won that fight in the Roche, the game could look a lot different. I think the Gyro could have snowballed his items, and they could have kept snowballing. They could have gotten the Torm, but Aurora kind of outplayed them there. Or you could also say VP outplayed themselves, right? They kind of overextended into the Aurora vision in that Roche fight. And then after, for the Torm, Aurora was definitely ready. They just came and they punished VP. They all died before Torm. Then they lost the Torm too. So the game was definitely decided in those 2 to 3 minutes there where VP only had losses, right, in those moments. They died on a bunch of heroes and they lost every objective.
I looked initially, for instance, at the Roche fight like a good catch coming out from Saberlight, but WS got the blink out of there, so it was only a 2-hero catch. One of them was SD, so he just used the disruption. The other one was Ember. He uses his root, which catches Abed, which gets a free kill for Nightfall from pretty much outside the arena, as then it just got out of control very quickly. And great job coming out from Aurora Gaming. You know, I love team fight drafts, but more often than not, the big pick-off, quick engage drafts like the one from Aurora are the scarier ones, especially if you have a Centaur who was after the laning stage, well, during the laning stage even, he was bottom net worth. And then 4 minutes later, he was top net worth. Just very quickly swapped it up once he got that Helm of the Dominator. And a great job from Aurora. But of course, that's only the first in this series. Virtus Pro, however, they need a win here. They have a series today, this one, and they have a series against Nigma. And if they would lose both of them, they are eliminated from DreamLeague Division 2, not even making it to the lower parts of the playoffs. So they have a lot on the line, and they need to step it up quick if they want to continue in the tournament. We'll be going towards a short little break. We'll be right back for game number 2 after the break.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling is good. Feeling is good. Feeling is good. Ooh, feeling is good. Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we just had game one between VP and Avalis, and you can definitely see, Lelis, why Avalis is considered the best team in the Division 2 tournament, as they just... I mean, the early game, VP did a pretty good job, but once they got the ball rolling, it went horrible for VP.
Yeah, I did give VP the edge on the draft. I was entirely wrong, but I think it came a lot to the execution. I thought VP kind of dropped the ball at the first Roche and at the Torm, and after that the game just got impossible to play. Ideally you don't want to make these mistakes in the games, so it's kind of unrealistic for you to say, oh, but after we made those mistakes, can we not come back? I mean, you can, but you don't want those things to happen, right? If those things happen in the game starts falling into a place where it's uncharted territory. So VP, they're known to play like this. They're known to group up as 5 very early, rotate multiple heroes to runes, objectives, and try to snowball from that. So let's see what they're going to change in the second game. Last game, VP was Radiant and they had second pick, and Aurora was Dire with first pick. So this time, Aurora has first pick and VP is Radiant. So it's the same thing actually. They both had their preferences, and let's see if they're gonna change a ban or something, if they think the draft was a problem for VP, because it's up to VP to change something, right? Aurora, they won, so they don't have to change anything. They can literally draft the same heroes in the same order, and they'll be happy. Will VP be happy though? You see a lot of times that teams that even they lost, they just repeat the same thing because they think it was execution. Is VP gonna do that? They're gonna be like, we just think that we played bad, and we're just gonna pick the same thing again in the same order. I wouldn't be surprised. I think they were happy with the way the draft went for them.
Yeah, I think they had a pretty okay draft. I think some maybe itemization and obviously team fight situations didn't go as they wanted. But it's also like Aurora. It's not like their draft was bad in the slightest. They had a very solid draft on their own part. They had the save of the Shadow Demon if it was needed. They had really heavy gankers, Centaur, Ember, Hoodwink, Ursa. Like, they get a quick kill. And that's probably the biggest problem that they had on Virtus Pro. If they maybe had a hero against SD it's a little bit more problematic because he has Demonic Purge, so like Ringmaster doesn't work, but a hero that can try and keep the Gyrocopter safe, or if they maybe had the center themselves so that Gyro could run away, there could be definitely a way to try and re-engage in the fight. But now it was just every single time they saw Gyro, they just instantly pounced. And he was just gone in a split sec. Same with Abed. Like, the moment he showed his face on that storm, got rooted once pre-BKB, and then it was just over. There was nothing he could do once the Ursa started smacking him in the face.
Radiant
It definitely
team
wasn't the
ban.
easiest
Aurora
gyro
Games,
game. I definitely have to
time
agree with
ban.
that. A lot of probably the heroes he wanted were banned. Was probably like Troll.
Radiant team ban.
So draft starts, same bands, exact same sides, exact same order. You see none of the teams using reserve time. They know exactly what they want to ban, and the bans were exactly the same as last game. Nothing has changed. Will Aurora first pick the Shadow Demon again? I think they are. I feel like they might just first pick the SD again. Even though Kiori, he had a rough early game. He had a lot of deaths, but no, Kiori, he's the one that tanks all the deaths for
10
Aurora.
seconds
That's what I've noticed. He just tanks all the deaths. He makes some space for his
5
cores,
seconds remaining.
and he knows what his role is. So I wouldn't mind him playing the SD again. I thought he did his job well enough.
Yeah. The SD worked. Phoenix obviously could also be another one for him to pick up, as it got yoinked last game by Virtus Pro. And it's still
Radiant
his
team pick.
probably most... Yeah, there's the Phoenix pickup coming up for Aurora, very likely for Kaori. And on Virtus Pro, what would you throw against the Phoenix immediately?
Yeah, they do change it up. They take the Phoenix instead of the SD. I guess on 9,
10
best
seconds remaining.
scores here. I mean, you can say the Puck is good, but Puck is banned.
5
Knowing
seconds
VP, let's
remaining.
take a look at their Dota buff. They pick a
Aurora
lot of
Games,
Underlord,
turn
and they just take the Warlock. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of taking a support on 9, but maybe they think that they need a stronger laning support instead of Phoenix. And Jakiro's already banned, so Warlock is the next one
10
on the list.
seconds remaining.
So they just secured the Warlock for the lane,
5
and
seconds remaining.
you can't really blame them. Maybe that's what they thought went wrong, and maybe they thought the Phoenix was not enough pressure from this lane, because even though they won the lane, they couldn't really snowball in too much. They did take some towers, but I don't have a problem with it. You match the Phoenix team fight with the Warlock
Aurora
team fight,
Games,
you
turn
can
to
accelerate the
ban.
game, gain level 6 before the Phoenix. They can't really match your timing. And they really like Warlock in general. VP, they pick this hero a lot. Almost half their games they have a Warlock. And last time they banned the Huskar. SD is banned
10
this time.
seconds remaining.
Razor, another one that comes to mind that's still in the pool. VP, not really
5
a big
seconds
Razor team.
remaining.
They just have not picked Razor ever. I don't see a single Razor in their games. Maybe it's because Abed's not that comfortable on Razor, maybe. You definitely lose a lot of value if you don't flex the hero.
D'Amato definitely plays it, but I guess not with the Virtus Pro roster at the moment. Sablelight, I think, also plays it, so
Radiant
they
team
at least have that off lane safe lane swap that they could technically make. But everyone's got their preferred heroes. I mean, Virtus Pro's biggest preference is obviously the Storm Spirit for Abed. I'm curious to see if that's going to be another one coming in this game. It is a good hero to at least jump the Phoenix quickly at the start of the fight. But Warlock also normally shows that you, again, are looking for big team fight. Obviously, lane sustain is nice, and once you hit that level 6, drop the golem, get the first tier 1 tower, which is kind of fantastic to open up the map and start the game off very strong. It does have like if the enemy picks up a centaur, for instance, the Warlock does nothing in lane against it. So then Warlock's just a glorified extra, especially if centaur starts like cutting the creep wave from behind. Then you just have to stare at him essentially.
5 seconds remaining.
They are taking their time with these bans and these picks, especially Aurora. They use a lot of reserve time for these bans. They have banned the PA, which is a very common pick with Warlock. A lot of people, why is that? Because with Warlock, you usually want an aggressive carry in the lane that can either make a trade happen or that can be aggressive. Because Warlock benefits a lot from early kills. Even if you die on Warlock, it's worth if you get a trade because you get charges on your book. I feel like at this point, everybody knows about this, but you'll be surprised. In a lot of ranked games, people don't play that aggressive, or they pick very passive heroes with Warlock. It's not really what you want with the Warlock on your team. You want to trade kills or even play aggressive. So PA is a very common carry that's picked with Warlock, and it's worthy of a ban, right? Aurora, they respect it. They think it's probably the best carry that VP can pick. And VP also respect carry Ursa, which they lost to in the last game. Even though it wasn't the best Ursa carry game, I would say. Nightfall, very comfortable on this hero. It's probably one of his best heroes. Signature hero for him. And let's see what VP is going to pick on 13. Because now they have picked a lot of Mars in this slot. Even Sardar, Underlord. Maybe the Ursa ban is the Underlord pick. Tiny, okay. I think they keep it open. I wouldn't say Tiny is the best hero versus Phoenix. Especially because Tiny doesn't really interact well with the egg. He gets attack speed slowed, and he already doesn't have a lot of attack speed to begin with. And Phoenix also does percentage-based damage, and Tiny being a strength hero, he has a lot of HP, so that Sunray melts the Tiny, especially if he's a core hero. I don't think Tiny's going to be core in this game. I think they're just going to put it 4, and just going to pull the waves versus Phoenix. But it is a good pairing with the Warlock. It is a hero that can rotate to the Warlock's lane early on and try to get some kills, maybe contest the enemy wisdom. And Aurora take the Mars, which we saw last game. VP had Mars and Phoenix, and now Aurora have Mars and Phoenix. The classic, China popularized this combo a lot back in the day. They did the Mars with the Phoenix, where you arena and you cover the egg. It's a very strong team fight combo. I like it a lot. And it also takes away the Mars from VP, which they really like this hero too.
Yeah, they're just going to show them how it's done with the Mars pick. Tiny is a hero that can still save you if you're like caught inside the Mars arena for his allies. That's at least a plus. But one thing about Tiny is, of course, a slightly disadvantageous thing about Tiny is the fact that he has one of the worst shards to get. If this is a support Tiny, because it could still be a mid-Tiny that gets played quite a lot in this current patch. I even saw yesterday offlane Tiny being played in one of the series, so it's not guaranteed what role it has just yet, but you definitely are going to need to get something to destroy that Phoenix egg on your side. If you are still looking for a support, Snapfire springs to mind almost immediately to go that route. We saw yesterday as well the Tiny Mirana combo. That was kind of cool, but obviously with the Warlock it's a little bit harder to get the Mirana in the game. They're going to go for a Baton hero that doesn't care about any of these dots at all and just dispels everything. Mars Arena catch, who cares? You just build up your Radiance, you bulk up. It takes a while though for a Baton to be able to be active in the game.
This hero has been nerfed quite considerably in the last patches, but still a very common pick. He's been nerfed in multiple ways, right? The Radiance nerf hurt him a lot. His passive not proc on illusions also nerfed him. And it is, as you said, a very slow hero, right? Will VP have enough time to get to his timings? Or will Aurora just play too fast that they cannot? And the Underlord comes out. It goes well with the Ursa ban that they did earlier. This is a very common hero in competitive right now, and high MMR. He just takes the cleave facet and he farms so fast on Underlord. It's a global hero, so he can connect very easily to the fights. And very fast Wind Ranger response. So they think Wind Ranger is probably the best hero versus Underlord, which it is very good. Because you kill him from far away, you dominate the lane, and you can have a timing on him. You're also very hard to catch on Wind Ranger versus Underlord, even though he has a root. But it also is a very Nightfall special hero. He has been practicing this hero a lot in ranked and even in a lot of their competitive games. And VP doesn't really have the best catch, right? They have one stun and one root for the pesky Wind Ranger. So I like to pick. Let's see what they think are the bad matchups for win in the mid lane. I would be shocked if Ember is not banned here for Aurora. Because Ember, I would say they don't really want Ember on Aurora. It's not amazing versus Abba or Underlord.
Radiant team banned.
Puck as well. Like Virtus Pro, if they manage to get Puck, that's also because it's a Witchblade hero and it has catch against the Wind Ranger. Always.
Luckily, it's banned already.
Oh yeah, it was the first phase ban. My bad. Then I mean they're probably just gonna pick Storm again on Virtus Pro, right?
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
they're just gonna pick a hero that can combine well with the Warlock
5
and that can start a
seconds
fight
remaining.
because they don't really have that well of initiation. You could say you can have Tiny, but in the early game, if you have nothing that can close the gap or make something happen, the game can become really awkward. So they're probably going to go for one of those spirit heroes that mesh well with Warlock, that can abuse the Warlock heal. Storm, Ember, any of these stereotype heroes that Abed plays a lot. Checking their Dota buff, they do play a lot of Storm, Void Spirit, Primal Beast, Ember, even DK, Leshrac.
Aurora Gaming's
It's gonna be one of these heroes.
Timberban. Huh. Okay. I mean, Timber is good against the Virtus Pro heroes, but then you have a specific mid laner. I guess Void Spirit springs to mind against Timbersaw that is kind of annoying. But for the most part, like you don't
10
want to.
seconds
Do you want to
remaining.
pick a DK in this game?
I wouldn't say it's the worst, you know, at least it gives them initiation, a stun. Is it the best? Probably not either, right? Right. The Huskar is
No.
banned. Maybe Aurora do want Ember. They're just banning the who has last pick? Okay, Aurora. VP has last pick, so maybe if they think that if the enemy picks Huskar, the game is going to be way too awkward, right? It's one of those heroes that just changes the dynamic of the
10
game,
seconds
and it makes it
remaining.
a little different. Maybe Aurora doesn't really want to play that game. They think they're the
5
superior team,
seconds
so they don't
remaining.
have to mess with this lane dominator hero that changes the way the game operates in the beginning.
They can always still put the tiny mid. It's always a solid option to go for if they
Aurora
see
Gaming's
a very
turn to
good
pick.
support maybe that they can secure instead.
There's the Razor ban, which we talked earlier in the draft. It wasn't really contested in this series. VP is not really a big Razor team, so they just end up banning it. I like the ban. It is a very good hero versus Underlord and Abba.
10
It's one of those
seconds
heroes
remaining.
that the longer the fight goes, the better it scales into these heroes. And
5
Abba,
seconds
he doesn't really
remaining.
like that, right? He doesn't scale well into the fight. After he doesn't have his ult, he can't really fight on Abba. So we just need a Lauren off hero for mid. It's just going to be a spirit hero probably. Ember Storm, they're all fine. You know, they're not ideal versus Underlord. But they probably
Just
just
go
need a hero to
Invoker,
play with
make
Willow.
it fun. Ember. Yeah,
There it is.
I was hoping for the Invoker. Good Sunstrike setups on their side. They're gonna go for Storm because it's VP. Who would have thought that they're gonna go for a Storm Spirit? Yeah, that's kind of to be the expected mid matchup. Ember versus Storm. I mean, looking at this draft, I mean, Aurora now have the team fight advantage to a degree. I love the fact that Virtus Pro are now the ones with the auras, and you do have the repositioning play of the Tiny. I'm a bit worried of the Virtus Pro lockdown against the Wind Ranger Ember Spirit, if it's going to be enough to get the control. Also Phoenix, because you have to burst the Phoenix before he gets the egg cast off, which might be a bit problematic. So I think a lot is going to ride on their mid game and how active Saberlight is going to be on that Underlord to join any zips from Storm.
Yeah, I do like the VP draft even more this game. They, as you said, they have aura buyers this time, right? Now that it's flipped. Now, Aurora have the Mars, and VP have the Orabaya versus the Mars. So let's see how that's going to work out. I think a lot of this game is on the Wind Ranger pick, which was the 18th pick of the draft. Probably the strongest hero they could have picked is on that slot. And I want to see how the Wind Ranger is going to do against the Underlord, right? Is this matchup actually that bad for Underlord? Can Underlord not lane? Is he going to have to go jungle? Because it looks pretty hard, right? Double melee, very slow heroes versus Wind. They just cannot contest this hero. Tiny Underlord versus Wind Ranger Phoenix. It looks very hard for the Underlord to lane. And I think that's a really big part of this game. I think the Wind needs to win his lane very hard, or else the game might look kind of weird. I think the Abba will just kind of out-farm the Wind Ranger, because they're both heroes that farm relatively slowly. And they need to get to... The Wind needs to get to Mjolnir, and Abba needs to get to the Radiance to be able to pump up the farm. So I do give VP a better chance in this game, but as we saw last game, Aurora is the superior team, right? They just play a little bit more clean. They're more decisive on the team fights. So let's see. VP, they need to step it up in this game. They already have the Warlock. They'll use an early smoke and try to get some sort of trade kill, even though they don't have the best heroes for it. Let's see where they choose to go and how they choose to use their heroes in the level 1 smoke.
But you do have to agree, right? Abbott has to go Guardian Greaves this game. It's too much value to let go. There's double root on the Dire side, Spirit Vessel, the Phoenix Burn.
30 seconds to battle.
It is very good. It is very good.
Very good.
I do see a good Greaves game. Will he buy it though? Because last game he didn't, right?
And last game it wasn't like the best, but you were still against the Ember with the Spirit Vessel Searing Chains, and he just died from one Searing Chains every time.
That's true. The moment he got to BKB, the game is already over, right?
Yeah. And it takes too long to build. Also, you don't really want to build the BKB that fast. In this game, like Witchblade, getting that one sooner would be ideal. Nice shackle shot going in for fly, but there's the shield from Tomato. And Avalanche onto 2 with the Firestorm. Damage coming in. Fatal Bonds connection as well. Fly did run the opposite direction. Is going to get taken down because of it, but the fight is actually continuing here. Pretty aggressively. Firestorm is almost back up. 2-man root comes in. And they will all just back off at this stage. In terms of bounties, 2 for the Dire. There is still 1 in the river to be picked up. Lornoff can scoop that one up in a second after denying a creep. And dragging the creeps with him, yeah. But yeah, they probably are just going to pull the creep wave. Tiny has brown boots at the start, so it wouldn't surprise me too much if he just scoops up the creeps every single time.
There he is, pulling the wave. It is a bit annoying versus Phoenix, but as you see, the Warlock, they go for the level 1 thing, where they want to get a trade, but I felt like it wasn't really good for VP. The way that happened, Aurora get the first blood, and Abaddon use a lot of resources. If you look at Abaddon in the bottom lane, he has no mana already with the lane starting, and WS got to block the wave for free in the bottom lane, and they got more bounties on Aurora. So even though you have that Warlock, you get that extra book charge. That trade was probably not worth it. They didn't get first blood, and Abba had to use like all his mana.
Yep. The fact that they didn't get first blood problematic. Top lane though, Kiori. Yeah, the right clicks from a Tiny with a Fiery Spirit on him is just sad. As he tried to right click down Kiori, but out of his spells were still on cooldown, only level 1 on the Tiny as well, so doesn't have the toss just yet. Not too great. 5 denies already for Nightfall in the lane.
Yeah, this is what you want to see on the Wind. You want to dominate your lane really hard, have a lot of denies, oppress the offlaner, don't let him just sit there and get XP for free. But I wouldn't say Underlord is doing that bad. He's doing okay up to now. There is a stack in the small camp, which is a little bit worrisome for VP. Because when Tiny goes to pull the wave, okay, he's just going to aggro into the camp. Is he? Nope. Alright, just went straight through. Can Kiori connect? Nope, they lose a range creep. You know, every time they lose a range creep like that, it's pretty sad. It really makes a really big difference every time you pull the wave and you lose a range creep. It means that you cannot deny the full wave when you pull the wave. And it also just means that you're losing a lot of the XP, because a lot of the XP in the lane is concentrated on the range creep, right? A lot of the gold in the XP is on the range creep, if you think about it. If you just look at the numbers, the range creep gives so much more gold and XP than the melee creeps.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's better than nothing. The lane would become near impossible once when range is level 3. And if the Phoenix gets level 3 as well, the Fire Spirits do significantly more damage on the harass. As Tomato, bottom lane, there's just like no chance you kill them. It's a Warlock plus a Baton lane. It is pure sustain on the VP side. They will lose Lauren off solo to Abed in mid. Okay, that's actually maybe a big change up that could be a big difference in this game, as Abed needs to get those galvanized stacks quickly. Top lane though, Nightfall takes a lot of damage. Hellscream is still level 1 on the Tiny, so still no toss available.
A little unfortunate that you become very underleveled when you play these sort of lanes, right? The double melee, because when you pull the wave on Tiny, you need to give the Underlord the lane. So you end up not being able to get any XP besides leeching, and when you pull the wave, you need to go for the next wave. So you kind of end up very underleveled. It was very similar to the Hoodwink in the last game. He was also level 1 at 4 minutes. It's not where you want to be. It's not the ideal situation, but it happens sometimes, right? And it's sad. Maybe if he was level 2 there, the win would have died. Because their combo of spells is pretty decent, right? If he pits under the Firestorm and Tiny stuns after the root, they can get double root and the full Firestorm damage on the win. And the win, he's already kind of low. The next time they have that combo up, maybe they can get a kill. But Underlord kind of low on mana, and this stack is hurting them so much in the safe lane. They just keep pulling the stack.
Saberlight. And Saberlight is dead. The problem for Saberlight as well this game is he has 0 points in Atrophy Aura. So he takes a lot of damage, plus he farms significantly slower if the lane goes wrong. And the lane is going wrong. Like it's going kind of horribly at the moment. And you'll need to try and find a way to recover, but he also doesn't have the build for the recovery.
It is going very badly, which it is expected. When that was the power of the 18 pick, the Wind Ranger, right? They picked this hero for this reason, to dominate the lane and make the offlaner have a really bad game. And especially when you see Tiny 4 like this hero is very weak in lane. He is very garbage. His spells cost a lot of mana. He's very slow. He has 0 armor. And we see a fight in the mid. Tiny uses Tiki, toss Avalanche. Big rotation from the Tiny. And Storm might just get a triple kill. Whoa.
Okay, that's a way to at least make up for the disastrous off lane. Mid lane's looking very good for Abed. This time he's going for Arcane Boots, so Guarding Greaves is going to be on his mind, and that should also help in the early mid game with the extra healing sustain for their team once they get to that point. It's a Haste Rune picked up by Kaori. Abed very low on mana, and HP will just walk away while Kaori is being fairly annoying. The line's not going to connect. Hellscream didn't have the range for it.
Under attack.
Big moment for VP. Warlock gets 3 charges on his book, so he might just be level 7 for this Wisdom rune, right? They're already eyeing the Wisdom. If you look at their movement, the Warlock, he's indecisive if he wants to go for the Wisdom or not. He really wanted there, but he doesn't have boots. Storm is jungling, so he's just going to be like, I'm going to take this wave mid and just chill. Underlord having a rough one, though. He just keeps feeding, and Aurora, they might contest the enemy Wisdom. VP not really in the position to contest. Tiny with no TP because they TP'd mid earlier. And they might just lose both Wisdoms. What a disaster.
Yeah, and I mean, luckily enough, they do have a Warlock with 5 Black Remorse stacks, so that he can get his level 6. But Hellscream's already struggling with experience. Abed zipping in, but Nightfall's coming through as well. Wind Ranger ulti, root on the Storm. Golem in response. Can he get away? Nope. It's a root on a Shackle and a death secured. They will go for Lornoff in response, but Abed was a big 4 hero kill streak that Lornoff picks up to recover on the Ember.
VP do get the Wisdom, but that was a very costly Wisdom. They have to use Golem. Storm even dies after using TP, so it's even worse for him. He's going to have to do the Walk of Shame. And now, WS with the Arena bottom. Abba's not level 6. He's in a really bad spot. Wind Ranger uses his TP, an easy kill for them. They didn't get the buff for the victory feast, which was a little sad, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Abba also in a very interesting spot right now because he is dead. When he uses his TP, there's nobody bottom to really help him, right? So they can just collapse on this guy again, and he might just feed again. So let's see what he's going to decide to do on Abba. He's probably going to use his TP, but they're going to attack him.
Yeah, this is looking very rough for them at the
Radiant's
moment.
bottom tower is under attack.
Tomato is back in the bottom lane. He's almost level 6. That can help at the very least. Needs those creeps to die quickly. As Shackle Shot comes in, he does get his level 6. Board time popped immediately. He's pinging guys, help! It's taking a while before his team actually shows up in the area, but they are finally here. Tomato's going to get controlled by Lornoff. The Sun Ray as well on top from Kaori. It doesn't get interrupted. They will lose WS in respawn, sipping onto Kaori, but it is Tomato dying 2 times in a row.
Good response from VP though. They bring their heroes. They identify that, guys, we cannot just let the Abba die again for free, right? So they bring a lot of heroes. It does cost them a lot, right? All these rotations. Aurora is just, they're dictating the game in a way. It's a lot of reactionary by VP, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. They're reacting in the right ways, right? They're contesting their own wisdom. Good gate usage by the Underlord here. He just gets them all to full HP. Pretty creative. I like it. You rarely see this, right? Just to get them full HP. But they're all stuck in this bottom lane, right? They use all their TPs. They're not really gathering a lot of resources from the map as fast as Aurora are.
Tomato's even going for Hand of Midas on the Abaddon. You know, Abaddon's build is Radiance, so it's Hand of Midas Radiance. That's going to make it even slower for the Abaddon to be able to join the game. Saberlight's already hella broke on the Underlord, so he's also not going to be ideal in that one. Hellscream is going to need to get that Blink Dagger as soon as possible so that they can start making plays on the Radiant side.
And the Midas on Abba, you already know it's like despair, right? He's having a good game, then he just dies 2 times in a row. Just 5 heroes in his lane. He's like, guys, I have no items.
Okay, Kaori tossed back, has the dive. They drop the Golem, miss it on the Ember Spirit. He gets back, but they will use the Golem immediately for the tier 1 tower, so they at least get something good out of it on the side of VP.
Very common usage of Warlock. The Golem is not that big of a deal when you don't press it on an enemy to stun them or get a kill. You know, ideally, you want to get a kill and then snowball it into something more. But just by using the Golem and getting the mid tower is already good enough, because now you can also use the Golem to contest enemy camps. If they have stacks, you can steal them, and you get a lot of value from the Warlock, right? You don't want to just sit there on Warlock. WS getting caught, a little bit out of position.
Drops the arena, goes for the TP, but he gets blown up quickly by Abed, who is close to the mech. Mars is going for a pipe first item rush, so he is still going to be building up into auras this game, as I would assume the Underlord will soon as well of Abed. Saberlight.
And pretty sad. I mean, that attempt wasn't even close, right? It was probably just better for him to just accept the fact he was going to die, because now he's dead with no TP and no ult. So he can't really connect to this team. Saberlight also doing the out of position. Never mind, he's good. Ember gonna dive though.
Yeah, Ember does have a Fire Remnant to a safe
Storm TP
territory.
cancelled.
And Saberlight is just high five, dead, taken down. And yeah, that's... I mean, Saberlight's just having a terrible time. Tomato is actually catching up in terms of net worth. Hand of Midas is close to being finished up. So that's not too bad here for the Radiant side. Abed's been contesting for that top net worth spot the entire time. Has his mech done 7-1-1 on the Storm Spirit as well.
He's having a really good game on Storm, and this time he went for the Greaves, as you said. It's a very value Greaves game. I wonder how his thought process was that he changed his mind about buying it last game to this game. Maybe it's just because there's so much more for him to dispel in this game. There's multiple sources of root. And multiple debuffs. The last game was only really chains, right? Maybe that's why he felt like he didn't really want to buy it.
Gory. Yeah, he's very dead. Sly gets the kill with the Fatal Bombs. And they will lose the Phoenix in mid. His third death of the game so far. Abed is close to the Guardian Greaves, and that's going to make it so that he can feel a lot more active in towards the game. The Abad and Tomato's actually going Mjolnir, which I guess because the Javelin does give you the Pierce Evasion shenanigan, that's kind of nice, and also the Mjolnir use effect is really good against Wind Ranger to at least have.
Interesting. He pivoted from the Midas to the Mjolnir, using the gloves as the component for the Maelstrom. I've never seen this build, so I can't really give an opinion, but I do think it has to do with how the Wind Ranger interacts with the hero that's going to be buffed by the Mjolnir, right? If you buff the hero that gets focus fired, the Wind is probably going to take a lot of damage, right? It's almost like a blade mail sort of mechanic. But it was interesting. I'm always welcome to these different types of builds and different ideas. I think it has its place. Even now that Radiance is a really nerfed item, right? It's no longer an aura. It only works on the target that has the Radiance, the evasion. So I like it. I like seeing different things. Is it going to be good though? Only time will tell.
Yeah, Kaori though, spotted by Abed, has to dive back to safer territories as Abed is feeling very unkillable at the moment on the Storm Spirit. The Experience Shrine does spawn, and that spear does get it secured. WS is going to get chased. Still has the arena available, so I don't necessarily know if you want to be in this area. Sablelight going for the gateway out of there, and they will drop the Golem in on the Wind Ranger. Nightfall's a big kill if they can secure it. He is wind running around. Nightfall dropping low, taken down. They find a 2-for-2 trade. But Nightfall is a big death, and that Golem's also hurting pretty hard in this engagement. 3 points in, 3 charges of the Spirit Vessel as well for Lornoff. So you do have to be a little bit careful, but they're looking to go back in on the Ember momentarily here with how they're grouping around. And Lornoff jumped on, Sleight of Fist, gets back to his Fire Remnant, and will be able to walk away to safer territories. But they killed off the big Wind Ranger, and that's a huge kill. It's also Tomato and Sablelight getting a nice chunk of change added in the mix, so they're catching up. Tomato is now ahead of Lornoff in farm.
If you're a VP fan, you love to see them group up. There are 5 heroes on the enemy Wisdom. Very common pattern for them, just bringing multiple heroes to objectives, and a little bit of a mistake there from Wind. He just runs in, tanks every single spell, and dies. Phoenix also just did not press his egg in that fight. I don't think we've seen a supernova yet. So very disconnected usage of spells. Mars had to use Arena earlier and didn't really accomplish anything, and then Aurora still chose to fight without even using the egg and having the Wind die first. So not ideal turn of events for them. Very good for VP. Scream
being chased down by Nightfall. Doesn't have a blink, so no way out. Is still a decent amount away from the blink on the Tiny, but he needs to find some openings to get some farm going.
Mira rushing the blink.
In the Shadow Realm, root on Abed, but Guardian Greaves gets him out of the root immediately. Underlord Gateway coming in. Is he actually TPing? He's cancelling his TP a couple of times. They're chasing deeper. Lornoff going underneath the enemy tier 1 tower for the possible Warlock, but they forced out a TP. They will lose Mira in the meantime to Sablelight, but it was 2 TPs forced out in towards the area at least.
Tiny almost has his blink. He's super rushing it with no items, which in this game it's very nice because he has 2 heroes with mana boots, so he doesn't have to spend that much resources with mana items, and Warlock just ran up that hill.
Yep.
Feeling a little bit brave.
Has an observer ward in the area, but it doesn't actually get too much vision.
It happens. Sometimes you misread the map and you take a gamble, right? Are they here? Are they not here? And when they're there, it looks really bad. But when they're not there, you look like a genius. You're just like, nobody's here. I'm gonna D-ward, place ward. It happened. He doesn't have he didn't have Golem anyways, and it's not the end of the world. It's a little bit of space for the Tiny, but Golem will be up. Let's see how VP choose to use it if they actually want to force something with it. No Fiend's Gate yet, and Underlord almost has pipe, so maybe they want to wait a little bit because Mars has his pipe. Tiny though, a little out of position. Will he get caught? Ember will
Yeah.
connect.
Shackle shot as well. And Hellscream gets a, gets taken down. The Tiny is closing in on that Blink Dagger. That is a nice one, as they are going to finally get themselves their first tier 1 tower for Aurora taken care of. Tormentor is going to be a very big objective for both these teams. Mainly the Radiant wants to deny it for the Dire, as Dark Willow's Curse Crown upgrade and also the Phoenix Sunray upgrade are incredible free shards to get on the Dire side.
And Radiant, they have the gamble, right? If Tiny gets a shard, you're sad. It's one of the worst support shards to, probably the worst support shard to get in the game, right? He gets a shard for a spell he doesn't even level. And speaking about Tiny, his blink just got mega delayed, right? He had that death top, and now he died bottom. And VP, they force in the Roche. They're on the Estini macro. They're like, we need to get this Roche before 20 minutes, because then it's going to spawn top again. And then we get this Torm fight with the Aegis. We're just going to drop the Golem. We're going to force this Roche. Aurora, if you're too slow, we're just going to get this Roche. Oh, but Aurora, though, they ready. They come in. Mars Arena
WS is running in. Mars Arena, Gage coming through. They have a pipe of their own. Corey in the area. Has the Sunray heal coming up. Phoenix Egg as well dropped in the area. They're healing up their heroes too well. Sableye is dead. The rest of the resources of the Radiant team are in trouble. The Aegis was picked up by Abed, but Tomato's borrow time is over. He is dead. 2 kills secured. And they're chasing in. Nice spear from WS catching on to Fly. And that is 3 dead secured. Avatos in response with the Fatal Bonds did a decent amount of damage, but Hellscream is immediately going to die thereafter. And that should also get them the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Lornoff triple kill on the Ember. Bunch of charges going for the Mage Slayer as well, so you're even going to have less damage from the Radiant team coming in with that pipe from the Mars. And yeah, it is a nice... I like taking down Roche early, but they also don't really have the best Roche lineup, so it took quite some time.
Yeah, you can see the Mars in this game, instead of doing the build that Saberlight had last game, which was the catch build, where you go for the Yules and the Blink, this game he just goes straight pipe, so he can also fight the Underlord that has a pipe too. They don't feel like they're behind, lacking damage. Both offlaners with teamfight spells and pressing the pipe, which is a very interesting approach from WS, right? Yeah, I think he has a really good read. Again, I will praise this guy. I think he has a really good read of the game. Good spell casting, good ideas. And you can see the pipe blocking a lot of Radiant damage. They basically only have magic damage, right? They don't have any physical damage. Of course, you could say that Abba does physical damage, but at this point, Abba doesn't even hit anybody. He just kind of gets kited.
And they do steal the Tormentor away, and it goes to Fly, so that is a very happy Radiant lineup with that pickup. Net worth wise, they are slightly in the lead on VP. But yeah, WS doesn't have a blink yet, so it's all just walking towards those engagements for the Mars. Very close to his own blink to make a play. Nightfall's close to the PKB. Tomato is still topside and is just going to get stunned up. Are there any ways to keep him alive? Walks in the brambles.
Super dead.
There's a burn and an easy pickup. Nightfall gets that one. That's really a loss that you kind of... Like, there was no one anywhere close by to be able to even assist him.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, good map movement by Aurora, recognizing that VP will take the Tormentor, but they can punish them after on their way out. And Abba's just kind of getting caught out of position there. Didn't have the same read of the map. Aurora do get the double wisdom at 21, so a little small victory for them. You also see there how the wind interacts with the Abba, right? Even though the Abba has ult, she can just stop his focus fire, and the focus fire still lasts until after the ult. So very good matchup for Wind versus Abba. Another reason why they picked this Wind Ranger on 18, recognizing that the carry matchup is favorable from Nightfall.
Oh, toss back attempt onto Lornoff, but it misses. Also, he's got the Mage Slayer, so he doesn't really take any damage on this Ember from anything that the Radiant has at this stage.
And they kind of whiffed the toss back. They still use the Golem, which kind of hurts them. Storm still with the Aegis, but they won't really get an Aegis fight. Let's see, Abba
Did not use his TP. Was using TP mid. They want to
I'll
fight.
scream. The arena catch onto 4 heroes because Tomato just went into for the full TP. Phoenix Egg is on the side, and there's nothing they can do. Can they get rid of the Phoenix Egg? At least Tomato's trying to go for it. They do blow it up, but the root on top, and the shield comes out. Lornoff is dropping low, has to jump away from the engagement. Storm still has the Aegis, is going to lose it, but they find it a Aegis and 4-1. Can they get more on the Storm? He does have the Guardian Greaves in 1 second. Can he get the cast off? Yes, he can. Goes in on Lornoff, but has to just make sure he gets out of there on the Storm Spirit. A big fight again from Aurora, and could have even been worse with the Phoenix just barely getting taken down.
Radiant's top
And that
tower
fight, you could
is
see
under
the
attack.
Mars facet doing a lot of work, right? The Victory Feast. After they got the kill on the Tiny, everybody's just healing so much together with the pipe. They just don't have enough damage on VP to actually bring down some heroes like the Abba. He's not really doing damage. He's kind of just getting kited, getting stunned, getting rooted, getting terrorized. So many spells that are just not letting him play the game. Which is usually why the Abbas buy the Radiance, right? No matter what, if you have a Radiance there, maybe you will have impact because you're doing burn damage. And by you existing, you're just doing damage. But with the build he's going for, it's just so hard for him to do
Radiant's
damage, right?
bottom
There's
tower
not
is
really
under
a
attack.
BKB coming anytime soon. So he will have to always get kited by these spells. And Tiny getting caught one more time.
Build onto Hellscream. In the meantime, Ember is close to his Shiva's guard, so that's also going to be a lot of healing reduction on the Radiant side, which they do have quite a lot of heals, and well, added in. He doesn't really need magic armor, magic damage reduction anymore on the Ember because he's got that Mage Slayer and the pipe on the Mars behind it. So speaking of Mars, WS is going for Scythe of Vice next
Radiant's
for
top
more
tower
controlled
is under
play.
attack.
Scythe of Vice is actually, if you manage to somehow get a break, is one of the best tools to use against Abaddon, because then he can't pop his borrow time anymore, or like a Manta or anything. He's just controlled. But I don't
Radiant's
really
top
expect them to
tower
have a
is
break coming in this game.
Yeah, they probably don't need one, right? They're just in such a dominant position. Radiant doesn't really have any damage power spikes anytime soon. Like, Abba's items won't really make him do damage. So they recognize that they can't really die. So that's why he's going for the Hex, right? You would
Radiant's
see a lot of
top
Mars go for
tower is under
BKB, but
attack.
he feels like he just cannot die. Radiant does not have damage to kill them, especially with the Phoenix Sun Ray. And now with the Shard too, all the healing. Just going straight refresher for Phoenix.
Blowing off, they're going in. Can they blow him up? He is very stupidly tanky, guys. Like, he's probably even worse to kill than the Mars with that Mage Slayer.
Lornoff is so good at being annoying, right? When you think about these sort of players that play the Spirit Heroes, the main players that come to mind are like Nisha, Lornoff. Like, they're so annoying on these heroes that have little dispels, little ways of dodging spells and baiting spells. And so nice, right? When you have this type of player on your team, he just baits the golem, he doesn't die,
Radiant's courier has been
pops the haste, he's on the run for Tiny, you know, he's making the enemy panic, making space for his team, gonna catch the Tiny now, kicking VP out of this bottom lane. Really nicely played by Lornoff, which is beyond godlike, 10 and 2. What a performance, really good.
Dire are scanning.
They almost do have Sablelight's Ags, though, so that should at least be helpful to maybe get a possible catch on towards this Ember Spirit. But even then, the lockdown might not be severe enough to be able to burst them 100-0 with what they without the Abaddon actually hitting them as well. Oh, Sabelight. Sunray, the Underlord, does have the pipe, so he soaks up a lot of damage, but in comes Nightfall, Wind Ranger ulti, he's got the Chrysalis as well. Glimmer from Fly keeps him alive, as they are going to back off immediately, but that Underlord's not as tanky as you want your Underlords to be.
Yeah, he did not go for the Crimson this game. I mean, it is a very good versus Wind, but he probably feels like he's too poor, right? He needs to get the pipe, and if he doesn't go for the Ags, he's just not going to have enough impact later on. So he chooses not to go for the Crimson, taking a lot of damage from the Wind, which is closing in on a Daedalus soon. And he's going to do a lot of damage on Wind. They have no damage block for this guy.
Toss up, Spear Catch onto the Avid Storm. Shackle was huge. Tomato now going for the Phoenix Egg, but yeah, I mean, he's alone. Boom goes the dynamite, and Tomato is an easy pickup. Nightfall is unstoppable right now in that one. Aurora is just too good.
They are playing really well, right? It looks really nice the way they're pressing their spells, the way they oppress the enemy on the map. It looks very synergistic. They understand exactly where they need to be. The spells line up, right? It just all lines up really well. It just shows you that the team definitely is on the same page, and they trust each other, and they're playing really good Dota right now.
Oh, that's so sad. Underlord had to use this to Fiend's Gate to get back to base. Otherwise, he'd die bottom lane. So you got your big fat Aghanim Scepter Fiend's Gate, and your usage is a sad one. Roche is in the meantime up. Experience Shrine spawns as well. So Nightfall's going to see if he can get his level 20. Very close, but a little bit off the mark. However, if they just get that Aegis plus banner, that means high ground push is doable. Underlord is still plus Tiny, some of the best high ground defending heroes. You also have Warlock with the upheaval. So high ground defense is still very strong for VP.
Yeah, you won't really see Aurora going high ground anytime soon. They're just going to go for the objectives. They're going for the Roche right now. Let's see if VP wants to contest. I feel like if they don't contest the Roche, the game's going to start getting really hard. Because there's going to be this Aegis here that's going to run around the map together with Ember. And they don't really have a way to stop them. Right? You could see that the Underlord Ags might be the way that they get out of this game. Where they try to punish the Ember when he tries to go on the side lanes. But I don't really see it. I feel like now the game is going to get out of control. Maybe they felt like they were going to be a little bit too slow to contest the Roche, so decided not to go for it. Aura is smoked, looking for another opening. They are hunting them on the map. You see a lot of the drawings on the Storm. Just, guys, farm the corner of the map. Don't get caught. Let's just split push. It's the main idea for VP right now. They don't want to take a fight. They don't feel like they can win a fight with the items they have.
WS, in the meantime, has got the refresh orb done. Still needs to buy the shard. Or get it for free from Tormentor, of course, because Phoenix did buy his own shard, so he would be 50-50. Decent odds. Fly is going to get spotted, and they find the Warlock lurking about on the side.
And not the end of the world.
Kill.
At least it's Warlock that's dying, and it's not the Ava, right?
Ori.
Okay, Ori.
Phoenix, a bit very much out of position.
He has buyback, though, and the outpost to TP. They do want to fight this.
Yep, Mira's here. Hellscream would be a great catch, but they pop the burrow time, and Tomato doesn't have a blink out, so he's just very slowly going to die here with Nightfall's right click coming in. Brrrt. Machine gun gaming.
Pass
Brings
for
back
Aurora.
the Lina gameplay, the safe lane Lina, kind of reminder there.
Underwood bought a blade mail. I see. I guess he's. I mean, he knows they're in a bad spot, and he's just buying the items that can help him have some sort of impact. Can't really blame him. But Aurora very fast to react there. They see that they're attacking the Phoenix out of the base, and they recognize that VP have no business being out of their base. So even though the Phoenix dies, they're very confident to take the 4v5 fight.
Okay, WS got lifted by Hellscream for a sec. There's the second arena coming in. Golem in response, but the shackle shot from Nightfall once again. They find 3, and I mean, it's kind of time for 2 specific letters here.
GG.
Yeah, there's just I love the fact that we even talked about it yesterday. You know, Ember Spirits. Went for a lot of the time for Spirit Vessel, and then like not because the build up with Mage Slayer is too long and such. But with that Mage Slayer, there was 0 damage from the Radiant side, especially considering their heroes. It takes so long before a Baton actually does physical damage. You went for the Mjolnir build, so most of it is still magic damage, and everyone else only really has magic damage. So then you have Mage Slayer on him, Pipe on the Mars as his first item before Blink and everything. And then the VP just like they're running it up against brick walls, against auras, armor damage reduction, and they just don't have damage. And I think in most games that we've casted, that has been like the theme going on. The team that wins is the team that just doesn't die anymore because they're too bulky.
Exactly. They get to this point where they have all these tanky items, and it doesn't matter what the other team has, they just cannot die. And it was really good itemization by Aurora. I really like the Mars buying the pipe instead of going for Blink Yules or something like that. I also thought the Maid Slayer was interesting for Ember. He recognizes that they only do magic damage, so the only way they can die is if they take the magic damage. So the Maid Slayer coming in clutch, especially versus Underlord. And Aurora definitely showing why they're the better team, right? You do see that VP, they did a lot of good stuff in the game. They contested Wisdoms, they got the Roche. They also got the Torm, but it just wasn't enough. Aurora, they're just playing too well right now.
Yeah, Aurora is too good of a team. They are now, what, 6-0? Yeah, they are 6-0 in the group stage here in Dream League Division 2. Of course, it all matters about getting that grand final win at the end of it, but they are definitely going to be the group winners and have the best seeding going forward. VP, however, are in a tough spot. They are now 2-4. The advantage that they have is that Inner Circle, I think, is probably also going to drop to a 2-4 spot. So they still have a chance to claw their way out, because I think, well, Avalis, they're playing against Silk, and yeah, we all know how that might end up. So for VP, if they don't want to get first eliminated
Silk
with
hater.
Team Silk, I was watching a little bit of the Silk game in the game one against Avalis, and they had almost the entire enemy base taken down. They were so far ahead, and they still got their booty whipped. So yeah, they're not going to win a single game, I think, here in the Dream League Division 2. But I mean, Lelis, I would have expected this series to be a little bit closer. But it really, Aurora is just, they're really, really freaking good.
Yeah, they're really dominant. And actually, after watching them play versus Inner Circle yesterday, I haven't watched a lot of their games. I watched some of the Fissure tournament that they won. They look really good, I'll be honest. I think this is the best any of the teams that Nightfall has been on has looked ever since that VP from TI10 that was Save, GPK, Nightfall. He kind of got overshadowed by the other CIS teams, like Team Spirit and the other ones, but I think they were looking really good. I have really high hopes for this team. Definitely hope they do well, because Nightfall, he's a beast of a player. I think everybody on Aurora, they're very good. Kaori, he's also been an upcoming player for a really long time, hasn't really found a team where he can shine on. And I think on this team, he can shine. Like, he has his own way of playing. WS, super high MMR player. Lorinov also, I know he's a stand-in for now, but they also have Mikoto, which is another star player in Southeast Asia. And Mira, right? The 2TI winner, which is probably one of the masterminds behind the team. I know that he calls a lot and he says a lot of good stuff in the game. So they're looking very promising. And on the other side, VP, not looking so good, right? No, they do have their own playstyle. They have their own identity. But they kind of just fell flat in both these games. It didn't really look like they were going to win at any point, really.
Yeah. I mean, game 2, I don't know which one I think they look better, but like both of them. Eventually, it was you had like the laning stage, that part went well. The pre 10-minute rotations that they had and moves to try and get the aggression going. But then you just have like WS not even joining his teammates because he needs the pipe. Once he has the pipe, he realizes there's 0 damage on the other side. Now we can just run them over. They did exactly that at the Roche fight. Then the fight mid towards the Radiant tier 2, and yeah, then it was just easy peasy lemon squeezy for them. But that does conclude it for us for now. We will be back in, quickly gonna check, an hour and a half, because this series went rather quick. There we will be covering Zero Tenacity versus Inner Circle as the next series, and that is actually a very important one for Inner Circle, because they need to win that one if they want to kind of dodge Virtus Pro for that elimination spot. So we'll be back in an hour and a half, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to check us out at that point. Thank you very much for watching us, and in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Bye.
you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, how I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I'll say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to
comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. Ooh. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then, a wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I love the way you love me. I love the way. I hate to see you go. You know I love to watch you leave. I hate to see you go. Cause I love to watch you leave. Oh, I hate to see you but I love to watch when you're walking away from me. But not half as much as I love when you leave. When you walk away from me.
I took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now. coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in the speed. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up, aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up, Tanola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing, astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows, your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
of us here, today's the first day.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. Yeah, there's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These myths are busted.
The grass is greener on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting off this ride.
'Cause life with you is golden.
So how can I go back to silver love?
I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on, can't get enough.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
You to be all mine.
Oh, yeah.
Got all these choices,
Yeah.
but I so made up my mind.
made up my mind.
There's nobody better.
Nah.
Gotta be you.
Got to be you.
1,000 voices,
Yeah.
'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
Yeah. It's gotta be.
Gotta be you. Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Yeah.
Gotta be you.
Oh, it's gotta be you. Yeah.
These choices, but I so made up my
So
mind.
made up my mind.
Nobody better. Gotta be you.
Oh, it got to be you.
1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be
you. Hey. Nobody else, no.
It's gotta be you. I want good music playing and dancing to the groove, and I want to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping. We will party all night long. This will be magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling. We will party all night long. This will be a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be say she's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotions. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day, as the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, up in blue. Mhm. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Mm. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. You never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me, what can I do? Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody got me now. Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do. 'Cause I'm wrapped up in blue. 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 Oh, yes, I am. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. Yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Whoa, yeah, yeah. my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, round around noontime, round about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Round around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Need to find me set me free. Take away the If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Gotta take the chance to rise above it all. Yeah. Ooh, face your fears, yeah. There's no limit. Can you reach the sky? Keep the faith and rise above it till you reach your high. Even when your body's aching, get up right back on your feet.
of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. I've had days of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. I've been held up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ourselves ready for the last match of the group stage on this channel. There will be 2 more later in the evening, but that is on a different stream. My name is DK Troom, and I'm joined by the wonderful Ellis, and it is do or die right now for these teams, Zero Tenacity versus Inner Circle. Zero Tenacity will have 1 more series to be played after this, so they do still have... I mean, Zero Tenacity is not in like the worst spot. They are 3-2, but they kind of still want to dodge a 3-4 state. So they definitely are looking to beat down the Inner Circle team, as they are both kind of close to living on the edge. Zero Tenacity can even make it into the upper bracket of the playoffs. So a lot to fight here for.
Zero Tenacity still has Inner Circle and Enigma as their matches to come. They have a 3-2 score. So if they beat Inner Circle, they're kind of guaranteed, right? That they will at least proceed to the playoffs. So pretty comfortable position for them. I would also say that Zero Tenacity, they're kind of on the ascent. They have managed to beat Avulus, VP, and Team Silk. Up to now, they have lost to the 2 teams that are at the top of the bracket at the moment, which is Aurora and OneWin. So good things looking for them. I feel like they've kept this roster for a couple months, and they've been looking good. And Inner Circle, though, on the counter side of that, they're on a 4-lose streak, right? They lost 2 games to Aurora, and they also played 1 win earlier today, which they also lost. So
Again, the top 2 teams. So yeah.
Yeah. So let's see if they can turn around, right? It seems like a lot of people have been copying the bans against Inner Circle. A lot of Dazzle, a lot of Beastmaster ban against them. Let's see. It's going to be an interesting one. I feel like both teams, they're in a similar skill level right now. I would probably give Zero Tenacity a small edge because they have the momentum, right? They came off a win versus Team Silk, but Team Silk lost to everybody, so not sure how hyped they are about that win. But a win is a win. And yeah, I have high hopes for the Zero Tenacity squad. They're playing with Moose, which is a South American player. He's playing in Europe. I think he's moved to Europe and he's with them at the boot camp.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity Inner Circle is definitely a very interesting one. I've always been a big fan of Desire, the post for Zero Tenacity. He was always on that ad infinitum stack, and you know the different versions of the stack with either Focus or Thug or any of those guys. But now has kind of left them in that sense and gone on his own. And I think he's a really good player. Does play some more greedy pulse fours. I know that there was a time when he was like the primal beast pulse four in a lot of the matches that they played, which not a lot of other pulse fours tend to go for. But there's also like the Zero Tenacity players are. I mean, Dream used to be like really big when you still had what was that Russian stack, Team Empire going on. Then Dream was really good, but the players have not. You know, they don't have that like overhyped sensibility behind them. They're all just really good, solid players, and as a team, they work absolutely wonderful together. The results lately, as you mentioned, have been really good. Inner Circle, I think their results were actually slightly better previously, and they have dropped down a little bit. They are trying to find the perfect connection. I mean, they just recently replaced Days with MRLS, so that their roster is still kind of fresh, and that might also be their biggest problem here, because we know how good 423 is. Like, you give him one of his wild cheese heroes and he can run away with the game. We even saw Niche yesterday on the puck in one game do really well, and then in 2 games forgot to ban out the Nyx Assassin, and then had zero game at that stage. So if they go for the puck, I do at least hope that we don't see a Nyx Assassin on the other side. Otherwise, it might be another one of those wash games.
Yep. Definitely 4-3. Very good player, and I feel like they are kind of suffering from the thing where like they change a lot of players all the time. Inner Circle. They definitely have been swapping around some
10
players,
seconds.
and they haven't really
Team
reached
back.
the point where they
Radiant team
would have
back.
liked to be. But
Radiant team
let's see.
back.
Now it's where they will be tested, right? If they
Dire
do not
team
win
back.
this series, they're going to probably be in a bad spot. They're going to be competing with VP for that final slot for the playoffs,
10
because they will
seconds
have a
remaining.
similar score. And this is their
5
last
seconds
match.
remaining.
Actually, they need to win this match, right? Because at worst, if they lose and VP lose, they will be tied for last. So they kind of need this win really bad.
Radiant team
Yeah,
back.
VP, they have their last match up against Nigma. That one is that the one starting
Radiant
now,
team
actually?
back.
I'm wondering. Just quickly gonna check. Yeah, that one is starting now as well. So that result at the same time is going to be
Dire
very
team
important
pick.
for specifically this series. So when we can, we will keep you updated. You also have Aurora versus Silk going on, but you know that just one team's already eliminated, 0-6, and the other team is 6-0. So that game is absolutely for giggles and shizzles
10 seconds
going on
remaining.
right now. But the Nigma versus VP, Zero Tenacity versus
5 seconds
Inner Circle,
remaining.
that's where the interesting matches are.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, a lot of the toxic heroes have been banned in this draft. Viper banned, Razor banned. A lot of the Dazzle ban being targeted towards Inner Circle. Apparently, this hero is very fundamental for them. A lot of teams have been banning it. And the
10
targeted
seconds
Invoker ban
remaining.
for Warwick is probably one of his better heroes. He's the type of player that really likes to
5
run
seconds
around
remaining.
and make stuff happen. He doesn't really focus on farming that much. Beastmaster, also a very highly prioritized hero for Inner Circle, since they play it on all 3 roles, mid carry and safe lane. So pretty standard bans. And the Frog comes out on 8. Of course, the Frog is a flex to offlane and support. I'm not entirely sure if Inner Circle will play the Frog on support. They have not really played it on support. It's been a core every time they've played it. So the Nyx as the insta response to the Largo. Not exactly sure how these 2 heroes interact. I feel like Largo doesn't care that much about Nyx. I guess Nyx does have burst. He can burst heroes through the Largo heal. I can see that, but maybe they
10
don't really
seconds
interact
remaining.
that much. I am curious why the Nyx was
5
picked.
seconds
Maybe it's
remaining.
because they see a puck coming, maybe, and they want to already have a hero for a potential hero that will be picked. But it sounds very looking into the future, trying to predict what's going to happen, and not really picking for what you see right now. But maybe they'll prove me wrong. Let's see. Not that many good cores versus Largo that you would want to pick on 9
Dire team
open, right?
back.
There's like Razor banned, SF banned. Jakiro gets banned, so from the
Radiant team
OP5s, only really Warlock is left. Warlock and Chen. Let's see. Inner Circle definitely wants Chen versus Nyx, because it's one of those heroes that just doesn't die at Nyx. So I wouldn't be surprised if Zero Tenacity tries to ban the Chen and take the Warlock here. And even though the Warlock is
10
not ideal
seconds
versus Largo,
remaining.
since he can dispel his spells in lane, they definitely makes
5
Inner Circle's
seconds
5
remaining.
pick a little awkward, since all of the 5s are really banned. Treant, Jakiro, AA. and the Dazzle.
Yeah. What was heavily picked up recently as well in the Pulse 5 was the Ogre Magi. That has also fallen off quite a bit as of late, for most teams at least. But yeah, the Nyx Assassin pick as a counter to the Largo is definitely an interesting one. Largo is a hero that builds in a lot of heals, but it's like healing over time for the most part, and he also doesn't really build into like the pipe. So he doesn't have like the big defensive tools if someone goes for Nyx Assassin goes for someone for that initial burst. So it might be the reason, as you said, get either the pick off on Largo or get a support before Largo has enough to really help out. Plus, if Largo plays a tune somewhere, Spike Carapace will at least guarantee a stun on the Frog himself.
Yeah, that is true. The Spike Carapace is definitely very good versus Largo. He will always get stunned, right? Since the AoE is so big on that spell. And they choose to ban the Morphlane, which is a very signature hero for 423. He plays a really good Morphlane. And they choose to take the Phoenix, right? They're probably not that confident in the Warlock versus the Largo, since the Largo can dispel most of the Warlock spells in lane. So they choose to go the Phoenix, which has been a hero that's been rising in popularity, especially on the 5 position.
10 seconds
I like it. I like the supports from Zero Tenacity. They're very weak laners, though. Which can be a little worrisome, but they definitely scale really well into the game. I would say Phoenix is pretty decent versus Largo. He's not really a hero that has attack speed to threaten the egg or anything. And Phoenix also does percent-based damage. So, and Largo being a high HP hero, especially when he goes core, he buys a lot of HP items. I can see the Phoenix being able to just melt the Frog down and not let him play his tunes.
Yeah, Largo also, while he's playing the song, not ideal for hitting the egg. So you're going to need to get some heroes that actually can do it. Well, there is one. Muerta coming in can be flexed, of course, to the post 4, but also the safe lane position, if you're Samil, even towards that mid lane role. Add in Disruptor. Okay, a hero that, if Nyx Assassin catches him, though, is instantly dead. So you always have to be careful for that one, but catching... a Phoenix inside a Static Storm Kinetic Field. Normally Phoenix doesn't build any items. Maybe a Yules to try and keep himself alive, but if you get the Blink Dagger on Disruptor, you can open up the team fights very well to make sure that the egg doesn't go off.
I wouldn't say these heroes are particularly good versus Nyx, but they do combine very well with Largo, right? Disruptor gives you all the catch that Largo does not have, so he really helps with that, and Muerta helps with the egg hit, right? The Gunslinger procs twice on the egg, counts as 2 hits, and also the silence is very potent versus the Phoenix in the game, right? You cannot use your Q to escape, and you cannot cast egg. Phoenix not really a hero that buys dispels to counteract the Muerta silence, so understandable why they go for the Muerta. And the Disruptor will also be laning very well into the Nyx, right? Disruptor is one of those heroes that he punishes a lot the heroes that try to pull the wave, because he has a slow and he has glimpse that can punish these heroes really easily. So they really go all in on the laning. With the both supports, they go for the super counter pick, which I like. They're not particularly good heroes in the game versus Nyx and Phoenix, but they're just abusing the fact that they have weak laning phases and they want to get an edge with that. And the Bristol Gyro combo picked up for Zero Tenacity. As we also commented before in the past, the Bristol is very good versus Largo. Even though you might think that Largo can dispel the Snot, he doesn't really care that much, right? He can just apply it again, and you cannot dispel the Quills. And Bristleback, he excels in the fights where he gets to stack Quills and do a lot of damage. And Largo excels in the fights that last really long, and he gets to out-heal the damage. But you cannot out-heal a Bristleback's damage when he starts stacking the stacks and starts hitting you, right? You kind of have to run away from him. So the whole logic of the team fighting for the Bristol is very good in this matchup. You know, it's one animal versus the other. It's... I forgot what animal is the Bristle. One's a frog and the other one is... He's a porcupine,
Armadillo?
Right? Armadillo is the Pango, I think. No?
Oh, yeah, wait. It is...
Pango's a pangolin.
Yeah. I
don't
think
know.
it's an I have no idea what it's exactly supposed to be. But we do get to see that Ursa come up. Obviously, they pick the gyro. We saw earlier today how much damage an Ursa can do against gyro, depending on the gyro build specifically. We saw, the Manta, Hurricane Pike, 0 damage output coming in. They do fix it a little bit with the Bristleback if they lack in damage, and of course Phoenix with the percentage-based damage that he has. But it is such a good Ursa game. Like, there's nothing really to stop him. They could necessarily go for a Yules on a Nyx or a Phoenix. That is a plus, but for the most part, he blows up an egg quickly, he blows up a gyro quickly, lanes nicely against the Bristle. And Nyx Assassin, yeah, you don't really care too much about either.
Very good Ursa pick. Of course, when you're first pick, you really want to make sure you take a really good hero on that 18 slot. And this game, they choose the Ursa, which is a very good hero. Good matchup versus Gyro. He can just burst the Gyro even through his BKB because he buys Basher. As you said, he can kill the egg really fast with his overpower. And Nyx, not really the best hero versus Ursa, since Ursa can just press R and he will not die to Nyx. And also in the laning phase, Nyx doesn't really interact well with Ursa. So this lane, the Nyx Bristleback, I'll be very worried for them to see how they play this lane, because it can go really bad really fast. It's definitely going to come to the first waves, how they play those waves, how much levels does the Bristle get early. If he can get to level 3 before the Ursa gets level 3, then he can spam quills on the Ursa and keep him low. But if the Ursa gets level 3 first and he gets 1 or 2 kills, I can see this lane snowballing out of control really fast. And yeah, Nyx not really the strongest hero to rotate early. Like, I do think that he will want to rotate to the Gyro lane and the Phoenix to play with them, but I wouldn't say Nyx is as strong as, for example, like a Tusk or a Tiny, right, in that rotation. He's more like of a hero that just saps some XP, checks a rune, kills a courier, and just tries to get that level 6 before trying to pressure that much. And we see a Kunkka on 23. The Inner Circle did also play this versus Team Silk. I think it was yesterday or the day before. It looked okay. I wouldn't say it looked amazing, and he had a crazy, outstanding performance. It's a pretty standard hero. It has a very good interaction versus Gyro, actually. This is a very common counter, right? Gyro presses flak, you press the boat. Gyro's damage kind of goes flat, right? He doesn't really kill anybody. And especially with the Largo, right? The Gyro flak will probably do almost 0 to no damage in these team fights. So they're going to have to play a long fight on 0 Tenacity, and that's exactly what the Largo wants.
You may now select your heroes.
Well, the Monkey King, the last pick for the mid lane. I've seen it still being picked up every once in a while, the Monkey King against not necessarily Kunkka, but a lot against like the Ember Spirits out there, Void Spirit every once in a while. And it is very strong for the laning stage, but Monkey King just, every single time I see it in that mid lane, it does nothing after the laning stage. And that's the only thing that I'm a little bit worried for here for 0 Tenacity. They also have very squishy heroes, except for the Bristleback, and Gyrocopter kind of builds into a bit more tanky, but like the Ursa, it feels like such a good game for the Ursa to just run them down. You also have the catch from the Kunkka now. Ghost Ship, damage, well, it's not really a reduction, but delay in those team fights is going to be obnoxious to deal with. And yeah, I'm liking Inner Circle's draft here. I think they've got enough burst. I do think that this the Inner Circle supports gotta be very careful of just randomly dying to the Nyx Assassin. But if they can dodge the Nyx or get enough invis detection on the map, I think Inner Circle can take this game pretty solidly here.
Yeah, I would also side with you on the Inner Circle draft. I think the Monkey King is a very hit or miss hero, and most recently he feels like a miss, honestly. Even in this game, I think if any hero can get to a Crimson Guard, this hero literally does no damage. He does 0 damage, you just buy 1 aura, and he does nothing. That's why you see a lot of like the Monkey King kind of fall out of phase. People don't really pick this hero anymore. It's also been slightly nerfed. Almost every single patch, it just gets slightly nerfed. Definitely is a hero that when he enters the mid game, it can feel very awkward. Definitely want to see 0 Tenacity try to snowball with the Monkey King, where he contests the enemy wisdom with Wukong and he tries to make stuff happen for his Bristleback, because the Bristleback lane will probably be not the best, right? Monkey will win mid, but as you said, after the laning phase, what is he actually going to do, right? They have a purge on Largo. Every time he goes on Largo, Largo can just dispel the Monkey King Jingu stacks. And Disruptor is pretty decent versus Monkey King too. If you ever get a Q on the Monkey King, it just ruins his game completely.
Muerta as well, dead shot in the trees.
Yeah, you can maybe even dead shot him out of the Wukong, you know. I think even Muerta can also just not die to the Monkey King. You just press his R and just walk out of the Wukong. So I definitely think
You have to deal with
won
X
the draft.
and Glimpse as well. So
Yeah.
you can never run away.
I'll pretend I didn't enjoy this.
Yeah, I like that the fact that they pick a hero on 24 that kind of makes the Kunkka pick exposed. I understand that they really want a strong pick on 24, which is probably the strongest pick on second pick. But let's see if the execution is there, right? They do go with the Monkey King. Let's just see if War can make it happen, right? If he can make the space, he can run around the map. He's very good at being annoying and running around the map and being not selfish at all while Dream and Nefrit farm. So it is the hero for him to do that. And it also will open up space for the Nyx to take some XP on the mid lane while the Monkey King is rotating. So I think if those things mesh together, right? If Nyx gets a good timing, Monkey King contests the Wisdom at 7, I can see Zero Tenacity shaping up for a good mid game. But if those things don't happen, I can see a really like non-aggressive mid game for Zero Tenacity. And that's probably going to favor the Ursa, right? The Ursa is going to be able to farm. Disruptor is going to get his levels. And Largo, of course, he's just going to AFK farm until he has Ags, right? That's literally what you want to do in this hero. Just farm until you have Ags. Very greedy hero in the off lane. So I think passiveness will definitely benefit Inner Circle.
It's actually something that I just spotted that's pretty interesting, because the other series is also very important, Nigma Galaxy versus Virtus Pro. Nigma Galaxy currently are playing with Noob in the mid lane, because they don't have Shamil right now, and they have Divine
30
Lama
seconds to
in the
battle.
off lane. So Noob back to his old spot, but just a little interesting tidbit there for the people that are rooting for one of these two teams to, well, for Inner Circle to continue on. They kind of need Nigma Galaxy to win their series.
It feels kind of bad, right? When you're depending on other teams' results to see what's going to happen to your team.
The battle
It's always not nice to not have control of your own destiny, but it is what it is. Right? You cannot go back in time. And a little interesting lane swap going on. The Nyx is not going to the top lane. They're going to play the Phoenix with the Bristol and the Nyx with the Gyro. I like this lane swap. I think it benefits the Nyx a lot. He's going to have a more comfortable laning phase. The Gyro kind of just carries this hero through the laning phase, so he can just chill. The Largo also doesn't really have that much aggressive potential in the lane. And the Phoenix definitely going to pair up better with the Bristol in the top lane.
A lot of dots in the top lane, a lot of slow burn damage, hard to deal with. Fire Spirits doesn't do too much if you are being hit by the overpower, but normally you don't get that for a while on the Ursa, so you should be able to survive the first couple of levels, and then that is normally where Bristleback dies, is in like level 1, level 2. But because of the Phoenix, it will be very hard to do so, because Disruptor is absolutely god-awful in dealing damage. That you could even reach the moment in the laning stage where Phoenix could just be gone for a solid 7 minutes and Bristleback is 1v2ing the lane.
At some point, the Phoenix will start stacking for the Bristol, and the Bristol is just going to start cutting the wave. Even though he's against Disruptor, it's not the easiest hero to kill the Bristol. And even if the Disruptor is there and he can fuck with the Bristol when he's cutting the wave, you really want to make them react to this Bristol cutting the wave, right? It makes so much more space for the other lanes. And the Phoenix gets a lot of space to stack and for the Bristol to recover later. Kind of even. I mean, I'm more interested in this bottom lane to see how it's going to go, because the Gyro is such a strong laner. And Largo, Nyx a little bit out of position.
Zaire does have a blood grenade that he could throw out if need be. Gyro does have flat cannon, so not level 2 yet. Doesn't have the barrage to play Muerta. And yeah, a bit of harass in that bottom lane between both sides as top side. I mean, we do have 3 lanes. Where do you think most of the action will happen in these lanes?
There's going to be a lot of action in this mid lane. The Monkey King being aggressive on this Kunkka. Kunkka trying to just not die. I think the start has been pretty decent for Kunkka. He has a lot of last hits. But Monkey King does have lane control now. And it's just only going to get worse from here, right? As soon as Monkey has 1 Wraith Band or 2, and he gets his boots, going to start being unlayable for this Kunkka.
Yeah, luckily enough, as a Kunkka, you do have a couple of tools where you can just kill creeps from range, so it shouldn't be too problematic. Bottom lane, a lot of damage onto Desire. And yeah, the Nyx Assassin is still just not a great lane. It takes so much damage in the meantime. Luckily enough, Largo doesn't have too much against him. But Muerta Largo as well is kind of obnoxious because you get the lick into Deadshot back and you're very much out of position.
Yeah, it definitely is a decent combo, right? The Muerta, very strong laner. Especially her animation is very fast. So one of the reasons that makes her a really good laner, together with she just has really good laning spells, either to kill or to nuke, repositioning spells. And the Nyx definitely suffering right in the beginning. This hero's stats are kind of bad, kind of atrocious. So every trade Nyx is in, he's just losing every time. So that's why it just looks really awkward for this hero. Right, they use another blood grenade. A lot of spells being used in this bottom lane.
Experience. The Lotus is about to be up, and they want to contest for it. Laze is blocking them out from entering the area, and that is nicely done from Laze and Jing to at least have that zone coverage. I mean, even you also have nasty combos with the Frog Stomp and like the Calling. You have to get out of the Frog Stomp, but you don't really want to rush through the Ghost, which can be pretty problematic here, especially because Nyx Assassin is just yeah. As a plus 5, it just has too little to actually be too useful in the laning stage, and that's normally where, you know, that's why Warlock is so freaking good, is because you just win your lane. Why Jakiro is so good, you win your lane.
Exactly. They're just giving up like the strong laning for a later power spike on the Nyx, which usually in competitive is not the best, right?
Oh.
You kind of want to win your lane. You want to dictate the game. You don't want to play from behind.
Hellbear Smasher helped in for that kill, as they do have another lick. Catchy lick coming in. Lay's dragging him back. The Dream is pretty fast because he does have the afterburner. Deadshot comes out, and Jing gets a double kill on the Muerta. That bottom lane, yeah, this Gyro is not really getting too many last hits.
Yep, this Nyx getting exposed right in laning
Radiant's
phase.
middle
We
tower
said
is
that
under attack.
it was a very weak hero in the laning phase, and usually this is what happens. Either there's like some clowny trade where you're able to get ahead, or you kind of just lose every resource battle and you kind of just feed sometimes. So double kill for Jing. Really good lane position here for the Largo. I think Inner Circle is very happy with how this lane is going. Gyro, not so much. But at least they're winning their mid lane, and the Bristleback is also doing well, right? The lane swap was mostly to help the Bristleback laning, and he's doing decent. Even though the Ursa's free farming, the Bristol is also farming. So not the worst for them.
And not too much you can do to stop it. And as you mentioned, you know, Kunkka will lose mid lane against the Monkey. There's just no going about it. But I'm always a little bit worried on what the Monkey King goes for afterwards. So what item he's going to build in to be that impact in the mid game to open up the map, which is normally what you want a Monkey King to exactly do. So I'm curious, what are the options that monkeys go for these days?
I see a lot of them just buy straight BKB, because if you buy an item before BKB, you just don't get to play the game, right? You just go into the fights and you tank a bunch of spells and you just die. I guess he's just going to buy BKB into damage items, maybe a Deso, because they have low armor heroes on Dire this game. Can combo well with the Bristol. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he buys a Maelstrom to farm. Definitely gonna buy the Shard and BKB early.
Dream, a lot of damage. Rotation as well from the Disruptor. Dream is gonna die. SC, he does have a glimpse. Doesn't want to use it just yet, but they will find a lot of damage dealt here. Moves still burning them up, but Lay's Should be able to finish him off here with one more last hit. No, the neutral creeps get aggroed because of his innate ability. Sorry, the facet. So he does die to the neutrals in response, but it is a 2-for-1 trade coming in, and Lay's surviving it through all gets him a lot of XP.
Very good rotation from the Disruptor coming to the gate. As you can see, both teams, they're not really valuing going to the mid lane. They kind of just want to leave the mid lane the way it is, right? They are valuing more playing on the side lane. So Kunkka uses his TP back mid. He has both. Both teams note that the Monkey will come for the Wisdom. He's already coming. He's on his way. The classic Monkey King rotation on the wave with the Siege to the Wisdom. He's not going to be here in time, though. They have a ward. Really good by Disruptor. Monkey's going to jump in, get glimpsed.
Yeah, and he can very easily die here. Dragged back as well. Niche, X mark, but they're not going to throw all their spells in the mix to get the kill. Wukong's command feared them off significantly, and it was Jing getting that experience shrine in the meantime. So no steal coming in, and both mid laners running right back.
Good from Inner Circle, not letting the Monkey King come and take their Wisdom. So Inner Circle, they're starting off the game really well. I think the only issue really they have is this Bristleback, which is very fat right now. Ursa doesn't really deal with Bristle that well in the game. You would think that Ursa kills all the tanky heroes. But the Snot is very obnoxious versus Ursa. Ursa doesn't really buy any Dispel items besides BKB. And he doesn't really want to casually press his ult just to Dispel the Nasal Goo, right? So Bristle can actually be pretty decent versus Ursa. It's good to kite the Ursa. The Shard is very good against Ursa. So this Bristle can start being a really big problem for Dire, especially because they don't really have damage besides the Ursa, right? Kunkka not buying into the Spirit Vessel, which we saw him buy in the last game he played Kunkka, because he's not having that good of a game. So how will they be able to kill this Bristle is the biggest question for me, at least, in this mid game. They don't really have damage to kill him.
And the only advantage that Ursa does have is the Enrage to make sure that you don't die to the Quill Spray. But there is a fight breaking out. Nefrit, though, he wants to go for the Disruptor here, and he dragged them to his doom. Now 4-2-3 has to run away quickly, even Enrage, as he would otherwise get taken down by this Bristle. And yeah, they don't really have that much damage at the moment. Niche even rotated through. Is looking to get some farm, but he gets spooked up because Desire is in the area and doesn't want to get caught. So the Inner Circle is playing with a lot of respect here on their heroes and very defensive. I mean, Largo's not leaving that bottom lane until he's got Ags. That's how Largo's play.
Radiant's middle tower.
And you can't really blame him. That's just how the hero works. And as you saw in that little engagement, right? The Ursa, you would think that Ursa can kill Bristle, but not really. Like, he can't really commit on the Bristle. He's going to have a bunch of quills. The Ursa's just going to kill himself if he tries to go on the Bristle like that. Unless you can hold him in place, right? Through the front. But it's not that easy. So, Zero Tenacity, they have a really nice start of the game. I would say that they're going to have a really big problem with this Bristle opening his tower. Complete free farm. Does he have stacks? Already some stacks. Phoenix probably going to stack again one more time. And I'm definitely very worried for them about this Bristleback hero. They have no tools to do it. They have no items really coming that will help them kill this hero. Kunkka doesn't really interact well with Bristle if you think about it. Like, Kunkka's a low damage hero. You don't really want low damage heroes versus Bristle. You want to be able to burst them or do something to them. So Nefrit very happy with the start. You see a smoke coming up to the top lane. Smoke? Actually, they're not. Yep, they're going to smoke and try to kill this Bristle. Very common pattern for a lot of the teams is where they smoke from the mid lane with the support in the mid to try to kill core in the side lane. Ursa kind of baiting them, though. Already very low though on Ursa.
Yeah, it takes a lot of damage, but the ghost ship comes flying out onto Nefrit. If he faces the front, they can get the kill, and they do find it indeed. There's the Monkey King rotating through. Wukong's command thrown out, and immediately leaves the area as well. SC, he's actually, yeah, you got to be careful that you don't get hit by a Thunderstrike there, because that always fears things off. But they do manage to find the Bristle, and Ursa is top net worth at the moment, going for the Battle Fury build. Unsurprising, already has 2 of the pieces available, so it shouldn't be too long until he has the item picked up. Jing, in the meantime, is making some triangle stacks for either the Ursa or the Largo, depends on who gets their item first.
A good rotation from Inner Circle. They know that they can still kill the Bristle before he has his tanky items. It was a little close. If Monkey King was just there when this fight starts, it wouldn't been that easy. But that's the power of the smoke, right? You make a rotation, the enemy's not ready, you're ready with multiple heroes, and you just outnumber them. So good rotation. They get the kill. They farm some stacks now. Definitely comes to show also, like, the Nyx is just doing nothing, right? The Nyx is just sitting mid, getting XP. He doesn't really rotate. He's just kind of just chilling. Also, not really his fault, right? Not calling out the Zyre. Just, bro, what you doing? You're being useless. Nah, it's the Nyx hero. He just needs some time. When he gets level 6, then he will have impact. But it's 12 minutes, and he's still level 5. So it kind of limits the way the Monkey King can also play, right? He doesn't really have a partner to play with him. So it also just makes Zero Tenacity's moves just non-existent, right? They're just not making any moves. Not because they are AFK and they don't know what to do, but it's more like they're waiting for a timing where they can actually make a move and take more advantage of like a smoke play or something instead of just randomly smoking when they don't have any timings. When Nyx is level 5, like, you don't really want that. You want to go when you're ready.
Yeah, Monkey King is going for the Diffusal Blade as well. Diffusal Blade, Manta, Shard is the build that he's aiming for, which very much means that normally once you get hit by a glimpse, you're dead. It's the, you know, it's the I can actually do damage in mid-game build, but it just makes you so incredibly weak when you get caught. And considering you're up against a Kunkka with X marks the spot, and you're up against Glimpse, there are, even Deadshot, there are so many ways of getting caught on the Monkey that you have to be very careful on positioning this game.
Yeah, the Monkey definitely didn't get as much as he wanted accomplished, right? He didn't really contest the Wisdom. Kunkka kind of the same net worth as the Monkey at this point, so why would you pick Monkey? It's really easy to say that, right? But they had a plan. It didn't really pan out that way. Who's really happy in this game, though, is definitely the Largo, right? We've casted this hero a lot, and he's very happy when people don't contest his lane, when there's not that many heroes in his lane, because he's just a farming bot, right? He doesn't really use his TP. He kind of just sits in lane, and he just farms and ags. And that's a long time if you think about it. That's almost 15 minutes without really wanting to contribute to your team. But in this game, he's very happy because he's just level 10, almost has his ags, very close. He's going to get the Wisdom at 14. He's going to be really over leveled. So he's very happy on Largo.
Yeah, it's also a hero that tends to be a little bit behind after the laning stage, but the moment you get that Ags, you see him just strum up a song, run through the entire area, and get very fat in the meantime, and that is kind of what I'm expecting this game, where he'll be able to contest the top net with Spot the entire time, as this game is looking like it is going to be a slow one for both these teams. I mean, Monkey King's got Diffusal, which normally means you want to go, but they also don't really have a lineup to go. You have a Nyx Assassin. That's the only one that actually can play with the Monkey King at this stage, because Bristleback, he's almost done with the pipe. That might actually be the moment where Nefrit wants to join engagements here. But it is also going to waste a lot of like the farming time of Bristleback if he does that. Oh, Desire, blooms back, Ghost comes flying out. Is going to get dragged back and taken down. The Wukong's was thrown in the area, but it doesn't really do much except for drain a little bit of the Kunkka's mana. Who is almost done with that Aghanim Scepter after Ags wants to go for Crimson Guard. So Largo doesn't like building into auras, really. Gets Ags and then defensive items for himself. So Kunkka takes it, and with the Kunkka, if he's got the Ags plus the Crimson Guard, plus you've got Largo with the regen, too many times it's really the game where you have heroes that just can't die, they win the game, and the Radiant only has physical damage.
Yeah, it's a godly tier Crimson game. I'm very happy that Kunkka has it queued up. As you said, the Largo doesn't really want to buy this item, and Kunkka's really the only candidate that can really buy it. And it's not that it's like a bad item for Kunkka. He's very tanky. The Crimson block is going to do a lot. So the Kunkka just needs to understand his... It's usually very uncommon for the mid laners to buy these sort of items. But the game is the same, right? You're still playing Dota. Just because you have a different item in the inventory doesn't mean that you don't know how to play the game anymore.
Dire are scanning.
Gonna get that first Aegis.
Radiant structures
Good
are
read from Zero Tenacity. They see the Ursa bottom. They see that Inner Circle's in dodge mode. Phoenix, a very good hero to kill the Roche with. You can just use the Fire Spirits and the Roche doesn't really do damage. So if you have damage, you can just kill the Roche. And Bristol, another excellent hero at killing the Roche with the minus armor and the physical damage. And they get a really early Roche. I really like this move. You take away the Roche from the Ursa. The Bristol has Aegis, so he can just play in their face, and he's not really a good target to go on. He's going to be able to make a lot of space for the Monkey King to get a good angle to try to blow up some hero with the Nyx.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
yeah, I'm surprised Zero Tenacity. They are playing very patient, and it's good. I think the way they're approaching this game is very smart.
Yeah, Lays didn't have the Ags, he just got it delivered. I think if he had Ags a bit sooner, they might have actually gone for the contest. As it just makes the, like right now, that Largo is nasty to deal with. Bottom lane though, there is Desire running in, gets the stun onto the Muerta, bound the strike, and they will find a freebie onto Jing. 4-2-3 even enraged there just to make sure that he doesn't get caught in the process and will be able to walk it off.
Largo gets his Ags now. Pretty big timing. So let's see how Inner Circle are going to use their timings, right? Ursa has Blink, Battle Fury, Largo with the Ags, Kunkka with his Ag as well. Expecting them to use a smoke soon and try to get a pick off on some sort of objective, either the rune or contest the Torm that's coming up in 2 minutes. Zero Tenacity also definitely want to contest this Torm, right? Bristol, one of those heroes that can just solo kill the Torm. Super broken mechanic. And they're already smoked. They're already going top. Well, Monkey can get caught.
A new course.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Oh. Dead shot. Almost connected. But the tree gets cut by 4-2-3. Glimpse comes out. And that holds the monkey in place. Ghost ship flies out. It's the fleet as well. As they will find a kill on towards the monkey, but the Bristleback is a scary hero. Desire running into the mix. There is going to be the dead shot thrown out. Desire didn't get the big hit in, and he is dead. Glimpse onto the Nefrit, just kite him out of the area. They will go for Kajing and SC as response kills come into play, but the Radiant also did use about everything that they had in the bag. And yeah, a core and a support for 2 supports is definitely a trade the Dire is willing to make. Especially considering Lays is just farming on that that frog the entire time. And this is why I find the Monkey King so problematic in the mid. His farm, his net worth, he has the advantageous mid lane, but then afterwards it just like dwindles so fast.
Yeah, it definitely is falling off on the Monkey King, especially because he doesn't really have a hero to play with in the early game. He has a Nyx. So the Nyx being super slow in the game definitely hurts the Monkey King being able to have impact. But the game is still even. Jaro has good net worth. He's choosing to go for the Manta again, as we see a lot. He just wants to have a Dispel for the... I'm assuming the Disruptor Q is really the only spell he can Dispel in this game.
The silence from Muerta, I guess.
I guess. Kind of a weak Manta game, I'll be honest. But
yeah, they almost all get Manta these days. It's also not like he has any really good use out of illusions or anything. I'm always confused. Not necessarily confused, it's just interesting that every single gyrocopter goes for the Manta build these days instead of, well, anything else, really. Especially the Ags. It's been a long time since I've seen just the Ags build up. Tormentor is going to be the target for the Radiant side. They are smoked up on the Dire, but they're not there so fast. This, however, is being read. They scan it perfectly as well. They know where they're running at. As Desire is the one spotted here. They're going to go for the Nyx Assassin. He doesn't have his ulti available. Ghost Ship Fleet come flying out. Maybe a little bit early on the Fleet here. As Desire is not dead just yet. They actually lose the Muerta first. And the Dire team now needs to run away. Lays trying to still strum up a song. Very obnoxious hero here on the Largo. They're diving deeper for the Largo. X mark onto Nefrit. They have that glimpse in a couple of seconds as well. Static Storm onto Bristle. He still has the Aegis for another 45 seconds. And they managed to get out with the Largo just fine and dandy. But that will mean that Tormentor is going to go in Zero Tenacity's favor.
That fight goes to show how the Bristle interacts really well with the Largo, right? The Largo kind of has to run away from him, or else he just chunks him down. Largo, not the worst, right? Because he has slow resistance, so he doesn't necessarily have to purge himself every time the snot rocket is something else, right? I forgot what that spell is. The vicious nasal goo. Since he's slowed and he has slow resistance from the ulti, he doesn't have to dispel himself every time, so it's not the worst, but definitely shows that the Bristol is a very good hero versus Largo in general, right? Largo also doesn't really have armor items, so the Bristol's right click hurt him a lot. Ooh, a little cancel on the Aegis region from SC. Being a little annoying for the Bristleback. Nice.
Yeah, in that fight, you know, I'm not too fond of that, like the Kunkka instantly throwing his ghost ship onto a Nyx assassin walking about. Like, kind of feels useless at that stage, considering how it's an Aghanim Scepter ghost ship fleet, and it feels very minimal to use it on one +5 Nyx assassin that's still just scurrying about.
Radiant are scanning.
I agree. As a core, you don't really want to use your strongest spells on supports unless you really have to, right? In that case, he didn't really have to use the boat. I definitely want to press it on either the Monkey King or the Gyro, where you're going to have more impact, especially now he's going to have the Ags, right? Just the double boat. And he does finish his Crimson. Really strong timing now for Inner Circle. Zero Tenacity currently doing 0 damage. Gyro has 0 damage items. Monkey King doesn't do any damage with his ult through the Crimson. So definitely want Inner Circle to press a smoke or try to go aggressive, especially now because they have Ursa BKB. Definitely don't want to be just AFK farming. Let's see how they can progress their map. Also very hard versus the Nyx though. The Nyx is going to constantly be scouting and being annoying. Desire already has his Yules, which is a very good item versus Ursa. You can just press it on the Ursa, it will purge his overpower stacks and just kite him. You can also press Yules when Ursa presses his ult, since the Yules does not get reduced by Satyr's distance. So nice purchase for Desire. Very good items. Jaro also has his BKB. So both teams look like they're ready to take a fight. And Inner Circle smoke coming out. Let's see how they do. They're just going to run into the enemy jungle. Let's see who they're going to catch. They're going to run into the Bristleback. You can definitely die in Bristol.
Yeah, right now there's a BKB on the Ursa as well. They get the control in. Bristleback gets annihilated right there. They do have quite a decent amount of damage when the Ursa hits you in the face. And also Ghost Ship Fleet. Hell, a lot of the dire spells are pretty nasty. They get the control in on Gyrocopter, pops the BKB. Wukong's from Warwick on the side also has his own BKB available. They're going to go for the Kunkka here, but the Ursa jumps in. Nice Yules instantly on the Ursa to deny him to get a catch there. Desire is going to get glimpsed back, taken down. Phoenix Egg not going to get any stuns. They're chasing for more here. Warwick getting slowed down. They're trying to make sure he can't get the jump away. Doesn't have his shard just yet. He wants to get something for his troubles. Even the Phoenix diving in just to make sure they manage to get a kill out of it. But indeed, it will be just the singular kill. 4 coming in for Inner Circle. And yeah, I mean, the Bristle is... It's going to need quite a while before he gets to a very unstoppable moment. And I think Ursa is at this stage just too scary and too heavily farmed to try and counter him on any of the Radiant heroes.
I'm surprised that Zero Tenacity, they wanted to take that fight, even though it was a 4v5. It's understandable that you want to fight since the enemy used a lot of their spells, but the way that fight was set up, Monkey starts the fight, he misses his stun, and I don't know, not really the best. They don't really have that much damage, right? They have this Phoenix Egg that was level 1 in the fight, good Yules by the Phoenix on the Ursa, but not ideal to fight 4v5 like that, especially when a lot of network is on this Bristleback.
Yeah, the Ursa's also almost done with the Basher, so then these BKBs on the Radiant side will be significantly less important, as he'll be able to get the control in, and especially Gyro is still nowhere. He's going for Butterfly. That might actually be perfect, because it forces the Ursa to go for an MKB. Not that the Spies is going for MKB, but it will at least delay it for quite some time. But also this Largo, he's got 3.4k HP just running around the entire area. Desire strumming a song, but they find the Gyro. He did get X marked. Ghost Ship Fleet again thrown out. But he had the BKB and he just easily walked out of that area.
BKB forced. See Bristol in front now. So they still want to fight.
Of the S and Y now, but there's the Stark Stone Connect Field coming in. They're going to go for the Bristle. Jing taken down. The freed Bristle. One more hit needed. Is dead. And another huge kill secured on towards him. As this Bristle just doesn't want to mess at the moment with the Ursa. Ursa gets baited by the illusion. But they're full HP, full mana on the Dire side because this frog's just strumming a song the entire time.
Yeah, he's having really high impact on Largo, showing why this hero is a first phase hero. He just heals so much, does so much damage. He just does a little bit of everything, right, this hero. He has 0 deaths, almost top net worth, was just uncontested this game. Soon he'll be level 20. He'll have the Groovin armor, and his team's going to be even tankier.
How good's your Largo?
I mean, I've been playing a decent amount. I have silver tier on it. I really like the hero. It's very fun. I think Laze plays
the hero.
You've not touched the hero? It's
Nope.
more fun than you think so, because there's a lot of button pressing, and it's
Yeah,
more
but
like
that's what I
your own
hate the
little bubble.
most. That's what I hate the most about, like, when I play SD, I hate Shadow Poison. For instance, I'm like, Bat Rider, the sticky napalm stacks, so much work.
I see. Maybe you won't like this hero then. There's definitely a lot of button pressing.
I'm an old man with old man fingers, so it's pretty tough. And I have problems with also focusing in a lot of situations. Ursa is going to go for the MKB, spotting that the Gyro is building up the butterfly. Dead shot comes out, they cut the tree, and that is the Monkey King Ghost Ship fleet comes flying up, pops the BKB in response. The Dire, though, they're not in the most ideal position. Desire, the assassin is going to be found. Jing is taken down, though, and the egg is in the area, but Dream is dropping low here on the Gyro, being chased by the frog. Laze rushing forward, has his own BKB. He's just taking down the Gyro while the Gyro has a freaking BKB going. Laze doesn't really care. He's fighting in the entire Radiant team. And Warwick now without a BKB. There's nothing the Monkey King can do. Has the shard, didn't get the leap out of there. And Nafid's going to be the next target. And strum him a song. They can kite him forever. No BKB, no chance. They've got X-Mark, they've got Glimpse, they've got the wall. They've got everything needed to take down this Bristleback. It takes a little bit longer than they would like, but it is an easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, you remember Zero Tenacity taking down Roche very early on in this game? Yeah, that's a free one for Inner Circle as well.
Big impact from Largo in this fight. He kind of just soloed the fight, right? He's just playing his tune. Everybody
7K
doing
damage.
0 damage. Yeah, he just does an insane amount of damage. Heals everybody, gives people damage, makes them hasted. What can this hero? Nyx is just dying.
Dive. Oh. But the Aegis does get scooped up. Yes, it does. And they do get both spoiled. That was a nice attempt, but yeah. Desire, even in the vicinity, you got the, Ursa Cleave coming in, plus the Largo strumming a song, and you kind of just get owned. But yeah, this Largo is the first ban hero, guys. You've seen it in almost every match. Just ban it. Aurora won their Fissure tournament with the Largo specifically because they just every single time they picked it, they won.
Yeah, that fight just shows that the hero is just insanely powerful. He just does way too much. The Gyro kind of suffering to do any damage, right? In a lot of these games, we just see the Gyros with these 0 damage builds, right? They buy a bunch of defensive items, they try to survive, they still die, and they still do 0 damage. And especially versus Largo.
He's got 3.7k HP, Kunkka has 3k HP, Ursa, well, he's got 2.3, but in general, they also have the Crimson Guard, they have the Rum buff, they have Largo. There's just too little damage from the Radiant side. Honestly, Bristle's the only one that actually does any damage. And they ignore him completely because he doesn't do nearly enough that the Largo can't out-heal.
Yeah, can any items fix this damage issue? I feel like if Gyro, he probably needs like 3 more items, and then he can actually do damage. Probably needs Daedalus
Including a
after the
Scotty.
Butterfly. Yeah, even the Scotty's super value versus Largo, but I'm not sure if Inner Circle is going to give them that time, right? They have the Aegis. They want to take all the tier 2s, close the map out. Phoenix already getting caught.
Blink Dagger usage there. Does keep himself alive with the Yules. But, yeah, X-Mark plus Glimpse. It's just, there's no running away from the Dire team.
Yeah, they have Disruptor to catch them. And the Kunkka with the X, 2 really good spells to make sure they don't get ratted. Disruptor also just
MKB.
blink first. Yeah,
Ursa's
MKB
got
already.
MKB flying right now before Gyro has his butterfly done.
Radiant
Now as
Yeah,
it's
now-
finished.
I'm curious, will Gyro just disassemble this butterfly and just go for the Swift Blink and get the Satanic? It's probably better than having a butterfly versus MKB, right?
Radiant's top
Yeah, because the
tower
other
is
heroes
under
don't hit
attack.
you anyway. So I guess, you know, you still have the base attack speed percentage.
Radiant's top
That's
tower
nice.
has fallen.
But yeah, for the most part, you probably want to have it disassembled as the Ursa doesn't care. And he's the one that's... I want to say he's the one that kills you, but it's actually the Largo in the previous fight. Lace hasn't even died this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he got completely ignored in lane phase. Now they just don't have any. They don't have a vessel. They don't really have any
Monkey?
anti-healing. Ooh, Kunkka
Bottom lane, Kunkka is
taking
gonna...
0 damage from.
Yeah, it's
Crimson.
just nothing. That's without the Largo here, and now he's gonna spin them a nice little song, force to pop the BKB TP. Nefrit does not, however, have a BKB, so that is a very dead bristle.
As you can see, the Crimson. He has Crimson and Shiva on Kunkka. Almost 40 armor. No way. Like as you said, the monkey just after laning phase, his impact is actually just nothing, right? The Crimson just blocks all his damage. That's why you don't really see this hero anymore. All the aura meta and all the heroes that are in the meta, they kind of just block all his damage. So Zero Tenacity in a really bad spot right now. They don't have damage and they don't really seem to be hitting any sort of timing where they will have damage, right? Gyro doesn't have any damage items, only Butterfly really. He's nowhere close to Daedalus, and he's just dead.
Yep. Icarus dive and gets bashed in Icarus dive and then finished. Largo in the meantime has Bloodstone, so yeah, I don't think he's... At least they have Diffusal Blade, so that's a plus. If he gets out of mana, he might not be too deadly, but he's got enough to stay. He even has Mana Drought as his neutral item, just to make sure. He has Spell Lifesteal as well on the Mana Drought, so...
Probably one of the best neutral items for Largo is the Mana Drop or the ring that does damage after. I forgot what it's called.
Oh yeah, the dot one.
Yeah,
Radiant's
those two are probably the
middle tower
best
has
neutral
fallen.
items for Largo. I
As
think
a
from the tier
support
4
player,
Is under attack.
Yeah.
do you like any of the tier 4 items in this patch?
Radiant's
Usually
top
I
tower
don't
has
even
fallen.
take them. I feel like I think the only support one that you can really take is the idol
Radiant's top tower
that
is
gives you
under
slow
attack.
resistance. It's like the only one really. The other ones they just don't do anything, right? I'm surprised they kept the crossbow in the game
Radiant's
because
middle
nobody
tower
takes this
is
one.
under attack.
It should be good, right? It's like an item that gives you the
Healing reduction
health
is kind of nice.
restoration counter.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
the-
nobody takes it. Everybody forgets to press it.
Yeah, that is what I have with a lot of the neutral items. That's what I especially have with the tier 4 neutral items. I'm like, I don't even want to use them. I'd rather jump in, defeat, bristleback, taken down, quick kill, does pop the BKB on the Ursa. And so that's going to be on cooldown at least, but they are just pushing forward and they're constantly healing up thanks to the big boy Largo.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Desire, Nyx Assassin, not much he can realistically do. Is going to get taken down. Lace pops the BKB, going for, yeah, sure, give me the man fight. He's running around. The Phoenix Egg with the Sunray to the wrong direction, has to reset it. And the Dire just walks out. Back in they go. No BKBs on the Radiant side. Also no buyback available on the Freet. SC has a glimpse in a second. They get the control. Dream is dead. Monkey falls next. And that should be a G to the G, I would assume. I mean, at least the Freet's still alive and they have a double buyback, but... The Dire is just
Dire's
full HP, full mana.
structures are fortified.
That's just
Yeah.
how they roll.
The Largo just... They only have Largo for sustain, and he just keeps everybody full HP, full mana. It's crazy. It's crazy how much impact
Radiant's
this hero
top
can have.
tower is under attack.
He also has level 25 now,
Radiant's
so
top tower
Amphibian
is
Rhapsody song effects plus
Radiant's top towers are
35%.
fortified.
Sure.
Radiant's middle
Why not?
tower is under attack.
The biggest part about this hero, I feel like, is this slow resistance from his second spell is just way too much. 'Cause if you look at the number, it just gives 90% slow resistance. So the slows just don't do anything to him. And besides having slow resistance, you also have increased movement speed. So you can't really slow the Largo, you need to stun him. If you don't have a stun, you just can't really kill him. He just runs away from you.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
And then he gets BKB, and then you need very specific heroes that have BKB piercing stuns. So you need what? Beastmaster? Well, Beastmaster sucks against Largo. Yeah.
Casual
Then it ends
4,000 HP on the Largo. It's crazy.
with ungodly spell lifesteal. And yeah, well, we have ourselves a quick pause. They are missing the Muerta. Not that it matters too much. Muerta even has a Hurricane Pike. What?
He just wants to kite the Monkey King, right? He just wants to press Hurricane Pike on him when he presses ulti. Also, it's just a nice item to make you a little bit tanky, right? You got that fluffy hat in the build-up, and it's a little 4-staff still. Good for Muerta, so she can click from far away, especially with the 15 talent that the Muertas take. They always take the left one since the max HP is just kind of a meme. So it kind of combos well, and you can even... I mean, you don't see it that much, but you can definitely scale into a core on Muerta. Before it was nicer, right? Because the Gleipnir, you had a Maelstrom in the build-up, but after they changed that, the Gleipnir is not really like a right-click item. It's just for spellcasting. So you kind of end up just going Ags, and you don't really do right-click damage, but you know it helps you farm, gives you a little more range. 4-staff keeps an item slot when you have Dragonlance and 4-staff. It's just a nice item to have.
Yeah, the max HP regen while inside the calling is... Well, that's just... If it didn't only apply to Muerta, it would be too OP, but only applying to Muerta, it's just doo-doo.
Yeah. Let's see, they're pressing every spell on the Largo.
And he pops his Bloodstone plus BKB. Okay, there he's actually still took quite a lot of damage, but 2 sets of racks were secured. Shadow Blade now for the Muerta. Okay, a little bit too I'm a core now.
He wants to go into the Silver Edge for the Bristle. They don't even need Silver Edge to kill him, but yeah, look at me, I'm the core now, says Jing. More net worth than the Bristleback.
And the Free-2 had the like super good lane, very solid early game, 0-6-6 on the Bristle. They do find the Kunkka, who does have a refresher ghost ship shenanigans, but won't be able to get the Cosmo. But they lose the Phoenix because 4-2-3 just quickly bops his head in, pop, 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 bops his head out.
The Ursa at this point, almost 25, so much net worth, 0 deaths on 4-2-3, having a perfect game. And very similar to the game we casted earlier, that Nightfall also played Ursa. Just a really nice 18 Ursa pick. A hero that in last patch was just being banned first phase. And now, since some other toxic heroes have been picked more, Ursa has been kind of forgotten a little bit. So then it makes it through this second phase 18 pick. And it just comes to show like this hero is still really strong. Just see...
Probably one of the best heroes against all those aura heroes in the game, because he just doesn't care. Oh, Static Storm thrown out. Nice 2-man stun from Desire, but Ursa can easily get a kill secured. Desire on the side, heals himself to try and stay alive in the feet, rushing forward towards the Ursa. There's no BKB on the Ursa at the moment, so they're looking for a fight, but he does have the Enrage and quickly runs out of there. Liz just chilling in the meantime in the area. Strumming a song. Dreams no longer has his BKB. Dies to the Muerta with a double kill for Jing, who was just popping off shots in his ult. He even went for the Pierce to Veil duration on the Muerta in that fight. And the GG was called as, I mean, even if the Muerta plus 4 starts beating your team senseless, it's completely over.
Yeah, very impressive performance from Lays and from 4-3, both cores with 0 deaths in this game. And again, I would like to see the teams contest this Largo hero in the lane and in the game, not just let him sit there and farm an Ags, right? Because in a lot of the games we've seen and that we've casted, the Largo just gets to sit in lane, he doesn't really pressure the enemy, and he kind of just gets an Ags at 15 minutes because nobody goes to his lane or contests his lane. And it is very odd to me. I guess it's because it's a new hero, so people don't understand it that much. But this hero is not very strong in the beginning of the game. But if you let him get to this point, you just cannot play, right? As he did in the game. He's just healing everybody. Nobody dies. And I'm not sure. The
Yeah.
Monkey King pick didn't really pan out, right? It's like that 24 kind of volatile pick, but it shows that this year has kind of fallen out the meta. Crimson is just way too strong. His impact on Monkey is just way too low after laning phase. And again, the gyrocopter builds, right? They just go for this 0 damage build into Crimson. They just kind of don't really do any damage. And I'm not sure entirely what the plan is, if they're like playing for some 40-minute dataless timing, or maybe the game just didn't pan out the way they wanted it to, right? Maybe they lost too many fights and he just ended up not being able to do damage.
I think a lot of it was that they were planning like the Bristleback to make him kind of the like a dual core with the Gyro and the Monkey, more of a vision plus playmaking hero. But I mean, the Bristleback also never got to a point where he didn't just straight up die. Like they might have wanted, they needed the pipe, but they also kind of needed the Crimson Guard or something against the Ursa to try and stay alive in the Freet. He had a pipe and an SNY at the end of the game, and he got that pipe very early on in the game, as well as he was top net worth at that moment. Yeah, it just didn't pan out for Zero Tenacity in game number 1, but of course this is a best of 3 series. A lot riding here on this one. Inner Circle, can they make it happen? Currently, Nigma is ahead in game number 1, but game number 1 is not finished just yet. So Inner Circle looking very solid here with the current scores that we are looking at. We'll be back though for game number 2 after the break. We'll see you then.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good. Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting ourselves ready for game number 2 between Zero, Tenacity, and Inner Circle here. My name is DK Truman, joined by the wonderful Allison. Well, game number 1, Inner Circle kinda ran over them. Well, okay, Largo just ran over Zero Tenacity in that first game.
Yeah, I would like Zero Tenacity to not let the zero through or pick it themselves. They definitely didn't really show I would say they didn't really show like a good way to counter the hero. I do understand that Bristol is a very common pick versus the Largo, but not sure about Gyro. Gyro felt kind of weak versus Largo. He kind of just gave him free farm, and he just sat in lane and just traded farm. Also, the Nyx looked really weak in this game. He didn't really have any good moments. They have so many tanky heroes in Inner Circle, right? So the Nyx on 9 was definitely a very weak pick, in my opinion. Hopefully they change it up. They pick like a stronger core. Let's see who has which side and who took what. I think Inner Circle took Dire. Yeah, Inner Circle took Dire, and Zero Tenacity is first pick. So it's... the pick side has been swapped, but the side is the same.
A couple of bans coming in already. Beastmaster and the Tiny taken care of. I would assume, considering Zero Tenacity has first pick, that probably Inner Circle doesn't want to let them get Largo. Though I do think that Largo can be countered quite significantly if you just have Heavy Burst or something that dominates him in the lane. But we don't really see that too often. Most teams kind of just let him walk around for free.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, some teams have good ideas versus it. I think Avulus had a good idea versus it. They picked Lifestealer versus Largo. So Lifestealer is another one of those heroes that he doesn't really pressure that much, but the longer the lane phase goes, the stronger he is. So even though Largo is farming, but Lifestealer is also very happy. He's just free farming and he gets to his timing as well. And in the game, he just chews through the Largo because he's a high HP hero. I also really like the Timbersaw answer that some teams did against Largo. I think it's a hero that does a lot of damage to him. Let's see if it's going to go through, though. Zero Tenacity banning out the Tiny, Beast, and Dazzle. Dazzle is a very banned hero versus Inner Circle. Apparently, people respect this hero a lot on SE. And the Beastmaster as well, since they flex it to every core role. The Tiny also banned, which Jing does play, but it's a very odd ban. At least Inner Circle, they haven't really prioritized this hero that much. I mean, they do pick it.
Yeah, we saw yesterday the Mirana Tiny that they played. That was pretty nice. SE on the Mirana and then the tossbacks every single time. So they might have seen that game and be like, okay, no, that's we don't want to play against that.
Yeah, I guess in their last games, they did really prioritize this hero a lot, actually. It was either banned or picked by them, so... Zero Tenacity did the research, so SF Viper, Razor Band, Huskar's in the pool, and there it is. The Frog has been picked. Alright, so Inner Circle, they have a pretty good understanding about Largo, right? So let's see how they do to counter it. What will they pick? What is their 9 pick versus Largo? And is Largo just going to be a core for Zero Tenacity?
Yeah, that's also the case. Like, if you pick AA, then they'd immediately be like, okay, Largo's a support. And then pick something else that just builds up, like an Underlord or something that builds up a ton of defensive tools. Yeah, they go for the AA. I would assume that Largo is now going to be relegated to support.
Will it, though? Or will they just put a core and fuck it, you know? I feel like a lot of teams will just do that.
A doesn't really do much in lane against Largo, and like you can't stun him because he has all that mobility on the Frog, and your harass is just pathetic, essentially from the AA. Ice Blast is obnoxious, but you can fix that by maybe getting mid laner that goes for a pipe.
Yeah, I mean, I do see the AA being a good hero versus Largo. I just question if AA on 9 is the correct approach, right? Because AA, there's a reason why this hero isn't picked. Because the hero is bad. Like, it's good versus some heroes, and then you pick it. Like in this specific situation. But is AA on 9 the best possible response?
Last game after the initial picks, when Largo was picked, it got banned by the Inner Circle. Okay,
so then sure, I can see it. I see the logic. What will they pair it with? I know that Sven is a very good hero versus Largo that people really like, but Sven on 13 seems a bit early, right? Especially if there's an Ursa in the pool. I wonder what they're going to pick on 13. If it's just going to be an Ember Spirit, they're going to ban some Huskar and just pick Ember, which is a really good partner with AA.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of options still left. The Lifestealer you mentioned is always a good one, potentially, that they could try and secure. anything that really does like big percentage-based damage. I mean, Life Steal is the most obvious one, but Ursa would also not be too bad. The only problem with Ursa is the fact that Largo is really fast. So Ursa has maybe a bit more problems with control, but he is a basher builder, and it worked pretty well for them last game to at least play the Ursa. So that might be another one that Inner Circle wants to secure.
10 seconds remaining.
And Tenacity taking away the Ember. Niche plays a really good Ember. It's probably his
5
favorite
seconds
hero, and
remaining.
it's also very good paired up with the A. Another healing Vessel buyer, right? The Vessel counters the healing. So another... You could also say that Largo dispels Ember spells, but Largo can dispel any spell, right? It's hard to look at it in that way where he will just dispel every time the Ember goes on him. Ember just buys good items against Largo, and Largo doesn't really have lockdown versus Ember. So Ember will be banned. So let's see what Inner Circle will ban. They have one ban into a pick. No more DK for them, which is another hero that they really like versus with A, right? With A, you want to pair it with the stun in the lane. It's the ideal scenario. The last time they had this same scenario where they played versus Largo, they did pick the DK on 13 with the AA on 9. So maybe that was what they were going to pick, and now they're thinking, what else can they
Honestly,
replace this DK with?
Largo's lick should not be both a dispel and a purge. That should change. Either one or the other. It's obnoxious. It's stupid. It makes no sense. Because that's like Shadow Demon's ulti combined with a shard.
Dire team pick.
And it
Yeah.
counters way too many heroes in lane that just like you remove their either big buffs or you remove their dots, and then you're useless. Like Warlock, for instance, against Largo, you literally can't do anything in lane. You can't heal your ally. You can't deal damage to Largo. Slow does nothing from upheaval, even if you would go that route.
And when he purges a debuff, he gets a buff, right? He gets some more
Yeah.
regen. So it definitely does feel a little silly, that part. He can use it
Radiant
offensive or
team
defensively. And we see that the DK replacement is a Slardar, which is basically a hero with a stun, right? A hero that goes first and has a stun. That's what you're looking for with A. So A can actually hit his spell.
And minus
ins-
armor. That's actually pretty good against Largo if you go for like maybe
10
Slardar
seconds remaining.
plus TA or Ursa
5
again.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like the Slardar. I think it's, you can also argue that Largo is good for Slardar because he can purge your Q and he purges the ult, But
True.
I don't know, he can fucking purge everything. This hero
Yeah.
is just way too strong.
I mean, eventually you get level 25 and then it's unpurgeable, I guess. But
Yeah.
you do have a Slardar with the shard. You do have two ways of getting the debuff on him. So if he gets rid of it the first time with the
Dire
lick, you
team
just
pick.
throw it out the second, and hopefully that should be enough to kill him. But Zero Tenacity, big on their AoE team fight. Largo, Dark Willow, Jakiro, massive AoE team fight spells on all three, especially the ultis, with a lot of damage. So Slardar not a pipe builder.
10 seconds remaining.
But the question is, are you going to put the Slardar in mid, get a off laner
5
that builds into a
seconds
pipe to
remaining.
get defensives, or are you going to just raw dog it, hope that
Dire
you
team
can win before the auras are needed?
Right, so
Seems not.
they take the Bristol, which it definitely makes sense. A lot of teams have taken this approach versus Largo. The Bristol definitely is a good hero versus Largo, and I know that 423 also plays this hero carry, so
10
it's also a flex
seconds
for them.
remaining.
There's a lot of flex going on for Inner Circle, which is what you really
5
want on
seconds
second
remaining.
pick. You want a bunch of flexes so you can decide where heroes go until the last pick of the draft. I like the Bristol pick. I also think the Bristol in lane versus Largo can threaten the Largo and just not let him sit there and farm. So I like it. Definitely Zero Tenacity though. They have the upper hand on the support picks. They get the
Radiant team
Jakiro,
pick.
which is very annoying lane, and the Willow also a very strong laner, especially versus the A. The A can't really trade with this Willow hero on the side. He bullies him really easy, and if the A missteps, he gets stuck in a bramble. He might get licked back and just die to the Willow. And they do the repeat with
10
the Muerta.
seconds remaining.
This time, though, I think the Muerta will have a lot harder lane.
5
Last time he laned versus
seconds
Nyx, so
remaining.
that doesn't even count, right? He's basically laning versus a creep. This game, though, he's laning against Jakiro, which is the one of the strongest pause 5s to lane against. That's one of the reasons why Muerta has not been picked that much, because the 5s that are in the meta are very good against Muerta, which is Jakiro and Warlock. Both those heroes are very good versus the range pause 4s. You bully them really hard on the side. If they try to block your small camp, they take a lot of damage, and they can also not pull the wave versus these heroes. So Jing will have a lot harder time this game than he did last game, and let's see if he can perform.
Dire team ban.
There's going to be the Storm coming up for Zero Tenacity. They just need a safe lane, or they put the Storm in the safe lane if they want to do something wild. But last pick is for Inner Circle, so they can always adjust. But it's likely it's going to be most certainly the Slardar versus Storm matchup. However, they do play Bristle safe lane quite often on 4-2-3 as well. And if you have a Slardar plus Bristle, minus armor is quite effective on their side. So objectives like Tormentor and enemy heroes are and Roshan are pretty nice to take for Inner Circle. So it is still debatable exactly how they're going to run this. Slardar offlane, Slardar mid, Bristle offlane, Bristle safe on Inner Circle. And I do like that they have that flex potential. Like Zero Tenacity's only flex is either Storm mid or Storm safe. And that is like a very minimal flex because 95% of the time it's Storm mid.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I do think the Storm is a nice little pick on
5
18.
seconds remaining.
Remember, the 18 pick for first pick is probably the strongest pick for them. They think it's a Storm. I do understand why they want the Storm. They have very limited stuns on Inner Circle, even though the Muerta is a very good hero versus Storm. They think it's not enough to stop the Storm, and maybe he'll just buy Greaves and he'll be chilling. Probably not versus A, but it's also a very good matchup versus Slardar mid. The heroes that have attack speed slow are very good against Slardar, which they already have a Jakiro and they have a Storm now. So the Slardar's game is going to be not that easy. So they set up in a way where if the Slardar is mid, he won't be that happy. And if the Slardar is in the offlane, he also won't be that happy because he's versus Jakiro. So I like what Zero Tenacity has going for them in this draft. I feel like they kind of have the upper hand, and Inner Circle is trying to just counter them, right? That's the feeling you get from the draft. And usually you don't want to be the hero that's trying to counter, the team that's trying to counter. You want to be the team that's dictating how the draft is going, right? And now Zero Tenacity is dictating how the draft is going because they have the Largo, and they're the ones that are quote-unquote getting countered by the AA Bristle, right?
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
I do think they have pretty good counters here on the side of Inner Circle, and I'm a bit worried about... I mean, Wind Ranger adds in a little bit of a change up in that, but I still think that Zero Tenacity might really struggle in killing off the Bristleback. Like, last game they had Ursa, which that helped quite a lot to kill off the Bristle. This game... I mean,
10
Wind Ranger
seconds
can,
remaining.
but Bristle's also one of those heroes that you kind of
5
need to break him,
seconds remaining.
and they don't have any break heroes on their side. So I am a little bit worried here for Zero Tenacity that the Bristle with the BKB just runs in the fight and clears house.
Bristle definitely is very strong in this game for sure. I like the Wind Ranger on the 23rd pick. It is a very good hero versus Slardar, especially if he lanes against a Slardar. It's just impossible for the Slardar to have impact.
Choose your
And they go for the Slardar mid and the Tide off lane. So they don't want to have this matchup, the Slardar versus the Wind. It is horrendous. It's very bad. Slardar can't really play. So they decide just to put the Slardar mid. He'll probably have an evenish matchup. He'll slightly lose to Storm, but it'll probably be good enough for them. They just have the Bristol on carry. As we mentioned, they want the Bristol versus Largo matchup, so it makes sense. And they end up their draft with the Tide, which is a very potent pick. They don't really have that many heroes to kill the Tide. It's mostly just the Wind Ranger. And as you said, they don't really have an easy way to a break, right? No really Silver Edge buyers on Zero Tenacity and not really any Conda buyers. So the passives are going to be really strong this game. The Bristol and the Tide passives are going to be really fat, and they're not going to be able to die.
Yeah, I think they're playing. The Tide is a pipe builder, so that the limited damage that Zero Tenacity has is going to get removed. Bristleback can just focus on damage output in this game and mobility most likely. And I love Inner Circle's draft. I think it's too hard to kill for Zero Tenacity. Yeah, Largo is very great with his little instrument strumming a song, but the other cores can kind of outlast you, really, even with that strumming. Plus, they have cores that Shiva's guard can be built pretty easily on the Tide, for instance, or even the Bristleback for that matter. And you have minus armor tools on all 3 Dire cores. You have Ice Blast in case the healing actually does become a problem. I'm loving this Inner Circle draft, and I think they have a very strong one this game.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think their draft definitely panned out a little bit stronger. To me, it just comes down to, will this Wind Ranger be able to win the lane super hard that it's going to be a big problem for Inner Circle, right? Because this is what this hero usually relies on, is just destroying the lane so hard that it makes the game unplayable for the enemy offlaner. It happened in the Aurora game, right? They absolutely massacred that lane. But will it happen in this game? They have everything they need to do it again, right? They have the favorable support matchup. I do also think Wind versus Tide is very good for Wind. He can click the Tide a lot until Tide has at least 3 points in his Kraken Shell. And even when he does, with the Focus Star, with the Javelin, Tide can easily die. Yeah, let's see how bad this mid matchup is going to be for the Slardar. If he's going to be able just to chill and get to his blink without having too bad of a game. And let's also see if the Largo is going to be contested, right? If he's just going to sit in lane and just farm his Ags. Or if the Bristle is actually going to play up and contest the Largo, not let him get last hits. So they bring more heroes, right? They can bring the Muerta. Ooh, a Muerta. Right, Blood Grenade already used.
Just what I was waiting
A
for.
2-for-2 Bounty Rune trade. Obviously, AA does kind of nothing laning-wise against Largo, because he can just dispel if you use a Cold Feet or whatnot. Bristleback, however, probably just not even going to level Viscous Nasal Goo because of it, but with Quill Spray spams and Bristleback levels, might just be able to run over the Largo in lane, as Largo, not the biggest armor hero, does have a little bit, actually a lot of damage already on to the AA with that Bramble Lick play. But the Bristleback is also a hero you just really have to be very careful of. He does auto push the lane, that's at least a plus. But yeah, 4-2-3. I think this is just a perfect game for him.
It is a very good Bristleback game, and he's very comfortable on the hero, so I'm expecting a strong performance for him in this game. And as you said,
also really good Tide Shard game.
Yeah, it is. It's especially against the Wind and the Storm.
Hell, even the Largo.
Yeah, even the Largo. The slow resistance, like, since it caps his movement speed, the slow resistance doesn't really work right. You're still not going past that cap.
Yeah, it's a really good game to get it. I'm curious to see what Tide's build is going to be, because it really differs. I think Tide is one of the more interesting heroes in terms of what route they go for offlaners, as we saw earlier today. Shiva's Guard first item, you have some going for Blink, some go for Ag's first item rush. It really differs on what they need and what they feel they need in the game, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, this game definitely, he wants to get a pipe, I feel like. It's just so value in this game. After that, I'm not really sure. Probably a Blink, Shard, Ag, something like that. Shiva is probably going to be his build. It's a very free Tide game, so he can probably build whatever he really wants, and he will have a lot of impact.
Or destroying niche in mid.
Yeah, it's not the ideal matchup, right? As I said, the heroes with attack, speed, slow are very good against Slardar. He can't really close the gap and abuse his bash that well. And Storm against most melee heroes, right? It's just a Storm win. Ooh, and 4-3 going down in the top lane. Not really expected, right? He's probably a little bit out of position. The AA pulled, and he just died. So probably a little bit
Bramble
of
Lick.
miscommunication there. The Bramble Lick, very deadly combo, right?
Very potent in the laning stage. They do have pretty good heroes, at least on the mid and off lane. The safe and off lane position on the Dire side to clear stacks. So yeah, you already see Jing rotating towards mid. Yeah, he walked in to try and help out Niche. Missed the dead shot completely, and now Niche died. As he walked forward. That was a little bit sad, but yeah, Jing at least gets some experience time in the mid lane up against the Storm Spirit. Would be actually technically a better mid lane hero to play against the Storm Spirit than the Slardar would.
They should just put the Slardar 4 in the Murtha mid. Sumail mode.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it has pretty good value tools, this game. If you get to big farm, it's an MKB builder. That's always nice.
The Murtha just sitting mid. They're just dual lane mid right now. The Murtha's been here for almost...
I mean, Tide could... He's not even... Like, he doesn't care. What does Jakiro do against the Tide?
Yeah, the Jakiro, at this point, he's not that happy versus the Tide. The Tide just dispels his spell. It doesn't really take damage from his right clicks. So definitely correct by Jing. Definitely want to not let the Storm take the water runes. A also comes to be really annoying. So trying to boost the Slardar a little bit. Since he has that death. And Jakiro coming to mid too. There's all just mid.
Well, they're having some fun, soaking some of the experience. It did give Nisha a bit of a chance to get some decent CS in the meantime. So that's a plus. And 4-2-3 top lane should be completely fine if it's a 1v1. Same with Tide bottom. The only one that might need some help is going to be that Slardar in the early game. Because, yeah, 4-2-3 did die, but that's normally before, you know, level 3, level 4 on Bristleback before you get tanky and scary enough with those Quill Spray levels.
Yep, almost. The Largo, though, is having a decent game. I wonder... Alright, they're going on the Bristol. The lick into the double bramble.
Yeah,
it
it
lot
does
of damage.
Quite a lot here. 4-2-3 gets quite a beating, but even then, knows their spells are on cooldown, so it feels a bit more comfortable afterwards. But it is the double bramble damage is quite immense. Laze is actually bottom of the cores at the moment on the Tidehunter bottom, even though he is left to his own devices the entire time.
Yeah, he had to buy a lot of regen to be able to get through until level 3, which is what the Jakiro really does. He just harasses you so much that you have to spend so much gold.
Zip from Warwick. Niche gets back. SE is here. The slow on Warwick. He's gonna almost get stunned. Yes, he does. SE, can he finish him off? Yes, he does. They go back in on towards the Dark Willow. Turn their attention towards Moose. And Moose, Jakiro will be a second one dead. Desire actually has to be a little bit careful. Has another Bramble to throw out. Gets slowed down and killed off where Niche fills up his bottle. 3 kills, bottle refill, and a really painful engagement for the Radiant side.
Disaster for the Radiant. They lose 3 heroes. They lose the rune. They're going to go for the return kill on Slardar. Can they get this kill? TPing in. I'm going to try.
They don't really have much against his Guardian sprint. Gets out pretty quickly.
Yeah, the leg day really helping him out there. The facet for the Slardar, but Wisdoms are coming. Will Storm go for the Wisdom? Doesn't look like it. Looks like they're just gonna... Or is he? He's walking over. He's kind of late, though. Yeah.
Tide's there. Tide's also very hard. Even right now, he's hard to kill. Top lane, though. 4-2-3 was running in himself. Dream rotates through. Wind Ranger ulti being used onto 4-2-3. Shackle shot thrown out. Doesn't get a full connection, but Dream should be able to find the kill momentarily as 4-2-3 does die in the process.
Nice rotation from the Wind Ranger. Wind, definitely one of those heroes where you want to abuse your TP as much as you can, since you play off the fact that it's very hard to kill you. And you're a very annoying hero with max range. So good rotation from Dream. Tide waiting on the gate to probably surprise the Wind when he comes back. So gave up a little bit. He's going back. Yeah, he spots him.
Oh, Wind gets sent back. Lay still has the Ravage available. They are going to go for Jing on the side. Lays has the Ravage still available. Doesn't throw it out in time, but in comes SC. The slow onto Desire. Dropping low. Is going to get stunned up. The creeps are joining in the fun. On the back end, Dream. Shackle shot onto the AA. You will find that kill as Dream is not easy to control for the Tide at this point. A 2-for-2 trade in the bottom lane does come in. SE does give away a 3-kill streak to Dream though. That's quite a nice chunk of change for the Wind Ranger. As a mid, Niche dropping low. But they don't have the mana left. Warwick is going to get slowed down underneath the tower. Takes a beating, and Niche even throws out the BM tip right there as they try to go for that slaughter once more. And the Storm is really destroying his own game by trying to kill off the slaughter a couple of times.
Yeah, probably got a little bit too excited knowing that the Largo rotated over to help with the rune. Very different from the Lays Largo from last game, which just sat in lane, did not rotate, he's just sitting in lane and farming. Nefrit, he rotated over, he even skilled a point in his ult at level 6, which a lot of the Largos don't even do. They just max Frog Stomp and then max Stroke of Genius before they even have a point in that spell. Because if he had Croak of Genius here, he probably would be able to just clear this camp. Since he doesn't, he can't really kill it. Very different gameplay.
Like Niche's game plan here on the Slaughter. He knows his lane is absolutely dreadful. Went for max level Slithering Crush, something that most Slaughters don't go for, because the upgrade is primarily just a bit of damage that you get, but because you don't get like a longer stun or shorter cooldown. But it is really good for farming, and he is using that to farm the jungle camps and try and stay up in there in terms of net worth. See a lot of Bristles who Slaughters who lose the lane but still went for like max level Bash with the Deep because they want to be more effective in that regard, but it just then they completely become a non-factor in the game.
Yeah, I agree. It's very good that the Slardar just kind of farms jungle while he gives mid to one of the supports, especially considering that they have an A that really wants level 6 fast. Got a little bit unlucky there with the rune. Storm gets the haste rune in the top lane. He starts moving towards top. He's looking at the A right now. He has a ward. He sees that he's there. Smoke, though, from inner circle. The Slardar is just solo smoked walking top. Where's the TP top? The Bristol kind of
does do a lot of Quill Spray damage. Nice silence coming out. The haste from the Storm keeps him out of there, but Niche walking in. Nefrit's going to get bashed up, and they will get the kill onto Nefrit. The Ice Path onto Bristle back. They still have Quill Spray stacks on them, so they do have to be very careful. Ravage gets thrown out. 423 still alive and kicking. Deadshot even sends away the wind range. Zipping from Warwick. Looking for 423. Is out of mana. Can they reach? Oh my god. Almost got the kill secured there. Shackle Shot does come in. 423 running in forward. Looking for more blood. Desire's going to be the one smacked away by the Tide. Double kill for Lays, and they make it a 3-for-1 trade with, again, Bristol surviving. Going Blade Mill first item, so you can't even Wind Ranger ulti him this game before you get BKB, otherwise you die.
Yeah, the best item versus Wind Ranger is Blade Mail. I remember that when Wind was meta a couple of months ago. I think it was almost a year ago, right, when this year was meta on carry, that every offlaner would just buy Blade Mail. So even if Wind tried to go on him, they would just press Blade Mail and they wouldn't die. So good itemization from 423. They get a really big fight in the safe lane. Tide uses TP, the ideal rotation for him. He uses his TP, presses Ravage, they get a really good fight, and then he rotates back to his lane in the bottom lane, pressuring on the siege wave, trying to get this tower. Really big wave. They bring numbers, and it doesn't look like Radiant wants to contest this move. They're probably just going to give up this tower, and they're just going to trade for the mid and the rune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So far, Nefrit, though, gonna be trying to get that Aghanim Scepter. Has two pieces of it currently. It is not the fastest one. He is about the same net worth as Lays, and Lays is 301 and had not really that hard of a lane. So currently every core is doing pretty nice. Niche is ahead of the Storm Spirit, which is kind of funny because last game they also picked the Monkey to counter the Niche Kunkka, and he also came out ahead after the laning stage. It did help that his supports were really on point this game, last game, on the rotations to make sure it happens, but it is kind of funny to see that he just, wins out the disastrous matchups.
Yeah, really well played by Niche. A lot of the mid laners, they would just start going crazy when they have these losing matchups. They just start losing it. They start pinging out of control. They start chain feeding. Niche doing a really good job, even though he's getting counterpicked every game. Playing versus counter matchup. Still doing a really great job in terms of net worth and having good timing on his items, knowing what he's supposed to do. Right now he's farming jungle, farming some stack. Trying to avoid the interaction as much as he can with the Storm until he has his item.
Easy kill onto the Muerta bottom. Dream Shock, the Wind Range ulti. It's an easy pickup Essentially, Warwick is going for a first item Witchblade Rush on the Storm Spirit, so didn't go for the Guardian Greaves. Not really the biggest reason to not to get it this game. There's only armor reduction essentially, but the Witchblade as the first item on the Storm, it was a build like half a year ago that a lot of Storms went for, but I haven't seen it in a while.
He probably feels like he's lacking a little bit of damage, that he needs the Witchblade to either kill the Slardar or even the Bristleback. He probably feels like if he has the Witchblade, he can threaten these heroes. I'm not a Storm specialist, so I'm assuming that the Witchblade makes him do more damage, and when going to Kaya, he has more sustain, right? I'm assuming he will go Witchblade into Kaya, and then maybe a BKB because of the silence. I'm not entirely sure what his build will be. But they do have DD and Regen on the Storm. Let's see how they move. They're really hesitant to go for this top tower because Largo doesn't have Ags yet. So they don't really want to play their top. But they also kind of lost their bottom tower. So they're just playing in the enemy jungle, taking away some camps from them. But at the same time, it feels like Inner Circle are just getting to farm their items. Tide getting close to Pipe.
Carter's got Blink, so they're looking for a catch.
Immediate smoke. They see the Jakiro. Going to be an easy kill for them.
Yeah, silence as well, so no way out for the Jakiro. And the Blink Dagger reveal does come in on the side SE. There is a Storm heading his direction. Warwick has just been jungling on the Dire jungle for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, he really wants the pressure,
Radiant's middle
but
tower
he doesn't really
is
see
under
the
attack.
opening, so at least he's taking away the enemy's camps, and he's in position to threaten them, right? If they walk into their jungle, if the AA just walks up this high ground, he's just dead. So I think Warwick is doing a good job.
Are scanning.
Just unfortunate that he's playing against Tide and Bristle, two tanky heroes. That doesn't make opening this tower that easy, right? If he tries to commit for the tower, Tide will just TP, and they will take the team fight. So not the easiest. They're probably waiting for some stronger timing so then they can rotate and take this tower, which is the Lario Ags, right? Which he almost has, right? Has it coming out now. Let's see if they decide to make a move, make a smoke, try to take a
Radiant's top
fight.
tower is under attack.
And we'll also see how the A is going to attack with the Largo, right? We haven't really seen the A blast yet on the Largo.
Oh, Niche.
Radiant's top
Under
tower
ward vision, walks in. There's the Ice Blast flying out. They gotta be careful. It does connect on the Dark Willow, who's gonna die, but Niche in return will be taken out as well. Warwick has to be a bit careful because he did get hit by the Ice Blast. They're gonna look for Largo next. Yeah, the Bristleback doesn't have enough control to actually pump out the damage. It's a 2-for-1 trade, only 2 supports on the Radiant side lost, but yeah, you got to be very careful of the Slithering Crush, Ice Blast combinations that might be coming in momentarily. Laze is close to finishing up his pipe, just needs 400 gold, and then he's going to be able to soak up a lot of this Radiant damage.
Yeah, gonna be a big timing for the Tide, and you see he doesn't even hesitate on the AA blast. He just throws it out. He doesn't care about hitting the Largo or anything. Doesn't even know where the Largo is. He just tries to connect with the Sardar. So I guess the whole idea is that it doesn't matter who you go on, that target will die, and you just press the AA blast no matter what. It doesn't have to be on the Largo, which I don't really have a problem with.
That is... Oh, Ice Blast does get thrown out, and AA actually stays alive. He had a 20 magic wand available.
top tower is under
AA
attack.
not getting smoked by a Storm Spirit who's immediately TPing back to base. That's not ideal. Especially if you go for Witchblade first item, which is the reason you get it, just so you can solo kill those supports.
Yeah, nice items on AA. If you see, he has the Brawny on his neutral item. He has the cloak already, and he has a fluffy hat. So he has all these, and he has a raindrop and the wand. He has all these items that make it really hard for the Storm to be able to kill him. So really good by SC. He's very tanky. It makes it as hard as possible for the Storm to kill him. He's going into the Glimmer. And Sardar gets caught in the mid lane, suffering versus the Storm matchup. They get a
They
return
will
kill at
find
least.
a return kill indeed, but the Slardar, he does have a shard now, so is pretty dangerous to deal with, but the problem is, the couple of deaths now, Slardar is bottom of the net worth. and it's not the greatest of farming heroes out there. Tide, after the pipe, is going to go for the Ags. Ags is kind of nice. It's very nice this game. The slow, obviously, on the Radiant heroes is going to be really impactful. But also the armor reduction, AoE. Add in the armor reduction from the Viscous Nasal Goo. Add in the armor reduction from the Slardar. Especially if you go Slithering Crush with the Shard and hit them with the Gush, AoE Gush. They already have, like, how much? Let's see, that's 6 plus 15 at this stage. That would be 21 armor reduction, and then the Bristleback walks in.
Yeah, they do
Zip
good
in on mid.
blade mill on.
Blade
But
mill
BKB
used,
though.
but BKB,
Zero damage.
yeah, he's gonna get taken down, and a big kill secured there. Dream with the BKB reveal. Slays running away, still has the Ravage available. Warwick is pretty low in HP. Niche comes running forward. Ice Blast flies out onto Dream, taken down. Second kill secured, and you used everything for the Bristle. I don't know if it was a good idea to look for more immediately. Largo now trying to run away. Is going to get stunned up a second time. They're spending quite a lot here for the kill. Big zip in from Warwick, gets the catch onto Jing, looks for the Slardar as Niche now going to get dragged back. Ice Bath underneath his feet, and Warwick with a double kill. He got enough time to TP back to base and go for the big boy zip with that Arcane Rune back in towards the mid lane. So a huge victory there for Zero Tenacity because they stayed around a little bit too long.
Yeah, it was looking like a good fight for Inner Circle after they killed the Wind Ranger, but they overextended a little bit too much. And they ended up giving up some kills they didn't have to give. And I feel like in that fight, it kind of shows what's going to happen in the fights. That Bristle's just going to get targeted by the Wind Ranger. And he's kind of like the only source of their real damage, right? It's after the AA Blast has been used, if the Bristle dies, it's over. This Bristle can't just die to the Wind Ranger. They need to find out a way to save him, glimmer him. Maybe he needs to buy some armor items on Bristle. But they are coming for the Torm. They know that Tide has no Ravage. But even though Tide has no Ravage, it's not that easy for them just to go crazy on this tower. They are all grouped up here. Smoke used.
And they're looking for the Tormentor engagement. Dire takes it very fast. 4-2-3, gonna get gone on. Blade Mill, not even gonna get popped because the Shackles last forever. Is gonna get stunned again immediately afterwards. And now there's no Ravage for another 40 seconds. Can they get more done? There's no BKB on the Wind Ranger. Zip in, going for more, but the Shackle shot again onto 2. Slardar got caught on the back end, and Niche is dead once more. And that BKB on the Wind Ranger really makes it possible for them as they find 4 kills plus very likely the Tormentor topside. That's going to swing a lot of net worth in their favor. And yeah, after that fight in mid, I'm kind of surprised the Bristle didn't realize he's not indestructible.
Yeah, very... I mean, they didn't have Ravage in that fight either, right? I understand they don't want to give the Torm for free and the Bristle wants to go first. But maybe the Tide just has to go first. And if the Tide gets focus fired, it means that the Bristle can do damage. Because at this point, if you lose the Bristle, there's no way you can fight, right? So pretty good engagement for Zero Tenacity, and they're just getting stronger. This Largo, he's slowly becoming a monster. And something that we didn't really talk about is that this game he has a really good partner for his Croak of Genius Shard. Of course, for people that don't know, Largo, when you have the Shard, when you apply a buff to you or your teammates, it also applies it to one other hero. If you press it on yourself, it will also apply it to somebody else on your team. And it also works with his third spell, which he will use on the Storm Spirit. So him and the Storm will have the buff of the Croak of Genius, and it's super good for the Storm. He uses less mana, and he does more damage. What else do you really want, right? It's basically like another Kaya on top of a Kaya. And last game, Laze didn't even have that combo, and he still had insane impact. And this game, he has probably... You could argue Storm is the best partner for Largo, right? Storm and Lesh are like the best heroes with the Croak of Genius. He doesn't have the Shard yet, but I'm assuming he will buy it at some point, probably after his Kaya Sange.
Yeah, I think it's that, or he's going to be really greedy and wait for the next Tormentor in about 10 minutes. SC, though, chased by Dream. Oh, he's trying to juke his way out of there, but... Yeah, Shackle shot, easy kill. Yeah, I think Tide needs to, especially because Tide doesn't have a blink, he just needs to be in front. If he gets Shackle shotted and Wind Ranger ulti gets thrown on him, he's got Blubber, so the first 2 hits, it procs his blubber, he can at least try to walk away. Bristle, if he gets shackle shotted, he couldn't even pop Blade Mill in that fight. Not that it mattered too much because of BKB, but 0 that could be done for the Bristle to get it going. He is going for the Heart of Tarask next, so that should help him to try and stay alive for a bit longer in these fights. But once the Wind Ranger gets the Daedalus, then the Heart's immediately null and void.
Bizarre a little bit far forward, both died.
We have revenged him.
And we still haven't seen a fight where the A gets the Ice Blast on the Largo and the Largo just dies. We haven't seen that yet because the Largo's not going first, as he should not, right? But soon the Tide will have his Ags and Blink, and they can start a fight with Blink stun on Sardar. We can get a good position for Tide, and then go with the Ravage with the Ice Blast. So still expecting that to happen. At least it needs to happen for Inner Circle to have a good team fight. And Jing getting gone on. Some as a DD bottle.
Trying to run away, but this is just all the distraction. Keep them occupied. Is going to get taken down. Unstoppable streak for Warwick. 11 galvanized stacks. Not too much, but he is going for the Shiva's Guard. A very big item for their team to get because they need the healing reduction against the Dire team as well. And they're going Roche.
Largo, one of the best heroes in the game to do the Roche. He heals you and he gives you extra damage and he gives you armor. What else could you really need versus the Roche? Especially with Wind, actually. The Bull Belly Blitz, which is the song that increases spell amp. It also makes you do magic damage on your hits. So with Wind Ranger, since she hits so many times, she does so much damage with the Largo. It's actually a combo I didn't really think about.
8k net worth lead now for 0 Tenacity in 25 minutes. Slaughter is closing in towards that BKB. That might be able to keep him alive in these fights for a little bit longer. 423's heart is about 1700 gold away. But walking in mid... Okay, there's only those two heroes there, because the Wind Ranger is the only one that still can kill the Bristle, but the Wind Ranger, you know, can kill the Bristle. So you have to be very wary of where the Wind Ranger is playing at all times.
Yeah, you do see the starter kind of not really doing anything for a while. It is a very hard starter game, so he's trying to just get to his BKB before they actually commit to a fight, which you can't really blame him. He had a couple deaths, slowed down his game. So he just wants to make sure he gets to his BKB. He's currently farming the little ancients in the side, which is very nice for him. They're still getting gone. Can he die? I don't think so. Not with that Wind.
Not with the Wind Ranger there. As Dream is farming up the Dire's Triangle. Yeah, he's going for Daedalus, and that immediately means the heart that's about to be done on 423 is going to be significantly less value. Hell, at this point, you might even consider on the Bristleback to just get a Ghost Scepter. If you survive the Wind Ranger's ulti until her BKB ends, you can pop the Blade Mill and she dies.
Yeah, I can see it. I think he just needs to survive so the Wind doesn't kill him in one stun. That's all he really has to do. Starter almost with BKB. They're probably just waiting out this Aegis. 3 more minutes. Let's see if they're gonna dodge for 3 more minutes. That's probably gonna be their game plan, unless they really feel like they can fight with this heart, which is 1,000 gold away, still kind of far away. They're probably just gonna sack the Smith tier 2 and keep farming, even though Sardar has his BKB. Probably not looking to take a fight right now.
Tide wants to blink, as the Tide now needs to be careful. There is a Dark Willow running nearby, won't be spotted out, gets the TP away, but 423 just ran under ward vision. They know where the Bristle is, and that is well, the Dark Willow is just going to try and lock him in position for quite some time. Zip in from Warwick as well. 423 already popped the Blade Mill. They don't even need the Wind Ranger here because there is no backup coming in the slightest. And Warwick is also very farmed on the Storm Spirit.
A good movement from Zero Tenacity. They find the enemy carry, just kill him. It's looking kind of grim for Inner Circle. I think if they can't really come together with these items that they're buying and get a good team fight, the game might be getting out of control. The Largo didn't really see the A impact versus the Largo in this game. What just ended up happening was when they lost some fights, the Sora didn't really have a game since he's very countered in this game, and they just couldn't really combine the A with the Slaughter versus the Largo. And another game where the Largo kind of just uncontested, right? He's just chilling in his lane. He even rotated, didn't really die. He has one death in this game, and he's kind of just chilling with his items. Very happy on the Frog.
Yeah, you do have a decent high ground defense with Tide spamming a Gush the entire time, but bottom lane they're looking for Niche. Has a BKB available, so should be able to just BKB TP. Doesn't want to use the BKB because Warwick is out of mana, so we'll be able to at least scurry on out of there without too much issue.
Got TP's
They're
used.
keeping the
no
net worth
circle.
pretty close though. Like, it's been 10k for quite some time now.
Yeah, they're still farming, which is a good thing for Inner Circle, and a little disappointing from Zero Tenacity, even though they have the Aegis, they're not getting the gold lead, right? But they are taking all the towers at least. They took mid tier 2, they took top tier 2. Let's see what's next for them. Torm in 2 minutes. It's a little bit far away though. I would like to see them keep trying to punish Inner Circle. But now is the time for Inner Circle to try to use a smoke, try to make something happen. They have all their items. Only Tide is really a little far away from Shard, but Heart finished. Blink on Tide. Yep, they're going to smoke as 5. Go for the rune at 30 minutes. Very common play from these pro teams. They want to secure the rune and eventually maybe catch someone on the rune that's not ready. Shield rune for the Swordar. Good rune.
It unfortunately can't easily get dispelled by the Largo.
Yeah, that's true. And Zero Tenacity, they read it, right? They understand what's happening. They know that their Aegis just ran out, and they know that the enemy wants to fight. So they're playing very defensive and waiting for Inner Circle to show on waves before they actually show themselves.
Yeah, 4-2-3, at least they'll clear out an jungle triangle stack coming in. But yeah, Roche, there's no objective to be gained just yet. In a minute though, Tormentor is up. So they might be positioning ready for that area. But mid lane is being pushed out to the Radiant side, top lane as well. Bottom, Dark Willow is making sure that at least one of the lanes is going to be knocking on the Dyer's high ground. But this could be a nice avenue for this, Inner Circle to secure that shard. Free shard for Ancient Apparition is really good if they can get it.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they really want that bonus shard. Largo did also buy the shard, so he really wants to press it on the storm.
Radiant are scanning.
And
Oh, they're coming up.
They want to
Smoke
fight.
gank.
No
Jing
beacon down
is
Largo.
so close. Jing is so close to the Ags as well, which is really a big cooldown item that they want. Smoke v smoke. Walking up. There's a gem on the Storm Spirits. Spots that they have an Observer Ward there. Smoke breaks. Zip in. Gets a decent amount of vision, and they quickly remove the Observer Ward afterwards. This is such a dangerous place to fight in.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom
neither
tower
Like the
team really
Dire
wants
is
to
screwed
commit.
if they die here, because bottom lane's being pushed in, so they can immediately go high ground on Zero Tenacity if Inner Circle have a bad fight.
They saw the Jakiro, they didn't want to commit. They're just doing the Tormentor dance, right? They're both just looking at the wave.
Counter ward
Get
comes
the
out.
B ward. Ooh, they
Desire.
took a Willow.
He's in a tough spot. He's
Very
going to get jumped
tough.
by Warwick. Quick kill comes out. No Ice Blast available. He does have a buyback available though. As the Ravage gets thrown out. Lays the Tide is annihilated quickly. Does mean that 4-2-3 has a little bit more space to work with in this fight. There's no buyback coming out from the AA, surprisingly enough, but the wind range is taking a heap of damage. 4-2-3 with that Blade Mill soaking up a lot. Looking for blood, but the problem is the only blood here is his as they get crushed. That Daedalus damage coming in heavily. I am baffled. Oh, Desire Dream has to be careful. I am baffled that after that death, A didn't instantly buy back to throw an Ice Blast there.
Yeah, very good positioning from the Willow. He was in the back lines. He got the Yule on the Slaughter, purging his shield rune and giving all the information for Storm to be able to jump in. So big plays from Desire. When the A dies like that without being able to use his ult, the fight's over, right? And Zero Tenacity know exactly what they need to do, so they just go for the A. And after the A is dead, the Largo just has free reign, and he just cannot die, right? And the Tide just insta-died. The Wind just went straight for him. I really liked his target priority on the Wind. Just killed this Tide. He has 0 armor items on Tide, so he just melted. And you can already see Tide already has a Ghost Scepter in his inventory. He's like, I can't just die to this guy, you know? And it's looking bad for Inner Circle. They're going to be 50k down now. The Roche is about to spawn. And yeah, they're probably going to smoke immediately when they spawn. With no Ravage, though. I'm not really sure if they can contest this Roche. Storm with Aegis or a Wind with Aegis is going to be a big problem for them.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger is doing a lot of work this game. Dream 717 at the moment. And indeed, the fact that AA just instantly dies nullifies the counter to Largo. But that's why I was so surprised that AA didn't just buy back, throw out the Ice Blast. If they were still in the area, the Ice Blast would be huge. So that could have been really impactful, especially for the Wind Ranger who was still fighting towards that point. But yeah, that gives the Radiant quite a hefty net worth advantage here. Dark Willow's got a shard. Let's see who's got the Jakiro. Luckily enough, didn't get the shard. Storm has one. Largo has one. Not too shabby. Storm with the free shard is going for the Shiva's Guard, Parasma, and yeah, the Bristle did do a decent amount of damage, but most of it was spell reflected damage onto the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's a very bad matchup versus the Wind, right? The Wind, especially with her innate, she just cannot go lower than 240 movement speed, so kind of hard for the Bristol. That's a hero that relies on his slows to be able to do damage to even hit the Wind, especially because he just can't. He just has 100% evasion, right? And Bristol doesn't really buy MKB. I mean, he has it queued up, but that's so far away. He needs a BKB and an MKB. Not really the ideal situation you want to be when you have a Bristol carry on your team. And I wonder if next game, I mean, I know I'm just being a little bit negative to that Inner Circle is probably going to lose this game, but I wonder what's going to happen to this Frog hero next game. I hope
it has to be banned. 100%.
I hope it has to be
Can't
banned.
let this one go.
Yeah, because it definitely feels like this hero's a little bit too strong. He's doing a little bit too much, and it doesn't really seem like the teams have a
To the Radiant.
really good idea how to counter it. They do pick good heroes versus it, which is the A, the Bristol, but I feel like the gameplay is not really happening, where you go to this guy's lane and you stop him from farming, you attack him, you bring multiple heroes. He kind of just ends up getting his items and then just becoming too big of a problem in the game.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the heroes are there. It's just you don't make sure that he can't get the Aghanim. He had not even the best farm on the Freet, but he's 114. So that kind of tells you enough. They didn't really focus him at all. They got the tier 1 tower bottom, which is nice and all, but the Wind Ranger already had a really good lane. So the Wind Ranger didn't lose anything for that tier 1 tower going down.
They get the banner and the Aegis. I wonder if they're just going to push high ground. They probably can. The Wind can probably just hit the tower. It's kind of annoying versus the Gush, since they don't have a pipe, really. So they might just try to catch them on the map. And they have really good heroes to do that. The Willow with the Blink Yules. The Wind Ranger is a really mobile hero. The Storm. I wonder what Inner Circle has to be able to counterplay that. If they're just going to be ready in the corner with a bunch of heroes and just have some heroes in the base receiving the waves.
Yeah, it is going to be really tough to do anything. Like Wind Ranger is, he's got the Hurricane Pike coming in, going for the Satanic afterwards. With the Satanic, doesn't even need the BKB to survive the Blade Mill against the Bristleback at that stage. You can just pop it, and it's also a nice way to get rid of these pesky debuffs that the Dire team definitely does have quite a lot of. Jing did get the Aghanim Scepter after that fight, so you do have the Muerta with the big dead shot. Did go for the max HP regen while inside the calling, actually, on the Muerta.
Yeah, you don't see that one every day. Maybe he feels like he needs the extra little HP to survive. I feel like it doesn't really matter that much which facet he takes. It's just nicer that the gunslinger damage works with the ult. So when he ults, he just does more damage. That's usually why people take that one. And also you just farm a little bit faster right when you hit the creeps.
Yeah, now he's under Red Bull. Mouse? What?
I'm assuming Warwick is taking his Red Bull. He's going to be amped up for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I can't comment. Don't know what the sponsor is for the Division 2. So, generic random energy drink is number 1. Let's go. Yeah, it's a really tough game to come back. Like, it's not only the Wind Ranger and the Largo, but this Storm is also absolutely huge. It's got 1,000 gold away from the Shiva's Guard. Well, that's going to counteract so much of the Dire's healing, which the Bristleback with the heart is very reliant on. He's going for the BKB, MKB, but then you still have no lockdown. Like, this Wind Ranger is just literally running circles around him.
Yeah, as you said, the Storm is also a really big problem, especially with the Largo buff on him. He just does so much damage. He has so much extra mana to use. Definitely a really broken combo. People haven't really realized it yet. I mean, I know people know, but it definitely does a lot. The Storm really likes playing with Largo on his team. And it just... Usually these spells that give you some sort of percentage buff are just really strong. The Tide just insta-dies to the wind.
Yeah, I got Ghost Scepter now, but yeah. Not going to keep you alive that well at the moment.
Usually buffs that are percentage based are really strong in Dota. So this Croak of Genius is very strong. It's a percentage of the damage dealt will come back to the enemy over 5 seconds. So it is very strong. It just makes you the scaling on the Storm just absurd. They did slightly nerf it in 7.40B. Because you need to be in range of the Largo, so it's not like some global thing where you can press it on the Storm, you can use TP and it still works. But in the team fights,
Ice Blast flies out, but nice a little lick there to get him out of harm's way. Niche now has to disengage. Warwick forced to pop the BKB. Dream did not. He's just going to pop his ulti on the tower. There is no Tide, so they know no big Ravage plays coming in. Jing's going to get zipped on the side and quickly taken care of in the process as Tide 10 more seconds until he's here. But there's also no blink, so no BKB on Niche. 423 can't really do too much either. The stream is just clearing up the Dire base currently. Tide's back.
Can't really do much. Just watching the wind take the racks.
Step in onto the Bristle. Lays doesn't have the blink available. They're trying to go for 423 here. But he'll be able to walk away and stay alive, as Lace does need to be careful because Dream has shown how fast he can kill him.
And the Largo's just going to heal everybody back to full, and they're going to go for another set of racks. Inner Circle, they have one last try. They have Ravage. They really need to hit this A ult on the target that will die. No BKB on starter, though. It might be a little tricky. Let's see who Wind is going to press his ult on, if he's just going to press it on the tower. He's holding it for now.
Oh, he is dropping pretty low as they want to get that kill secured. Gush connects, but still no kill. Age is not going to get popped. And he stays alive with that pesky little frog behind it. Who actually... Oh, the Jakiro has Guarding Greaves. I was wondering, I saw Guarding Greaves buff. I was like, hey?
The Wind closing in on the Satanic soon. A little annoying for them to go high ground without the banner, since the creeps just all die. So they will back off for now. Continuously farm. Inner Circle not really gaining anything. They're just stuck in their base. So every minute that passes is better for Zero Tenacity, even though they're not going high ground. They don't really have to. Soon Inner Circle will leave their base and they'll try to do some sort of pick off on them. They still have a minute and a half on the Aegis. Let's see where the Wind Ranger will go. That's probably where they will try to fight.
Bounty.
Yeah, Dream's just farming up once that Satanic before he does anything. There are no big objectives coming up anytime soon. Roche and Torment is going to take a while. Age is still up for about a minute on the Wind Ranger. They could quickly go for the push top to maybe get rid of the tier 3 tower at least before the Aegis is expired. Because you can definitely, like, if in that fight, for instance, the Ice Blast lands on the Wind Ranger's dead. Or at least the Aegis is popped. So the Wind Ranger can quickly die if they blow their entire spell combo on top of the Wind Ranger.
For sure, Largo, he can't really save the wind if he's A ulted, and 30 seconds for Aegis. They have a shield on the wind.
Zipin work, going for the AA. He does have the Ice Blast still available, not going to be able to get the cast off though, is dead. With the buyback available, Dream will get rid of the tier 3 tower. Deadshot sends them scrambling back, as that should be the end of the push here, and I would assume they're just gonna either wait for a pick off outside of the base or maybe go for the next Roche before they go for another high ground push, because Dream is very susceptible to just getting blown up still.
Yeah, especially now without the Aegis, they don't really have to risk going for the high ground on Zero Tenacity. They can probably just farm outside of the base, wait for Inner Circle to come out. And they eventually will come out, right? You can't just sit in base and expect to win at this point. They're too far behind. They need to really get a good engagement and try to get up on the map, or else the objectives are going to start spawning and they're just going to be stuck in base with no vision. And it's going to be too hard for them to smoke out, place vision, and contest objectives all at the same time, right? So they need to follow some wave, farm some camps. Sardar's already trying to farm some camps out of the base. And Zero Tenacity doesn't look like they're really interested in punishing them. They're also just farming as much as they can.
Zero Tenacity looking pretty good as after that first game. They looked pretty rough in that first game. But obviously it also does have the Largo effect. Largo even has an Aeon Disc at the moment. So very hard to kill hero. Wind range is level 25. Wind run cannot be dispelled. Not that it matters too much. They don't have a nullifier anyway. Ravage thrown out. Doesn't do anything. BKB usage from Warwick. Sneaks is going to get controlled up. Shock shot on 423. In comes the Wind Ranger going for the Bristol back. Bristol actually survives quite a decent amount. And that, yeah, there's the Satanic usage. And they will get the kill secured. 3 dead on the dire side, and that should be GG on game 2. Tied, just wasting a little bit more time as they get fully wiped. GG called, and Zero Tenacity take game number 2, which makes it very interesting here, because currently it looks like VP is okay, they're still in the game technically, but they're 40k behind and they lost game number 1. So I would assume VP is going to lose. Wild assumption, I know. If that is the case and Inner Circle loses, you're going to have a tiebreaker for elimination spot tomorrow. I think. I mean, it's always curious to exactly know how every tournament has different tiebreaker rules, but most of the time that tends to be the case. Sometimes you have head-to-heads, but they still tend to ignore head-to-heads.
Yeah, good comeback by Zero Tenacity in this series. First game definitely looked a little rough for them. They didn't really have many openings. But this game, they take the Largo and they win. So I'm expecting next game for this hero to be banned. Didn't look like any of the teams had a solid response to it. And yeah, I really liked the Zero Tenacity draft this game. I thought the starter pick was really forced on 13. Right, he ended up playing against a bunch of heroes that just don't really care about Sardar, or they're very good against Sardar. Wind Ranger, Sardar cannot touch. Storm is very good in the lane versus Sardar and in the game. And Jakiro's also just kind of blocks the Sardar from going off lane. So it's one of the reasons why this hero kind of fell off, is that a lot of the heroes that are in the meta are very good against Sardar. Niche definitely probably felt he was having way too hard of a game, right? In the first game, he also has been counterpicked, and in this game he's also counterpicked, so maybe next game they can try to give him a little bit of a better matchup, maybe change the pick order up and not play against this Largo hero, or them take it themselves on first pick, but I doubt that Zero Tenacity are going to let them have it.
Yeah, I don't think Largo should be coming through after the first phase with both these teams dominating on the hero, essentially, in both their games. But of course, this will go to a final deciding match, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go towards a short little break. We'll be right back for the conclusion in this series between Zero Tenacity and Inner Circle. See you then.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, how I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good. Yeah, yeah.
I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ourselves ready for essentially the last match here in the group stage for one of these two teams, because it is the last one for Inner Circle. They need this win right now. If they lose this match, they're going to be having to play tiebreakers against Inner Circle. On the other hand, Zero Tenacity, if they lose this, at least there's no chance for Zero Tenacity to be eliminated anymore, but for them it's a fight between upper and lower bracket that they're trying to challenge for. And considering their last matchup on Zero Tenacity is up against Nigma, and Nigma did just 2-0 VP, not that VP's been looking too great. There is still a lot that can happen here between upper and lower bracket, but Inner Circle, they need this dub to at least deny tiebreakers for them tomorrow for elimination, and make sure that Virtus Pro doesn't continue on.
Yeah, their fate is still in their hands, right? If they win this, they are guaranteed playoffs, lower bracket, but they will not be playing tiebreakers versus VP, which is 2-5 right now. So VP
They can technically still play upper brackets as well, because Avalus has to play against one win. If they lose that and Zero Tenacity lose their match, they have a three-way tiebreaker for upper bracket.
That's true. So VP probably feeling like they're probably feeling pretty bad. I mean, when you're playing competitive and your destiny is not in your control,
Radiant team back.
it's a pretty bad
Radiant
feeling, you know.
team back.
But it is what it is. Inner Circle still has that power.
Dire team pick.
And the Largo has been banned this game, so no overpowered frog in this game. We went really fast through the first phase bans. So Razor, SF Largo, Dazzle banned, Viper, Invoker, and Treant banned. So from the heroes that are not banned, the ones that come to mind are Tiny for Inner Circle. They really like Tiny.
5 seconds remaining.
What else do they really 8-pick? They like to 8-pick Chen, Dazzle, that is banned, Jakiro,
Radiant team
Tiny. Oh, the Beastmaster. That's true. The Beastmaster, which is banned against them almost every single game, because they play this hero on all 3 roles: carry, mid, and off lane. Is a very nice pick for them. Not the best on first pick, but it's still a good hero, right? They can flex this until the 18 or 23 pick. But Zero Tenacity will see where this hero is going probably, since they have the last pick of the draft. And let's see what Zero Tenacity wants to respond to the Beastmaster with. Hopefully they pick a core on Zero Tenacity. On 9, usually they pick... Alright, they just take the Jakiro, which is another very common pick for them. Not a core, as I said, but a very strong support that can be really annoying for a lot of offlaners.
Especially Beast, because
Especially
attack
Beastmaster.
speed slow and such.
Yeah, so maybe offlane is probably
10
not going to be the role they want to put the Beastmaster in, which in theory can already be a win for Zero Tenacity in this draft, right? The way they're thinking about it. So let's see what Inner Circle doesn't want to play against. Usually when you pick Beast, a lot of teams, they ban Gyrocopter,
Dire team back.
which is a very conventional counter to the Beastmaster. In lane, other heroes that come to mind are Tide, Mars, all those melee offlaners that have AoE spells to defend towers. We see the Tide ban, which is a very good hero versus Beastmaster, and the Abba ban. The Abba also can purge the Beastmaster's stacks when he has Aghanims, so he does a lot less damage, and he can also purge the ult from the Beastmaster, so also a
10
decent hero
seconds
versus the Beast.
remaining.
Not the best in the lane, though. The boars are kind of annoying for Abba,
5 seconds
but they choose not to play
remaining.
against it. Zero Tenacity, they do really
Radiant
like picking
team
Abba,
pick.
especially on the later picks. So they remove that from the equation, and now it kind of opens up the
Dire
Ember
team
Spirit pick a lot for Inner Circle, since Abba is banned and Tide is banned, 2 heroes that interact really well versus the Ember. But they choose just to go for the Tusk opening with both supports, very standard for Zero Tenacity, Desire, really good on the melee heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Tusk is always nice to have.
5
Obviously
seconds
combos well with a lot of heroes, plus BKB piercing stun in case there's like a Primal Beast or something on the other side will always be quite a necessity. There are, I mean, they have their 2 supports guaranteed on Zero Tenacity, which I mean, they're good supports. They're probably about the most meta supports that you currently have, but throwing in a core in the mix there will always be a nice addition. In a circle, they can try and find answers for Jakiro Tufts. Not that there really are in the game
Dire
anymore,
team
because,
pick.
well, they're just really strong. They are going to go for the Mirana. And what, the Tiny is still available as well, so they might go for that 1-2 punch combo that they've been playing quite a lot.
Yeah, they really like that combo of heroes, especially the Tiny as a flex hero, but into Jakiro
10
can sound a
seconds
little
remaining.
rough. Usually teams, they pick heroes like
5
Skywrath
seconds
Mage versus
remaining.
Jakiro, or even a Bat Rider. Probably the range heroes are probably a little better. I think the Tiny is going to suffer a little bit too much, and it's also going to limit the picks they can have on Inner Circle for their offlaner. We see the Mirana again. I think SC really likes this hero versus the melee heroes, especially versus Tusk, since you take the Starstruck Facet and you make him miss. So it's very bad for Tusk to take trades versus Mirana. And even if Tusk pulls the wave, Mirana can do a lot of damage to him since she's a max range hero. And he also has a way out of Ice Shards with the Leap. So I like the Mirana pick. I think SC is a really good Mirana. And you don't really want to pick like Warlock into Tusk. It's not really the best matchup. So they go for the standard Mirana. And they're wasting a lot of time on this pause 4 pick, which is always very hard versus the Jakiro, right? Everything you think of, it's like, it's just going to lose lane versus Jakiro. It's not good.
Radiant
So
team
let's
picked.
see what they picked. And just the Morta. This is the third game in a row, right, that he's playing Morta.
I mean, he's been hitting a lot of the dead shots, so and it is in general a annoying hero to kill even in the late game when he's got the ulti available, and you don't have like a big fat magic damage hero on the other side. Plus, laning with Beastmaster, you dead shot someone out of position. Even a Jakiro, you dead shot him away, and the boar starts slowing the Jakiro. He can definitely die.
Yeah, I think also Morta very good versus Tusk, right? Tusk, he's just reliant on physical damage and pressing spells and pressing his right clicks on you. Morta with the ult can play really cocky versus the Tusk, and the calling is also a really good spell versus Tusk, right? He can't really save with Snowball. He needs to be really close to the guy. Very hard for Tusk to play against Muerta and
5 seconds remaining.
the Miranda. So they're making the Tusk game as hard as possible, which is understandable. I mean, I understand why they would go for this hero, and it's probably also just a comfort pick for Jing. And Zero Tenacity respond with the Centaur. I'm surprised they didn't go for an Underlord pick. Maybe they think the Centaur is more value for some reason, but most of the teams are really liking this Underlord hero a lot. Maybe since Ursa is in the pool, they don't really want to pick an Underlord. Maybe they think that the Centaur is a little bit more well-rounded against most of the counter picks that will come out from Inner Circle.
I mean, we saw earlier today, right, the WS on the Centaur. It's a hero that doesn't have to buy boots either. So you just rush the Helm of the Dominator into pipe build. And if this is a Beastmaster turning into a core, if it's a safe lane Beastmaster, Centaur is really strong against him in lane. And also, if this is a mid or safe Beastmaster, they want to rush Ags. Most of the time, offlane still tends to be more Helm of the Overlord. But you at least will be able to get the pipe as soon as possible to make sure that the Beastmaster's ulti is very much minimized.
Definitely a very good hero versus the Beast. Buying, I think any hero that buys pipe is really nice versus Beastmaster, right? When he gets his Ags timing and you match up with the pipe, it's hard for him to fight into it. And they go for the Storm again, right? Warwick had a pretty good game last game. I think he did really well. And they just go for it again, even though they're against Muerta. Doesn't really care. Just going to pick the Storm on 16-17. I'm not sure how much I like this, unless if it is a flex. I think if Dream could play Storm carry, which I'm sure he's capable of playing, I like it more. I think on second pick, you definitely want to pick a flex hero. And they go with the Underlord on 18, so the Beast will probably be a mid or carry. And the Underlord, very good versus the Storm Spirit, right? You have that root. You buy pipe, you minimize his damage, you get the Ags, you have a global catch versus Storm.
10 seconds remaining.
I like it a lot. It's also very good versus Centaur, Stampede, and it's also very good versus Tusk. Tusk doesn't really like playing against AoE roots, like Willow, like Underlord. He has a really hard time versus the root heroes because he cannot cast his Snowball, and it kind of ruins his position. So Underlord is a very good hero versus all these three heroes that we said, but it's not that amazing versus Jakiro, right? Jakiro can make his life very hard in that lane. And let's see if they're going to ban the Wind Ranger, which was a really big problem for them in the last game and is a very common counterpick versus Underlord. We saw it earlier with Aurora. Yep, they ban it right there. And they're probably going to ban the Ursa as well from Zero Tenacity, or they might just pick it on Inner Circle and put the Beastmaster mid if Zero Tenacity doesn't ban it.
Yeah, Ursa's a nice one to have against Centaur. And of course, Basher builders are always great to have against Storm. They have Roar against Storm, which is also going to be pretty nice to get as much BKB piercing stuns or control as possible. But in general, they have really good control. It is going to... Oh, they ban out the Ursa. It is going to be really it's a pretty tough Storm game, especially if he doesn't go Greaves. So he 100% has to go Greaves this game against Muerta and Underlord. Because they have Roar, Arrow, Dead Shot, Silence from Muerta, and Underlord with the 50 million roots in the fight. And it's really tough for a Storm to just freely jump around the area.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think it's a really good Greaves game. And hopefully he does buy it. I think it's really good Manta game too. I think people overlook the Manta on Storm a lot. You can buy the Kaya Yasha and then disassemble into Manta, into Kaya Sanj. I know it's a lot of gold, but I do think it's very potent versus the heroes with the root, especially if the storm goes carry.
I think the problem is
Dire
then
team pick.
that it takes too long to get to that point, and you already have an Underlord. Like, Underlord level 6 means you can always join any fights. Beastmaster, if it's a mid, will get that Ags pretty fast. And once Beastmaster's Ags, most of the time Ags blink,
10
then it's
seconds
just go, go,
remaining.
go. And they run down the entire map. And then if you don't have a Storm, your
5
mid laner
seconds
able to
remaining.
join fights, you're probably not going to have your safe laner able to join fights unless you get like some really early
Radiant
game, like a
team
Kez or something, to make that happen. Omni Knight. I have not been blessed to be able to watch an Omni Knight game yet. I have seen a couple in pro matches, and it looks so cool. But I haven't been able to cast one myself, so I'm pretty happy.
10 seconds remaining.
At 423, he really likes this hero. It's a hero that's
5
been
seconds remaining.
a little bit more meta recently, that people realize that this hero, he's very good versus the tanky heroes in the off lane, because he just does a lot of damage at once. Versus Tide, versus Underlord, even versus the
Now
Centaur,
select your hero.
he's going to have a really good lane. We even saw this hero in the Blast Slam tournament that's going on now. We saw the Gamer Legion versus Mouse, and they had an Omni, and he owned. So definitely interested to see how that lane is going to go, especially because the Tusk, it's kind of hard for him to really play versus this lane. So Omni's going to be fat. He's probably going to go for Radiance. And they finish with the last pick, Clinks, which is in theory very good against Underlord in the lane, because you just click him from really far away. There's nothing he can really do. But it does worry me a little bit for Zero Tenacity that the damage that they do is going to be blocked by all the Underlord auras, right? He's going to buy Crimson Pipe this game, and it's just very good aura game for them. And I do know that the
Omni Knight ulti.
yeah, they have a lot of damage block on Inner Circle. So definitely is a little bit worrisome for them. I'm curious to see what the Centaur build will be. What will he prioritize? Definitely probably going to buy Pipe, but not that amazing Crimson game. So probably Crimson, probably Pipe into Blink, into some Lotus or something. It's not that value of a Crimson game. I definitely do give the edge to Inner Circle, though, in this draft. I think they have the jump for the Clinks with the Beastmaster. I think Omni is also probably going to buy a Blink. And I think this Underlord hero is just some beyond broken hero. It's very easy to execute. And I do think they have what they need to deal with the Storm, too. They have multiple stuns, silences, roots.
Yeah, I think they've got quite a lot of control against the Storm. I also do think that Clinks is a very strong hero, even though it did get a fat nerf recently. But it is still very powerful. It lanes. I'm actually curious to see, because I guess Desire is just going to pull the creep waves behind. Otherwise, it does lane pretty nice with a Tusk, with the tag team plus right clicks, if they wanted to go that route. But I assume he's just going to drag the creep wave around for his off laner and make sure that he gets essentially some farm. I do think that it's not necessarily a great Clinks game. You mentioned the auras, but also Muerta with the Pierce to Fill, not easy to kill. Then if Omni Knight has Guardian Angel, that's obviously really big counter to the Clinks coming in. And even like getting the full control to take down these dire heroes might be problematic for him. You have Underlord with those Pit of Malices all over the fight. Back in the day, you at least had like the Clinks with the Death Bag jumping around. Now Clinks is a very stationary turret hero, and that makes him very susceptible of just roar, jump, nuke.
Yeah, I do see a flaw, though, for Inner Circle. They don't really have any playmakers, right? They have really 3 farmy cores that really want to win their
30
lanes.
seconds to battle.
Beastmaster, he takes a while to come online. Underlord doesn't really do anything. He just sits in his lane and farms. So if their early game starts crumbling, right, they lose a hero here and there. They start using their TPs in a bad way. I can see Zero Tenacity kind of snowballing the early game, and Inner Circle looking pretty weak, where they just have to sit in lane and farm. So definitely look out for that. Look out for this early game snowball because Beastmaster is not really a rotating hero, and Warwick, I feel like his middle name is rotate. This guy, he doesn't sit in lane. He doesn't sit in lane, right? He wants to go for the wisdom. He wants to use his TP. He wants to gank. He doesn't want to just sit and farm. And Storm is one of the better heroes to do that.
Do you think this game, yeah, Desire is going to go for the creep block, easy topside, also has the ice shards in case it's even needed for the extra block. Yeah, there he throws it. That's going to get the towers and the creeps underneath the tower, as 423 will not be able to do the counter block shenanigans. But a lot of damage already on the Centaur hero with almost no armor at the start of the game. Even has a windlace on a Centaur at the start of the game because of that omnipresent facet from Omni Knight, where if you stand close to him, he does 20% more damage to you over, well, it takes a little bit of time, but it is very obnoxious to deal with. So the Centaur going for windlace just to counteract that is interesting.
Yeah, pretty big win for Zero Tenacity here in the first minute of the laning phase. Tusk getting 2 courier kills plus blocking the small camp and making Mirana have to skill leap. So he doesn't take that much damage on Tusk when he's pulling the creeps and he's doing these shenanigans. Mirana could have harassed him a lot with his Q, but since he had to take leaps for the bounty, the Tusk is kind of free to be able to pull the waves and just manipulate the wave in a really nice way for them. As you can see, the wave is just in front of Centaur's tower, right, in the safe lane. Very nice for Nefrit to get some free levels. And the other lanes looking like the bottom lane looking pretty good for Clinks, maintaining lane equilibrium. Just hitting the Underlord from far away. Pretty standard. Muerta not really going to pull the wave, right? Muerta's a range hero versus Jakiro. He can't really do that. And the mid lane, probably going to be standard farm trade. Niche blocking the storm to take the water, and he's probably going to take the water top too. So Niche on a good start for his mid lane already.
A little 2 wild axes, so you have a lot of spam as well for the beast. Does mean that yeah, magic stick being built up on both the storm and the beastmaster, because both mid laners have a lot of spammy spells. But very likely going to be the beastmaster with the Aghanim Scepter rush, as Warwick denies it. Not that Niche cares too much. I mean, his bottle won't be refilled, but at least the storm doesn't manage to pick it up himself.
Yeah, it's a little one of those mind games, right? He's constantly faking going for the rune, not going for the rune, going for the rune, then Warwick just walks up and denies it. No more shenanigans. But I wonder, this bottom lane, the Muerta is just pulling the wave, right? Usually you don't really see this with the range heroes. Usually you just want the lane, especially because you're very slow and you don't have the innate block from the stout shield that melee heroes have in the innate. So he's just pulling the wave. He understands that they can't really just play this lane straight up. Underlord getting gone on. He might just be dead.
Yeah, Deadshot comes in to try and help out Laze. He does eat the Healing Lotus. Dream and Moose are very low in response though, so you got to be careful of the Calling Blood Grenade combo from the Muerta, especially with Deadshot up in a second. He wants to go for Dream, but now Jinx put himself in a tough spot. He's going to get taken down. They will find a kill as a response. But First Blood did get picked up by the Jakiro first.
A good trade for Zero Tenacity. They get the First Blood, and they force the Underlord to use the Healing Lotus. He will get the pull on the big camp here for Underlord, so the lane pushing into Clinks' tower. The lane will rebound back into him. You'll be able to get some CS. Meanwhile, Jing identifies that, goes for the Water Rune Deny for the Storm, and stacks a camp. He missed a stack there on that one. A little bit unfortunate.
There's SC and Desire just hugging each other in the jungle, as currently laning wise Radiant is edging out ahead in most of the lanes. Even top lane 423 is getting slightly outfarmed by Nefrit on that Centaur. So,
yeah, the level 1 thing helped the Centaur a lot. Like Tusk being able to pull the wave, blocking the small, Mirana not having Q to be able to play the lane.
Ace TP's back to base. Now has to walk all the way back to lane, as he is not as survivable as the Centaur without a couple of the levels needed at Fiora level 2 does mean that it's going to be more focused on the jungling aspect of Underlord anyway.
Jing
Oh,
out
Jing?
of position, getting chased. Storm gonna walk over and collect the free kill. White, thank you. Free gold for Storm. And Zero Tenacity, they're kind of pulling ahead. Centaur's gonna hit level 5 in this top lane, and then Mirana will be pretty much useless. He will take more damage by hitting the Centaur than he will do damage to the Centaur with 3 points and retaliate. And he's not gonna have that many options on Mirana since his mid is an AFK farming bot, and so is his offlaner. Nothing against the players, of course. It's just the heroes they're playing. They just farm, right? They don't really work the way where Storm works, where he wants to rotate and try to get a kill. Beastmaster will probably just farm. At least he can connect with Arrow on the Beastmaster board, which is a little nice option for him. But this Centaur is going to start getting out of control. He's going to finish his Dominator. He's very farmed. Not that the Omni isn't farmed, but it's a really nice situation for the Centaur for him to get to this point and be almost with his Dominator and not have any deaths and be top net worth. It just means that he's going to start farming more as soon as he gets his Dom item, and he hasn't really been slowed down at all. So good job to Desire and to Nefrit. They had a really good laning phase. Desire yoinks the Arcane Rune and is going to get out of there. Some nice moves from
Radiant
Desire.
are scanning.
TP's back to base.
In
They
the
get full
meantime,
HP.
Moose gets a solo kill onto Jing in the triangle, also counters the stack coming in, and also blocks the ancient camp in the meantime, as that will make sure that Niche won't be able to get the big fat stacks to get his level 6 as soon as possible. His Aghanim Scepter as soon as possible on the Beastmaster, because he loves clearing stacks pretty quickly. Laze is also not too shabby at it. Who is struggling right now. There is an Experience Shrine spawning in 10 seconds, and Dream is running for it. He's level 6 on the Clinks. Jing is level 2 on the Muerta, and he won't be getting any of that XP, it seems. On the other side of the map, though, they are looking for a fight as well, but in comes Warwick with the TP, so they're going to lose double shrines. And Mirana level 3, Muerta level 2, 7 minutes in.
Yeah, you know what this game's reminding me? It's reminding me of the 21-0 game from Aurora and Inner Circle, where Inner Circle they kind of just got ran over way too hard. They lost double wisdom. I mean, of course, the game is not that despair. At this point, the game was like 10k lead or something for Aurora, but it is shaping up to be a really bad early game for Inner Circle, right? We talked about in the draft how the Muerta hero is just very weak for Shakiro in lane. And he seems very uncomfortable in this position, right? He pulls the wave, he has a death in lane, then dies again to the Jakiro, then he's randomly walking in the jungle and has another death. It just shows like the Jakiro is such a strong hero. And Muerta versus Jakiro, not ideal, but they're probably picking it for comfort. And a lot of times, like the comfort pick, it can come to bite you. And we can see it in this game. The Muerta is just having 0 impact. And it can start fall apart really fast for Inner Circle since they don't have any rotation heroes. They have really farm intensive heroes. The Klink's gonna have his level, he's already level 7 because he got that Wisdom Shrine. So the world is Zero Tenacity's oyster. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't remember how you say it. But they can do whatever they want. They can rotate.
Pretty
The
much.
Klink's already taking the gate. This Omni's in danger. Inner Circle doesn't really want to use TPs to defend this lane.
423 also doesn't have his ulti, so no Guardian Angel means 423 is in a lot of trouble, trying to stay alive, dropping low, taken down, no moves coming in from the dire side, as you mentioned. Niche just wants to get his axe before he makes any plays, essentially, in the game, and Underlord without level, well, he is level 6 now, has Fiend's Gate, could go in for maybe Nefrit, who doesn't have Stampede. It's actually a pretty good kill to secure here, as in comes Niche, throws out the Roar onto the Centaur, and that's a free kill coming in. They will go for the tier 1 tower, and it should drop momentarily, but it gets denied by Niche in the meantime. So he at least gets a kill and a tower denial on the Beastmaster. It's not too bad of a trade.
A good rotation by Niche. He finished farming the Ancient. He still has a DD on, uses his TP and gets a kill and denies a tower. Pretty good rotation from him, but now is a part that's kind of worrisome, right? Now Beast, he's jungling. Underlord, he's jungling. Omni, he's pinging his Radiance. He's like, I need 4,000 gold for Radiance. And the Muerta, he's just like, I guess I'm gonna take the mid lane, right? So they're just basically exposed in every lane on inner circle. Any move that Zero Tenacity makes, if they don't overextend too far, it's probably gonna be a successful move. And they have the perfect heroes for that, right? They have a Tusk that can easily rotate. They have a Storm. Even the Clinks that can show up invis to fights.
Oh, nice stacks here for work as well. Spots out SE. SE does have 2 leaps. But the Mirana getting a lot of damage against him. Walks back in, gets magic immunity in the meantime. Heal as well. Desire gonna chase more. SE has 1 more leap. Throws out the arrow on towards the Storm. Storm is low on mana currently, and Beastmaster is running in. Do they have the damage? Oh, Niche stopped chasing for the kill there, and that gets the Storm out. That should have been a dead Storm as well.
That was pretty close. And they see Clinks making the move on the Muerta in the mid lane. No dead shot. He's very out of position. It's pretty dead. Man, he's having a rough one on Jing. I feel kind of bad for him. He's just kind of feeding off.
That's
cooldown.
what you get for picking it 3 times in a row. So
yeah, not the ideal pick really versus Jakiro, but I couldn't really tell you an ideal pick versus Jakiro because this hero is bullshit. He just wins the lane no matter what, kind of.
Yeah, he's been chasing after Jing the entire time as well. Every single time Jing left the lane, he just ran after him, and like the Muerta was, I can't do anything. I'm stuck. So that wasn't great. Underlord in the meantime is building up the Crimson Guard as his first item. As yeah, I mean Crimson. You're up against a Clink, so it makes sense. You're gonna need both of them anyway, Crimson Guard and Pipe.
Yeah, I would rather him probably buy Pipe first, but he probably thinks that Crimson is better. I mean, it definitely is better versus the Clinks. The Clinks will do 0 damage when he gets the Crimson. But in the circle, doing a good job to not bleed too much. They did lose every tier 1 tower. Now it's where it starts getting intense, right? It's where Zero Tenacity, they can connect to every single rune. They have towers
going
up.
in. Stampede. There's the Fiend's Gate coming in. Can they keep the Beastmaster alive for a little bit longer? There's a Roar thrown out, and he's going to get healed up as well. 4-2-3 was there in time to back up the Beastmaster, and it's a 1-hero kill for the Dire side as quickly Lays goes back bottom to continue farming. But yeah, you do have a free BKB and physical damage immunity on the Dire side already, which you have to be careful of.
Yeah, as I said, Inner Circle's doing a really good job to not feed too much and to keep farming, which is what they need to do, right? Beastmaster closing in on his Ag soon. Zero Tenacity is trying to keep the tempo up. Unfortunate series of events for them. There, they lose the Jakiro. Storm uses all his mana. Stampede is also used. So I would say Inner Circle, they're not that sad about the game state. Even though they lost a bunch of their towers, they're still farming. They have 2 cores at top net worth. Underlord, he's not in that situation where he's absolutely no game, right? He's not that far away from the Centaur. So I would say the game's still pretty in even state, probably even favoring Inner Circle for a little bit, right? They're getting away with these greedy heroes. The Beastmaster is getting away with farming this ancient stack. And if they can keep this up for a couple more minutes, they're going to hit their timings. And then I would even say that the game state kind of starts favoring them.
Clinks is always going to be scary, of course, in the later game, because you can just clear up your base if you're not paying attention. But you also have one of the best heroes against it. Once Underlord, you know, he's got Crimson and he's got Pipe, then it's going to be Ags. So then Clinks can't be like sneaky. Oh, quickly pop up. Throw a couple of hits onto a tower and run away. No, you instantly get hit by a root. And he's right next to you.
Yeah, some stacks, Inner Circle playing their jungle, which is very nice. When you're playing from behind, you want to defend your jungle as much as you can, right? So your offlaner continues to farm his lane, and the carry gets to farm these camps in the jungle. If you just abandon this area, the map becomes very hard to play. And smoke coming out from the Storm and the Jakiro.
Muerta ulti. Trying to get the kill there. Muerta does still get taken down in the process. Storm did not go for the Guardian Greaves build this game, though. Instead, going Kai, Assange, Orchid as the next one. But yeah, interesting choice considering how many tools they have to lock you down that are dispellable.
He probably feels like if he buys Greaves, they're not going to have damage, right? The Centaur doesn't really do damage in the fights.
Radiant's bottom tower
Tusk
is
also
under
not
attack.
really a big damage hero. So basically it's only Clinks and Jakiro, right? So if he goes for the Greaves, he's just going to be an Aura bot that heals his team, and they don't really need heals. They need to be able to kill the enemy heroes, right? Because they will also have auras.
It looks so weird though, by the way. Omni Knight second in net worth. Like, the hero's got weird farm tools. as a safe lane. The other side has a Clinks, and you're like, yeah, Omni Knight. Second in net worth. Cool.
They're just doing a
Radiant's
really good
almost done.
job to make sure like he can hit creeps, right? Jing, he has 5 deaths, but a lot of those deaths are just him sitting in areas where if he gets caught, it means that his cores don't get caught. So in a way, he's doing a good job in that manner. You know, the tactical feed. Storm almost.
Cast animation right there with the roar from the Beastmaster. Yeah, they are looking for a catch, but of course Beastmaster kind of needs a Blink Dagger to really get the initiation going. Is a great Roche taker though with Aghanim Scepter up. So if they get a good kill here on the center, they might just head in towards the Roche pit as he is rushing Nefrit. It will just walk it off, and 4-2-3. They were considering going for the Roshan here.
You definitely want to get the Roche with the Beastmaster. Ags is usually the timing to get it, right? You want to get some fight and then go into the Roche pit. You kill it really fast with the Beastmaster. And Beastmaster as a hero, he really wants to play with Aegis, right? He's kind of like an all-in hero. So having the Aegis gives him a little cushion that he can make a mistake. He can have a little bit of a cushion to make a mistake and get bailed out. It's really nice for him. And, alright. Repel TP out.
Yeah, BKB TP-ish. Classic. Can't do much against it. They do have Walrus Punch at least, but Tusk is still more than 1,000 gold away from the Blink Dagger, so you don't have to fear it too much at this state.
Yeah, pretty good game state for Inner Circle. Even though they lost all their towers, they're keeping the net worth pretty even. Right, they're not falling out of control. Omni finishes his item. Beast is farming, getting runes. Underlord is getting his Crimson. He already got it. Nice attempt there from Warwick using TP, but ended up using his Vortex, so Underlord just TP's out. So I would say the game is going in a good direction for Inner Circle. They're delaying the game. And I wouldn't say that Zero Tenacity is happy with the game state at all. Definitely felt like they were going to snowball this game after taking every tier 1. They couldn't really manage to get a fight after. But Centaur does have the pipe now, so they can at least match the Beastmaster Ag's timing with something. And they do go into the Roche pit. They're going to start forcing it. Zero Tenacity knows. They scout it. Let's see how they approach it. So they're just going to straight up just hit it. Yeah, Underlord can connect at any moment, so it's the advantage of the global hero. So he's just farming while Zero Tenacity just has 5 heroes here.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Both teams are really good at taking Roche. Omni Knight and Beastmaster on one side and Klink's Tusk on the other. It takes it down very quickly. But this, if you manage to kill Roche right now, would be kind of ideal, because then you could use the Aegis to secure Tormentor that's going to be up in 1.5 minutes, which tends to be quite a big objective in most games, especially if you got good shards on your side. Dire's got pretty meh shards. Radiant has one pretty decent shard, the other one's meh. Yeah, this is a really bad shard game for these
See the
teams.
Underlord getting on by the Clinks. That looks pretty dead.
Doesn't really help that much in the end.
Bottom tower.
They have a ward in the lane, so they saw him being sneaky and pushing up. So
Nefrit.
Nefrit.
Yeah, Roar still thrown out. Arrow flies out. Very long stun. He does have a pipe available. Desire running in towards the entire Dire team there. Trying to get the snowball save, but that's just going to be a second one dead, and they're going to rush right in towards the Roche pit. By the time that the Radiant could even respond, Underlord's back up, and he's got the Fiend's Gate to join in.
Yeah, kind of an odd feed from the Centaur. Like he knows that Dire will come since they all TP bottom. Ooh, but they still want to contest. The Storm is the Klink's TP's in. He has a Charlotte on Klink, so he can do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, but Unload coming in from behind. Zip into the pit. There's going to be the free BKB onto Niche. And Age picked up. Storm is dead. Rest of the team has to run away. Plus 10 seconds. Tormentor's going to be up, so they should probably be heading in towards that area as well to get a free shard for Inner Circle.
Yeah, what a blunder from the Centaur. He sees his whole team TP to the bottom lane. They get a good pick off. They're in a good state right after the Underlord dies, and then he just gets caught. He has enough time to press his pipe, press Stampede. He doesn't press anything. He gets just chain stunned and dies. The Tusk tries to save him, save his Buddy Syndrome, also dies. They lose the Roche, and the Storm also feeds. So many deaths on so many important heroes just like that, and it was super avoidable, right? The Centaur could have just not be positioned there and not died, right? He has a Dom, he can scout with Dom. He doesn't need to be in that position, especially when his team is just not there. So very unfortunate.
Even then, as you mentioned it perfectly, he had Stampede. He could have just he stomped the Beastmaster and then decided, I don't want to Stampede. Though they are going to pop that Aegis on Niche. Underlord doesn't have Fiend's Gate just yet, so they're trying to help out Niche, but they have to run, and there's no saving the Beastmaster. Big kill coming in. Stampede chase after the Muerta next, as the Muerta will pop the ulti just to try and stay alive and waste their time a little bit more, but they find a double kill here. Aegis is gone, and a huge counterplay from Zero Tenacity to immediately get something worthy out of it with Underlord's Fiend's Gate on cooldown.
Yes, signs of life from Zero Tenacity. They're not dead yet. They know that the Beastmaster is a little bit out of position from the tower. They're not as 5. Underlord did not have his ult there. So Beastmaster just dies with Aegis. Dies twice. So a lot of mistakes coming out from both teams. Inner Circle not really using the Aegis to its maximum potential, right? He just gets the Aegis, just loses it immediately. They did get the Torn, but gold lead back to almost even, right? 2k, that's basically nothing, right? It's a Mirana shard that gives him an extra leap, so who really cares?
Yeah, the Omni Knight is going in for the BKB next. Dream is looking for him, or at least running into that general direction. The rest of the team is very far away to make a play, and yeah, 423 will just be able to get easily out of their desire, spots out SC, but not an easy target with those leaps. Do they have the damage? He does have the mech, but it's not enough to keep him alive with all those arrows flying in. Dream gets another kill on towards, well, his first kill actually on the Klings, and is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter next.
Even though the Ags got nerfed, still very strong DPS. Probably the highest DPS item he can buy on Klinks after he gets the Deso. It combos really well. It just shoots everything, right? It's just nice. The Shard 2 just helps him push the waves, just like he did right there. He can press the Shard and press the Invis, and then he just gets out of there with the Invis. Dream playing really well. 0 deaths up to now. Rotating around the map, making a lot of stuff happen, and they're smoked again. They want to fight before the Beast has his BKB. They don't want to just AFK farm. I like this from Zero Tenacity. They're keeping the tempo up. A double stun on mid.
A lot of damage, and he's quickly taken care of. Muerta pops the ulti to try and stay alive, but without the Omni save there, it is easy pickings. And Omni Knight is close to his BKB. He doesn't want to fight. Laze is getting his Ags delivered right now. So you have... Probably if you tried this same fight in about a minute, you would have been completely destroyed on Zero Tenacity. Perfect timing. They're even going up the high ground now with their line. They have a lot of tower push.
They see the Omni bottom. They're setting up. I think that's Omni might just be dead.
Yeah, he does get the BKB.
Use the punch
There's
there.
the Walrus Punch available. 423 popped his ulti, gets the blink to the side as he didn't get hit by anything. And now he is on the disengage, but a big zip comes out from the storm. And 423 is knocked down, and dirty work gets that kill, and a huge kill secured here. Zero Tenacity, you know, Inner Circle are kind of dropping the ball at the moment. Nothing coming in. To every single time someone gets gone on, there is zero response coming out from a team that has an Underlord, which is kind of surprising.
It's kind of funny. If you click the Beastmaster, he has a BKB recipe in his quick buy. If you click the Omni, he has a BKB recipe in his quick buy. So they're all just mode, wait for my item, guys, wait for my item. And then they just keep getting picked off, right? It's a very common theme in Dota is when people start waiting for timings and then they just start getting picked off everywhere. And they're just crumbling right on inner circle. They're just feeding everywhere. Storm getting caught. Nice snowball from Desire.
There is going to be the roots. Warwick gets the zip out just in time. Tusk will not be so lucky. Gets blown up. Dream. Nice 3-man stomp coming out. And the Stampede as well. Kill onto Niche happens so fast. Can't even pop the BKB. That's how quickly they delete the Beastmaster.
And it just keeps happening, right? It's just a bunch of random pickoffs that snowball into people using TP, Underlord using ult, and they're just reacting on Inner Circle to everything that's happening on the map. They're not doing something themselves. They're not using a smoke, getting ready on a wave, trying to pick somebody off. They're just getting thrown around on the map, and they're choosing to react to what Zero Tenacity is doing. So Zero Tenacity playing really well. They're playing really fast, not really letting Inner Circle farm their BKBs. So very different from the earlier mid game where they kind of just took the towers and didn't really make any good moves. Zero Tenacity kind of woke up to the game. Dream also just rotating everywhere, having a really good game on the Clinks. So really good last pick for Zero Tenacity and also the Tusks.
In 400 gold as well, so you gotta have to deal with the big save on the Radiant side. They already have the snowball save as we just saw against Aurora, and now you will have the Centaur save as well with H Ride, and that's going to make it a lot harder for the Beastmaster to have any impact in these fights.
Yeah, they have their items now, they have their timing, so no more farming, guys. Let's go together and try to start a fight. We have Mirana ult. They're going to use a smoke on the Beast. A little unfortunate that their lanes are not exactly pushed in. Underlord doing the standard, pushing out the dangerous wave on the top lane. And Beast just running into the enemy jungle, praying that he finds a pick off, right? Very hopium smoke. He might even find the Storm, actually. Or the Tusk.
Storm walking in.
Muerta
pops it. Actually, Warwick going for the zip in to the side. Warwick gets thrown out on towards the Tusk. They want to kill him off before he gets snowball cast. The arrow does land in the end, and there's going to be the Fiend's Gate catch coming in with the Pit of Malice onto everyone. He's staying alive right now, healing up with the Drums of Slam, and they find 3 big kills. It is the Omni Knight with the Guardian Angel and Repel. All these defenses. Clinks wasn't there, and that gives the opportunity here for the Dire side to get a couple of big kills and keep the Beastmaster alive, because the Beastmaster is mainly the target in all of these fights. But if he manages to get those Drums of Slam stacks going, he does heal quite a lot.
Finally, a good move from Inner Circle. They actually proactively did something in the game. So it comes to show, you know, if you proactively do something in the game, you're ready with your timings, you can still get a lot of good things when the enemy is not ready. So it was very unfortunate there for Zero Tenacity. It was a good force staff from the Jakiro trying to save the Tusk, but the Clinks wasn't even close, right? It was a fight that they couldn't really take. It was probably better for them just to sack the Tusk and just push lanes and be ready in another position. Little feed there from Jakiro trying to snipe the Wisdom Rune. You know, he tried. You can't really blame him. It's all good. Shiva's next for the Beastmaster. Yeah, feels like he needs the armor versus the Clinks. Very good item versus Clinks. And Centaur does have the axe,
though. So yeah, that's a big item coming up. Omni Knight. Well, actually, okay, so he's going for the Harpoon next. I'm always wondering, like, what that Omni... It feels such a weird, clunky hero to build on.
Yeah, I mean, the way this hero works is you just every 4 seconds, you use a Hammer of Purity on someone. So you just smack someone every 4 seconds, and it's really nice to have the Harpoon versus support, right? Like Jakiro. You just press it on him, he's in your Degen Aura range, and he just takes so much damage. It's basically like the only way this hero really works, is just play off Hammer of Purity cooldown.
And they're going Roche.
They're going Roche. Big timing. It will roar, so they will be aware that the Roche is happening.
Storm is all the way bottom. I think they saw him underneath the ward vision. Yeah, they know Storm was all the way bottom, so that's why they went in towards the pit. He's just taking quite a lot of damage in the meantime. Storm can't join the timing just yet. SC with the leaps back is going to stay alive. Center Stampede in towards the pit. Roche is almost dead. They want to finish it off and get their Aegis quickly. It gets snatched by Nefrit though. The Centaur steals it away. There's still the Roshan's banner on the floor, but that is going to be the Centaur's first life gone. Niche did throw out the roar, but is going to get taken down immediately afterwards. As Lays controlled up, will lose his life on the Underlord. They lose 3 die heroes. The only one getting out are the Omni and the Mirana, and 423 has to TP all the way back. Nefrit with an absolutely insane snatch of the Aegis.
Big plays coming out from the Centaur, and it was a pretty interesting fight. Inner Circle, they knew that the Storm wasn't ready. He was showing bottom with no mana. He was finishing his BKB on Storm, and they assumed that the Storm wouldn't even be there for the fight. So Zero Tenacity, they do everything they can to delay the Roche as much as possible, not committing. Really good team fight from them. They did it perfectly. They delayed as much as they can. The Storm TPs in, used this freshly bought BKB, and they just clean him up.
Yeah.
Man, this Beastmaster hero has such a bad win rate. Even in the Blast tournament, it just loses every game.
It's not ideal. I mean, it dies so quickly, and with the... Oh yeah, they nerfed the Yags, by the way. They nerfed the Skeletons on Clinks, by the way. I can really see it in how much damage that the building just took.
Yeah, now the game it's looking bad for Inner Circle. Like this Beastmaster hero, he's very dependent on Aegis and snowballing. And now he's a very one-dimensional hero, right? If he doesn't blink Roar the right target, and Tusk is not ready to save,
Or Centaur.
yeah, or Centaur, there's so many ways for them to actually save the target that gets roared. And it's also very hard for him to win the guy. And he's the initiation for his team, right? So he has so many things on his mind on Beastmaster that it just makes the execution just so difficult for him. Inner Circle, they don't want to wait for anything else. They immediately use smoke. They know that this game is not getting easier for them. So they really want to get a pick off. The Clinks is kind of close. Oh, they see the regen rune.
Still tier 1 tower in mid, so it's very hard to make a big smoke play in the area.
Yeah, they never really got this tower. They smoked for the rune, which is a nice try. But Zero Tenacity smartly, knowing that the only way back for Inner Circle is if they get a pick off on this rune and they snowball into more stuff. They also just see that the Underlord is the only hero that's showing on the map. So they're just dodging. Storm sees the Omni top. And they're just waiting. They're just waiting for the enemies to show on the map. They have 2 sides with Mega Creep on Super Creeps with the Unrated. So they just have to wait until Dire shows on these lanes. And so they can walk out freely and not feed.
You also have the task now with a BKB. Clink's Hurricane Pike, so a lot harder to get the full control in on towards the Clinks, plus the multiple saves that the Radiant team has. Storm's also close to his own Lincoln Sphere, 500 gold away from that one, so yeah, one bad fight from Inner Circle, and they're going to have to play tiebreakers tomorrow. As in mid, Smoke v Smoke, they do get that Mirana advantage going on. As Lays comes in on the Underlord here. Needs to be careful because Dream on the side just pumping out so much damage. Gets the Crimson Guard off. Lays still trying to run away. The roar was thrown out by Niche. Center Stampede. They're chasing deeper. But they still have the Hitcher Ride as well. TP out by the Underlord, but they're going to lose the Beastmaster once more.
After the Beastmaster presses Roar, they're just out of juice, right? If nobody dies in that Roar, they just cannot really do anything. And now Clink is just gonna take your base very quickly. Nerfed, by the way.
Trying to defend. No Crimson Guard available right now. Underlord takes a lot of damage, but the backline Dream takes a heap of damage here from 4-2-3. Blown the F up by this Omni Knight. Finally, we get to see the Omni Knight actually, you know, hitting stuff. As Nefrit, they're trying to interrupt his blink. Nice snowball save there from Desire. As 4-2-3 shouldn't be able to get the big catch up. Ooh, but that dead shot was neatly done, and that Clink skill actually keeps them alive for the time being, but it did cost them a Beastmaster buyback. Desire, very obnoxious, still alive. Niche has that roar, looking for the catch. With the blink, roar coming in, the Tusk should now finally get taken down. And Underlord finds the Jakiro on the back end, so a couple more kills, but their base is being pushed in. So Lays has to defend it in the meantime as they finally take that tier 1 tower mid.
Has fallen.
A little bit of a throw there from Zero Tenacity. The Centaur blinked into the enemy base and wasn't ready with the Aghanims to save the Clinks. Probably got a little bit too excited there. But they still have a really sizable lead. Even though they had this little throw, they're in a really good position to be able to close out this game. And no objective in the near future. I'm expecting Zero Tenacity to spawn and use smoke and try to close out the map. It's very easy for them to force a fight, especially if they start the fight on the Beastmaster. He's going to have really poor positioning to use his ulti. So they're probably just going to spawn, push some lanes, and then use smoke and gather up. Storm still has the gem, didn't lose the gem in that fight. And Mirana, he's kind of deep. They see him hit the sentry. Ooh.
Almost walks up to Warwick. Nefrit is still nearby. Wants to throw at the arrow. Omni Knight is here as well. The Omni Knight Radiance should be showing. Arrow lands onto the Storm. They're trying to get the damage in, but there's Nefrit with the Hitcher Ride. And they will take down the Mirana instead as the Omni Knight is going to go for the TP.
Ooh, the Omni, I
attempt.
guess TP canceled.
But he didn't pop the BKB. It's now 4-2-3, needs some help quickly, does have his ulti still available. Deadshot comes in, there's the Underlord taking the gateway. Can they keep it? Everyone alive, Center Stampede will use Desire, still has the BKB, they're going to get the control. 4-2-3 falls as Warwick is looking for more blood here. Underlord quickly going for the Fiend's Gate back. So is Jing attempting it, but won't be able to get out of there. And they will find the kills. Actually, when that Fiend's Gate was thrown out, Omni Knight should have just tried to Fiend's Gate. Like, take the Fiend's Gate out. Instead of man fight it.
It's kind of hard to communicate that sometimes. You just see a big ass gate and then you're just like, oh, your team is coming. It is very fun when the gate is used in a different manner than just attacking, right? When you want to go back. But really costly mistake there from Circle. They tried to go on that Storm with the arrow and that wasn't even close, right? He was like, big arrow on the Clanks hit.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
and
yeah.
the problem is you got that Hitcher Ride shenanigan coming in. No Omni Knight for another 25 seconds. Lays does die, has a buyback available. Niche needs to get out of there, will be taken down. No buyback on him. Desire is on. They're very low on the Radiant side, but you don't have the Omni Knight available. SC Mirana still has a buyback available himself. Throws out the arrow onto Nefrit as Dream gets a triple kill. Omni Knight is up right now, so you can still do something here with the current HP and mana pool specifically on the Radiant side. 4-2-3, jump in onto Dream. He goes, tries to blow up the Clinks, and the Clinks does drop. That's a big save from Nefrit with that Hitcher Ride. Stampede quickly gets Warwick out of there. Warwick will go for the zip to safer territories, and that Hitcher. I still really think that the Centaur Ags it makes no sense. It's dumb.
It's definitely kind of silly that you go invulnerable, right? There's not really any other
You
spells
should
that
take
you're
AoE
invulnerable.
damage at least.
Maybe some percentage of damage will be probably better instead of just being straight up invulnerable. I definitely agree, but yep, they get mega creeps on Zero Tenacity. Game looking pretty comfortable for them. If they really want to, they can just wait for the Clinks and go Roche and then try to end. I'm assuming they'll try to go for some pick off. They see the Omni out of base. There's a ward on them. They saw the ward.
The Storm
Big
says,
comeback from Zero Tenacity. They lost first game, kind of got stomped, right? First game, and then they just come back and win 2 games.
I mean, it's not done just yet. Don't get ahead of yourself just yet. There is still like the Omni still does do significant damage, but the double save is just really obnoxious to deal with. Tusk is also close to the Ags, so you're gonna have to deal with the Walrus Kick, which is just gonna kick the Omni Knight out of the base every time.
Yeah, even in that last fight, he used Roar on the Lincolns. It's just so hard for Beast at this point. He's playing against 2 cores with Lincolns and playing against 2 saves. It's just impossible at this point. He has so much net worth on Beast, but his net worth is just not very useful. at this point. He can barely even press his spells on a real hero rate. He can press Roar on Jakiro. It's not really ideal. You want to press Roar on a core and kill him, and he doesn't really have that many options right now. They get the Roche Refresher Shard on Clinks. He can probably just double Burning Army the throne, and it will die if Crimson is down, if he really wants to. But I'm assuming Zero Tenacity will wait for a good rune, and then try to use smoke and try to catch a hero trying to kill the creeps on the wave, and try to end the game.
Yeah, you also have to always kind of have Kling's dead if you want to go for push yourself. They do have vision here.
They see the Jakiro walking up, probably a good target.
There's an attempt going in. Roy gets thrown out onto the centaur. He doesn't have the big hit your ride save for himself, but he does have a refresher available, as they will not get a single kill, and now Nisha is going to get taken down. There's a lot of fire flying towards the Underlord. Pops the beacon, he's going to be on cooldown, and the Underlord will fall. 2 dead, no buyback available. GG is called, and the attempt was made, but it will indeed be a tiebreaker match tomorrow for Inner Circle, as it does make it pretty tough for them. They have to beat out Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro has been looking rocky, so there's definitely still a shot there. But Zero Tenacity now 4-2. So if Zero Tenacity win their next series, which is quickly going to check against Nigma. Okay, actually, if Zero Tenacity loses their match, you can they could still have tiebreakers, 3-way tiebreakers coming on, going in towards the next one. We'll have to wait and see how it exactly will unfold for the group stage, but definitely at least going to be some tiebreakers tomorrow.
Yeah, Inner Circle going to be tied with VP, so they're going to play a best of 3 and still going to wait on some results, especially from 1 win versus Savulus. If 1 win wins, then they're pretty set up for the upper bracket, right? They're going to have 5 wins. So I guess it's still not guaranteed, because Zero Tenacity can also have 5 wins. I guess and Avulus, it's kind of hard to guess, right? Let's just wait for the results.
Nigma has to play against Inner Circle.
Okay.
Nigma has to play against Zero Tenacity. Both of those teams are now 4-2. 1 win has to play against Avulus. So if Avulus wins that, then 1 win and Avulus are both on 4-3. And then Nigma or Zero Tenacity, yeah, it can go pretty wild. Upper bracket and lower bracket still very much open for all 4 teams that are going to play the upcoming matches in 10 minutes? I think it is.
Yeah, in 10 minutes we'll have 1 win versus Avulus. I think it's the last match, right?
Enigma versus Zero
Tenacity too. Oh, they just play right now, huh? Zero Tenacity. Okay.
Yeah, so it's actually coming down for both the series for the last match on if they go upper or lower bracket, but they are at least all qualified going forward. Inner Circle and Virtus.pro still have to face up against elimination tomorrow. But that does conclude it for this stream, at least. There are 2 streams where you can check everything out. They are the Dota 2. Quickly gonna check. What are the? I mean, the main stream ESL Dota 2. And the other one is the Ember stream, where you can watch those matches. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the show at the very least. And Ladis, thank you very much for joining me. It has been a blast casting these matches with you, and hopefully we'll have a lot more in the near future. Any last words for the viewers at home?
I'd like to thank everybody for watching and tuning in and supporting the teams. Hope you guys enjoyed the cast, and hopefully I'll see you guys in future casts. You too, DK Truman. I enjoyed casting a lot these games. They were pretty fun. I mean, some of the games were a little disappointing. Other games were pretty exciting. So it's a little bit of everything. But definitely very interesting to see the Division 2 for ESL. There's a lot of good teams, right, in this tournament. It just comes to show that Eastern Europe, Western Europe, even SA has a team in this Division 2. You know, a lot of teams still very strong.
I mean, SA was 0-14, so.
I mean, at least they tried. You know,
yeah, at least they tried. That's true.
You miss every shot you don't take. Have you heard that one?
True. True, but this could also, completely be detrimental to their own mental fortitude going forward if you get crushed this hard. But yeah, indeed, if you don't shoot, you won't win. Nonetheless, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. And hopefully you enjoyed the show. We will be back, hopefully, maybe tomorrow with tiebreakers. We'll see what the schedule shows us. And in case we won't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Bye-bye.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready?